enterprise zones play in our economy. This is an area specifically of interest to me, and I would be delighted to meet with him to discuss this further.
Let's end up to Scotland with Tommy Shepherd. Tommy Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Contrary to the impression given a few moments ago, it is only the United Kingdom government that can exempt bonus payments to Scottish key workers from tax and national insurance under Schedule 5 of the 1998 Scotland Act. And if it chooses not to do so, then the Treasury will get a windfall from these payments with the consequent reduction in the Scottish Block Grant. So I ask again, will the Chancellor allow Scottish key workers to keep the full value of the bonus that they are being given by the Scottish Government?
Well, firstly, Mr. Speaker, the approach that the UK Government is taking to these Scottish payments is exactly the same as applied recently in Wales. But just to further reinforce the point that I made a moment ago, whilst decisions on whether to exempt these payments are reserved, the Scottish Government will keep all the income tax receipts from these payments. So if they do wish for NHS and care workers to receive £500 net of tax, which is what they say is their wish, they can simply increase the value of the payments going to them. That is the point of substance. That is what they don't want to engage on.
Woodley.
Does anybody in this Conservative government still believe in a low-tax, deregulated, small state Britain? In which case, what are they going to do about it? May I suggest that as they prepare for the budget, they have a budget which reduces, not increases, taxes on entrepreneurs and wealth creators to kickstart the economy.
Music to my ears, Mr. Speaker. No, my right honourable friend is absolutely right. This is a government that believes in a low-tax, dynamic economy. My right honourable friend will also appreciate that in the midst of the crisis that we are facing, it is incumbent on the government to provide unprecedented support to preserve the economic capacity of our country. But as soon as we get through this, Mr. Speaker, I, like my right honourable friend, look forward to returning to that dynamic free market economy that we both passionately believe in.
15 withdrawn. Andrea Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree that the best time to invest in the emotional, lifelong capacity of a human being that leads to future economic productivity is in the critical period between conception and the age of 2, and that the Prime Minister's levelling up agenda will be best served by ensuring that every single baby across our United Kingdom gets the best start in life?
Mr. Speaker, I can assure my right honourable friend that I do agree with her, and also that the government remains committed to improving health outcomes during the first 1,001 days and early childhood. At the spending review, we confirmed an additional £25.8 million to increase the value of Healthy Start vouchers to £4.25, in line with the recommendation of the National Food Strategy to help combat child food poverty and give children the best start in life. I'm very supportive of her review into early years health and look forward to reading her final recommendations.
17 withdrawn. Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor did provide £750 million at the start of this pandemic for charities. However, that money has been spent and the charity sector now face £10 billion of debt. Many organisations due to close and nothing mentioned to support in his statement last week. So what additional support will he provide to save our charities and help them do the vital work that they're doing currently?
Well, as my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, set out earlier, the total package of support, as the OBR set out last week, comes to over £280 billion. We also, at the spending review last week, signalled further support as part of our COVID response with an additional £55 billion next year. Of course, my right honourable friend continues to keep under review the specific support to the charity sector, but as he set out in his early response, already a comprehensive package of support has been allocated, but of course we'll keep that under review.
Final question. Sorry. Final question, Julian Sturdy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for fitting me in. My right honourable friend will know that pubs in Tier 2 areas, such as York, will be hit particularly hard by the government's decision and requirement to only serve alcohol with a meal. With pubs already struggling prior to the pandemic, does he agree with me that now more than ever we need a fundamental reassessment in the way we tax beer and pubs going forward?
Well, Mr Speaker, as the Chancellor set out at the budget, we are undertaking a comprehensive alcohol duty review, which will provide an opportunity to look at this issue that he raises in depth. As he'll also be aware, at 6 of the last 7 budgets, the government has indeed cut or frozen beer duty, meaning that it is now at its lowest level for 30 years. But as part of our wider support package, we'll obviously keep that under review.
I'll listen through this first and then we'll come to Christopher.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I hope if you'll indulge, we actually get 2 points of order and 2 separate questions. So my apologies in advance for that. So first of all, further to the question that I raised and the Honourable Member for Edinburgh East raised, the Chief Secretary of the Treasury, Mr Speaker, seems to have missed the point entirely on grossing. The Scottish Government does not receive income tax revenue in year. Income tax is collected by HMRC and accrues to the Treasury and is reconciled in 2023. Grossing means a net loss to the Scottish budget this year.
Order, sorry. But it's not a point of order for me, it's a continuation of the debate, so I can't take that as a point of order. Sir Christopher Shaw.
Mr Speaker, you will recall that on the 19th of November, you were kind enough to grant me an urgent question on the performance of the Department of Health in answering written questions. The Minister, in responding, said, "We have instituted a parliamentary questions performance recovery plan." So, Mr Speaker, I put down a question asking for that plan to be put in the House of Commons library so we could all see it. Late last night, I received a reply saying it wasn't possible to answer that question yet. Surely this now means that the whole issue of stonewalling has become farcical, particularly when we take into account that a lot of the other outstanding questions are highly relevant for the debate we are going to be starting this afternoon.
What I would say is I have a lot of sympathy to members. All members are answerable to the constituents, and if you cannot get the answers, your constituents are not getting the service that should be provided. I don't think it's a satisfactory answer. I don't think it's good. I'm sure, no doubt, that you may wish to put another UQE if that's the situation, if it doesn't improve later today. Right. Further point of order, Alison.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This one relates to the answer given by the Financial Secretary to the Treasury around the accuracy of his answers. Mr Speaker, is it in order for ministers not to be clear on who they are meeting with? Because Excluded UK claim that they have had no such contact, as was inferred by the Financial Secretary to the Treasury.
Can I say, unfortunately, it's not a point of order for me, it's a continuation of the debate. And I'm sure through your good offices you'll find other ways in which to ensure that your views will be expressed, which they will be on the order paper. Right, in order to allow the safe exit of honourable members participating in this item of business and the safe arrival of those participating in the next, suspend the House for 3 minutes. Order. Order. We come to the 10-minute rule motion. Apologies, John Howell. Not apologising for him, though.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to make provision for the effect of an apology in certain legal proceedings and for connected purposes. Let me start by making a declaration that I am an associate of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, since the heart of this bill lies within the dispute resolution and dispute prevention system. Let me also start out by saying what this bill does not do. It does not take away any rights that we may have to go to court on any issue. But what it does do is to introduce an element of civility and common sense back into society, in that it allows an apology to be given that is genuinely and sincerely meant without creating a legal liability that could run into millions of pounds. Simply put, an apology which does not create a legal liability will often settle a dispute rather than being seen to take the accused for every penny that they have. It should be the mark of both a mature democratic society and of its dispute resolution system that an apology, whether made publicly or privately, can and should be allowed to be meaningful and helpful rather than simply a necessary yet tokenistic gesture. An apology can truly change atmospheres and the nature of conversations and outcomes. Used appropriately, it can also help avoid a dispute going to court. Equally, it can assist the resolution of a case by changing the approach being taken. The policy driver, therefore, behind this initiative is that apologies can often unlock disputes and lead to settlement without recourse to formal legal action. Since parties may be reluctant to do anything that may be construed as an admission of liability, apologies have to date seemingly been sparse, save in cases of NHS clinical negligence. However, a culture has emerged of people and organisations not wanting to offer an apology in case it is detrimental to their legal position or deemed to be a weakness. With tragic incidents like that of Grenfell Tower and the need to improve multicultural community cohesion, the time has come to extend the current limited legislative provisions. A Fresh Apologies Act would be a clear Westminster statement, as well as a simple legal mechanism to help improve our country's conversations, for it could incentivise disputing parties to make apologies, whether in the direct aftermath of an accident, mistake or other dispute, or further down the line, should the dispute escalate with a view to achieving a more amicable resolution. An NHS publication saying sorry, published in June 2017, reminds of a little-known provision in the Compensation Act, which provides an apology, offer of treatment or other redress shall not of itself amount to an admission of negligence or breach of statutory duty. More significantly, in the same medical context, there is the duty of candour under the Health and Social Act 2008, and more fully described in a leaflet published by Action Against Medical Accidents, endorsed by the Care Quality Commission. Both the Medical General Council and the Nursing and Midwifery Council advise that this means that healthcare professionals must tell the patient when something has gone wrong, apologise to the patient, offer an appropriate remedy or support to put matters right if that is possible, and explain fully to the patient the short and long-term effects of what has happened. So how has such common sense advice worked in practice? A search during the preparation of this speech found that there was limited empirical research through acknowledgements of the benefits and anecdotal examples of its successes. In fact, the most helpful insight into the successful outcomes of medical apologies comes from an article in the National Law Review, a US professional publication dated the 6th of November 2018. Bearing in mind that the majority of US states have on the one hand apology legislation, but on the other a highly litigious approach to life's adversities from the current president downwards, nonetheless, I quote as follows: "Physicians typically recall with stunning clarity the moment a patient's treatment went wrong. Following an adverse event, physicians often are tormented by competing desires to apologise and instincts to forge ahead without acknowledgement. A patient's decision to file a malpractice action may be triggered by the physician's response to a problem or lack thereof. Apologies may decrease feelings of frustration and anger that drive some plaintiffs to file lawsuits, and a study published in the Journal of Patient Safety and Risk Management found that those engaging in a collaborative communication resolution program experienced a significant decrease in the filing of legal claims, in defence costs, in liability costs, and time required to close cases. Events with medical errors were resolved by apology alone in 43% of the cases involved. Similar programs have cut the number of malpractice lawsuits and yielded dramatic litigation cost savings. Not only do the majority of US states have apology statutes, so do Australia and Canada. Even Hong Kong, whose legislature was the first jurisdiction in Asia to enact apology legislation by the 2017 ordinance, though unable to put its best intentions into effect due to the growing restrictions from mainland China on its government and judicial systems. Turning closer to home, there is the approach taken by Holyrood with a short yet powerful statement, the Apologies Scotland Act 2016. It contains only 6 clauses, including its commencement and short title. The 2016 Act defines an apology as any statement by or on behalf of a person which indicates that the person is sorry about or regrets an act, omission, or outcome, and includes any part of the statement which contains an undertaking to look at the circumstances giving rise to the act, omission, or outcome with a view to preventing a recurrence. To constitute an apology within the terms of the Scottish Act, it must include an acknowledgement there has been a bad outcome, an expression of regret, sorrow, or sympathy, and a recognition of direct or indirect responsibility. In addition, there may also be an undertaking to review the circumstances of the incident with a view to making improvements or learning lessons. The Act applies to all civil, not criminal, legal proceedings, with some exceptions. And the following considerations are worth noting. Qualifying apologies may be oral or in writing. The core element of an apology as defined in the Act is an indication that the person is sorry about or regrets an act, omission, or outcome. Where the statement includes an undertaking to look at the circumstances with a view to preventing a recurrence, that qualifies as part of an apology. An apology does not include statements of fact or admissions of fault, so in any statement that includes both an apology and a statement of fact and or admission of fault, only the apology is inadmissible as evidence of liability. It makes it possible to apologise without fear of prejudicing the person making the apology, or the apology being used to attribute blame in litigation. It applies to all civil proceedings except 4 types of specific actions. It does not apply, as I've said, to criminal proceedings. In a subsequent article written by Scotland's most high-profile mediator, John Sturrock QC explains how this piece of legislation achieved the rare distinction of achieving enthusiastic cross-party support. I quote, "Over 4 years, Margaret Mitchell, a Conservative MSP, has piloted this legislation through the Scottish Parliament with skill and tact. As one member noted, both sides have been pretty consensual in trying to ensure that we end up with something that the Parliament can be genuinely proud of. The essence is that apologies have the great value of acknowledging that something has gone wrong and demonstrating that lessons have been learned. We all know that mistakes happen. This is a sad fact of life, and that they can often have tragic and long-lasting consequences. However, it is how we deal with those mistakes that makes the difference." John Sturrock continues, "It is clear that legislation alone cannot remove social barriers to apologising, but the bill is an important step in changing attitudes to apologies. As my fellow APBG officer, the member for Worley, and I learned and have written about in our recent APBG report, the UK and Singapore as global dispute hubs, best practice lessons, policymakers and institutions in both the UK and Singapore should foster a paradigm shift where disputes are not viewed solely through a legalistic lens, but the pursuit of the ever wider and ever deeper range of dispute resolution options. It also requires thinking about disputes in a way that goes beyond the legal conceptual framework and encompasses in all aspects of commercial relationships. In conclusion, may I commend the Scottish approach to this House, a short, focused, yet of profound effect, much like the speech I've just given.
No apologies then. That the honourable member have to leave to bring in the bill. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill, or as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare to bring in the bill?
John Speller, Greg Clark, Chris Grayling, Chris Bryant, Kenny McCaskill, Sir Paul Beresford, Sir Roger Gale, Sir Bob Neal, Heather Wheeler, Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, Rob Butler and myself, sir.
John Howell.
Apologies, Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, the 5th of March, 2021.
Friday, the 5th of March, 2021. Right. We now come to motion... Did somebody say something? No. We now come to motion number 2 relating to the business of the House. Minister to move.
Beg to move formally.
Question is on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We're now going to suspend, in order to allow the safe exit of honourable members participating in this item of business and the safe arrival of those participating in the next, and suspending the House for 3 minutes. Order. The Business House motion just agreed to by the House provides for motions number 3 and number 4 on today's order paper to be debated together, but the question will be put separately on each motion as the end of the debate. I now call the Prime Minister to move motion number 3, with which the House will debate number 4. Prime Minister!
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that these regulations now be approved, and I want to begin by telling the House I was hugely encouraged by a visit I paid only yesterday to a vaccine plant in North Wales, where I saw for myself the vials of one of 7 vaccines backed by the UK government that could turn the tide of our struggle against COVID, not just in this country, but around the world. It is the protection of those vaccines that could get our economies moving again and allow us to reclaim our lives. And that one plant in Wrexham could produce 300 million doses a year. And yesterday was the momentous day when it began to manufacture the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine. And it was a very moving moment, Mr. Speaker, because I talked to one of the brilliant young scientists there, and she described the extraordinary moment for her in her life to be part of an enterprise that was, she thought, truly going to offer humanity a route out of this suffering. But, Mr. Speaker, we have to be realistic, and we have to accept that this vaccine is not here yet. No vaccine is here yet. And while all the signs are promising, and almost every scientist I've talked to agrees that the breakthrough will surely come, we do not yet have one that has gained regulatory approval. And we can't be completely sure when the moment will arrive. And until then, we cannot afford to relax, especially during the cold months of winter. The national measures, which are now shortly ending in England, have eased the burden on the NHS and begun to reverse the advance of the virus. Today the R is back below 1, and the ONS survey is showing that signs of the infection rate are levelling off. Imperial College London has found that the number of people with COVID has fallen by 1/3 in England since the 2nd of November. But while the virus has been contained, it has not been eradicated. The latest ONS figures suggest that out of every 85 people in England, 1 has coronavirus, far more than in the summer. Between 24th November and yesterday, 3,222 people across the UK lost their lives. And despite the immense progress of the last 4 weeks, our NHS remains under pressure, with hospitals in 3 regions, the South West, the North East and Yorkshire, all treating more COVID patients now than at the peak of the first wave. And I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Can I thank the Prime Minister for giving way? He did talk about the virus being eradicated. Only one virus in history has been eradicated. Containment may well be the only option open to us.
The honourable gentleman is, of course, completely right, and it is containment that is the objective of the tiering scheme that the government is announcing, which I hope that the benches opposite will support tonight, in spite of what I gather is their decision to abstain, which seems extraordinary to me. So we can't simply allow the current restrictions to expire for the reason he gives, with no replacement whatever. With the spread of the epidemic varying across the country, there remains a compelling case. For regional tiers in England, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, a compelling necessity for regional tiers. And I give way to my honourable friend.
Thank him very much. Our latest rate is 79 per 100,000. A week ago it was 178. We went in tier 1, we've come out in tier 2. My pubs and restaurants are in the worst of all worlds. I wonder, in asking me to support these regulations tonight, what hope the Prime Minister can give to them.
Prime Minister. Well, indeed, Mr. Speaker, and I will be coming in just a moment to what we're going to be doing, what more we hope to be doing for pubs and restaurants and everybody in the hospitality sector whose anguish and whose difficulties I think everybody in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, understands and appreciates. But I hope the House is clear what I'm not asking for today. This is not another lockdown, nor is this the renewal of existing measures in England. The tiers that I am proposing would mean that from tomorrow, everyone in England, including those in Tier 3, will be free to leave their homes for any reason, and when they do, they'll find the shops open for Christmas, the hairdressers open, the nail bars open, gyms, leisure centres, swimming pools open, and I give way to my honourable friend.
Thank the Prime Minister for giving way. My constituency of Workington sits entirely within the borough of Allerdale, where our rates have declined to a point just over 70, currently in Tier 2 restrictions. Will he commit to a more local tiering system so that the hard work of my constituents is rewarded?
Well, yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker, and I know that this is a point that many of my honourable and right honourable friends have made to me and to the government with great force and eloquence over the last few days. We do want to be as granular as possible as we go forward to reflect the reality of the epidemic and the human geography of the epidemic, and we shall. But what I can say from tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, is that across the country, across the whole country, as I say, not just gyms and leisure centres and swimming pools, but churches, synagogues, mosques and temples will be open for communal worship. Organised outdoor sport will resume. And in every tier, you will be able to meet others in parks and in public gardens, subject to the rule of 6. And every one of those things has been, by necessity, restricted until today. Every one of them to be allowed again tomorrow. And of course, I accept that this is not a return to normality. I wish it was so. But it is a bit closer to normality than the present restrictions. And what we can't do is to lift all the restrictions at once or move too quickly in such a way that the virus would begin to spread rapidly again. And that would be the surest way of endangering our NHS and forcing us into a New Year lockdown with all the costs that that would impose. And I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the Prime Minister. And after the inconsistencies and controversies of the previous tiering system, what was required this time round was more fairness, clarity and transparency. And we were promised a regional approach. However, what the powers of be have done is that they have placed little old Slough in Tier 3, despite the fact that we have been segregated from the wider region, and there are areas in neighbouring London and Essex with higher COVID transmission rates. So why does the Prime Minister hate Slough? What have we done that has annoyed him so much?
Well, I mean, I love Slough, and I take that. But I understand what he's saying, and I appreciate people's feelings of injustice, and people do feel it. There's no question. People feel that they've been unfairly attracted by proximity into a higher tier than they deserve, and people also feel that the tiering is not working for them. Well, I just want to repeat the answer I gave to my honourable friend from Workington, which is that as we go forward, and I mean this very sincerely, the government will look at how we can reflect as closely as possible the reality of what is happening on the ground for local people, looking at the incidence of the disease, looking at the human geography and spread of the pandemic, and indeed the progress that areas are making in getting the virus down. And we will try to be as sensitive as possible to local effort and to local achievement in bringing that pandemic under control. And if I will just make a little bit of progress, Mr. Speaker, because I want to say something now about our hospitality sector, which I know the House will want to hear. Because we all accept that the burden on the hospitality sector has been very great. And we feel this deeply because our pubs, our hotels, restaurants, they're in many ways the heart of our communities and part of the fabric of our identity as a country. And everybody can see that the hospitality industry has borne a disproportionate share of the burden in this crisis. There's no question about it. And that is obviously because we want to keep schools open, Mr. Speaker, and we have to take such measures as we can. I would just remind the House, however, that we're not alone in this. In France, bars, restaurants and gyms will not reopen until January the 20th, the earliest. In Germany, the hospitality sector will remain closed in its entirety over Christmas. But we will do everything in our power to support our hospitality sector throughout this crisis. We've already extended the furlough scheme for all businesses until the end of March. We've provided monthly grants of up to £3,000 for premises forced to close and £2,100 for those that remain open but have suffered because of reduced demand. We've allocated £1.1 billion for local authorities to support businesses at particular risk. And today, Mr. Speaker, we're going further with a one-off payment of £1,000 in December to wet pubs. That's pubs, Mr. Speaker, that do not serve food, as the House knows, recognising how hard they've been hit by this virus in what is typically their busiest month. We will also work with the hospitality sector in supporting their bounce back next year. Mr. Speaker, I want to stress that the situation is profoundly different now because there is an end in sight. And I'm not this afternoon seeking open-ended measures. On the contrary, these regulations come with a sunset clause at the end of February, and at that point, at the end of the 2nd of February, I should say, Mr. Speaker. And at that point, we will have sufficient, at the end of the 2nd of February, we will have sufficient data to assess our position after Christmas. And though I believe these types of restrictions will be needed until the spring, they can only be extended beyond the 2nd of February if this House votes for them, Mr. Speaker, and I give way with pleasure to my...
Market Raisin Ward in the week up to 25th of November, 6 cases to go to Tier 3. East Ham Ward in London, 40 cases in that week to go into Tier 2. So what I want from my right honourable friend is an absolute personal commitment that he and his honourable friend, the Secretary of State, will look at this personally in the case of Lincolnshire, and they will do their level best to get us out of Tier 3 by Christmas.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I can certainly give my right honourable friend that assurance that we will look in as much granular detail as we can at the incidents throughout the country. But I wish, and these are points that have been made with great power, as I say, by honourable members on all sides of the House. We'll review the allocation of tiers every 14 days, starting on the 16th of December. And I just want to make an important point to my right honourable friend and to all members who are rightly concerned about the position of their constituencies, our constituencies, in these tiers. Honourable members have it in their powers, in our power, to help move our areas down the tiers by throwing their full weight, Mr. Speaker, throwing our full weight as leaders in our communities behind community testing and seizing the opportunity to encourage as many people as possible to take part. And I give way with pleasure to my right honourable.
I'm very grateful to the Prime Minister for giving way. Kent is the biggest county by population in Britain, and there are vast differences in the rate of COVID within it. In Tunbridge Wells, we have one of the lowest incidences in the country. So will the Prime Minister commit that at the first possible review on the 16th of December, if a particular borough meets the 5 criteria that he's set, he will move it down to a lower tier for that particular borough?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, and he's quite right to raise the position of Tunbridge Wells, and the feelings of the people of Tunbridge Wells, I know, are shared by many people across the country who feel this sense of, as I say, being unjustly attracted into the wrong level of tiering. And I repeat the assurance I've given to my honourable friend from Workington and Gainsborough Hospital. We will look in granular detail, Mr. Speaker, at local incidents, look at the human geography of the pandemic, and take account of exactly what is happening every 2 weeks, as I say. And it is in the power of honourable members, to repeat my point, to help their local area move down the tiers. I'm going to give way, I think, for one last time, Mr. Speaker, to the right honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful for the Prime Minister giving way. Will you ensure that anyone who wants to take a test to confirm that they don't have the virus before they visit family members over Christmas can have a test on the NHS?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're rolling out lateral flow testing across the country, and it is open to people to get a lateral flow test. But in general, the testing system is available at the moment for people who have symptoms. But I would urge people who are worried that they may need to be in company of those who are elderly or vulnerable to seek to get a rapid turnaround test. And may I suggest to him that one thing he could do for his constituents, if he wants to help them move out of the tier that they are in, is to encourage them all to take part in mass community testing, of a kind that the government is rolling out, and it depends very much on the cooperation of local leaders and local authorities of the kind that we've seen in Liverpool, Mr. Speaker, where since the 6th of November, over 284,000 tests have been conducted, and together with the effect of national restrictions, the number of cases fell by more than 2/3. And this is the model that I would recommend. We're now proposing that from tomorrow, Liverpool City, Region and Warrington should be in Tier 2, whereas previously, obviously, they were in Tier 3. And we want other regions and other towns, cities, communities to follow this path. And that's why, with the help of our fantastic armed forces, we'll be offering community testing to Tier 3 areas as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, let me just say, I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to the Prime Minister. What assessment has he done of compliance with previous lockdowns? And does he share my concern that people have just had enough and that the risk of non-compliance is very great, and that those who are compliant will then have the added frustration of watching those who won't comply doing whatever they want whilst they have to sit at home?
Well, Mr. Speaker, normally I find myself in agreement with my right honourable friend, but I must say I don't think that she's right in this instance, because if you look at what the British people have achieved in the last few weeks by following the guidance, by deciding to work together to get the R down, they have done just that, Mr. Speaker. Collectively, the people of this country have got the R back down below 1. That wasn't by non-compliance, Mr. Speaker. That was by the people of this country deciding to follow the rules, do it together, and get the virus down. And I would just say, Mr. Speaker, that I find it extraordinary that the official opposition, represented by the gentleman opposite, currently have no view on the way ahead and are not proposing to vote tonight. Perhaps he'd like to tell us.
Well, I'm very pleased to hear it. Many of us on this side believe that there should be restrictions, but believe that the Prime Minister's tiers are wrong. He's explaining very well there why he's going to come back on the 16th of December and come up with a system that we might be able to vote for. But the system he's coming up with today is totally inadequate. How is it possible that in Chesterfield, with 118 per 100,000, we're in Tier 3, but in London constituencies that he represents, a much higher level are in Tier 2? It's because our pub owners and our restaurateurs aren't worth it to him.
Mr. Speaker, I hope that the honourable gentleman will really think carefully about what he's just said. We're trying to look after pubs, restaurants, businesses across this entire country. And no one feels the anguish of those businesses more than this government. And I do think, however, it is extraordinary that in spite of the barrage of criticism that we have no credible plan from the party opposite. Indeed, we have no view. We have no view on the way ahead. It's a quite extraordinary thing, Mr. Speaker, that tonight, to the best of my knowledge, the right honourable gentleman opposite, who said he's always going to act in the national interest, has told his party to sit on its hands and to abstain in the vote tonight, Mr. Speaker. And I think The government has made its decision. We've taken some tough decisions, Mr. Speaker, and the Labour opposition has decided tonight heroically to abstain, Mr. Speaker. And I think when the history of this pandemic comes to be written, I think the people of this country will observe that instead of having politicians of all parties coming together in the national interest, they had one party taking the decisions, another party heroically deciding to abstain, Mr. Speaker. In the story of 2020, I think there are two great feats in which we can take a great deal of comfort. First, our country has come together in an extraordinary effort that has so far succeeded in protecting our NHS and in saving many lives. And while our scientists have been zeroing in on the weaknesses of COVID, telescoping 10 years of work into 10 months, and now their endeavours are about to deliver the means, as I say, to rout the virus. Then that is clear. The government is backing not one potential vaccine, but 7. We've ordered 100 million doses of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine that's now seeking regulatory approval. We've ordered 7 million doses of the Moderna vaccine, which has almost 95% effectiveness in trials. And, Mr. Speaker, we've ordered 40 million doses of the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, which, if approved by the regulator, could start being administered before Christmas. In total, Mr. Speaker, no, I'm coming there. In total, Mr. Speaker, our vaccines task force has secured more than 350 million doses, more than enough for everyone in the UK, the Crown dependencies and our overseas territories. All we need to do now, Mr. Speaker, is to hold our nerve until these vaccines are indeed in our grasp and indeed being injected into our arms. So I say to the House again, let us follow the guidance, let us roll out mass testing, let's work to deliver mass testing to the people of our country, let's work together to control the virus, and it is in that spirit that I commend these regulations, Mr. Speaker. I commend these regulations to the House.
The question is that motion number 3 is on the order paper. Can I just say to members, I will be introducing a 4-minute time limit, but I now go to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I start by welcoming the fall in infection numbers, the drop in the number of people being admitted to hospital, and crucially that the national R rate is now below 1, and below 1 in many parts of the country. That is very welcome news across the House. Before the lockdown, the infection rate was doubling every 2 weeks. The R number was above 1 in every part of England and rising, and the number of people in hospital was going up sharply across the country. In other words, the virus had been allowed to get out of control. And if anyone doubts that a lockdown was necessary, I would point out that since the 2nd of November, when this lockdown started, 10,711 people have tragically died within 28 days of testing positive for COVID-19. In the last week alone, that's an average of 460 deaths per day. That's appalling numbers, and every one is a tragedy. So we can argue about why this lockdown didn't happen earlier, when the infection rate was lower, as we argued for on this side of the House. But whatever view was taken of the timing, it's clear that the lockdown was necessary and has helped to reduce infections. Mr. Speaker, can I also welcome the progress on vaccines? I have nothing but admiration for our scientists and the amazing progress that's been made. And this is a great moment for our scientists. I myself went to Oxford University week before last to see the vaccine group there and to see the remarkable work that they were doing just before they announced their results. So a vaccine may now be in sight, and we must do everything we can to encourage take-up and make sure that it's rolled out quickly, fairly and safely. But, Mr. Speaker, the questions before this House today are these. How can we save as many lives and livelihoods as possible until we reach the light at the end of that tunnel? And are the measures that the Prime Minister has announced today going to control the virus and provide the right support to communities worst affected by these restrictions. Now, Labour has supported the government in 2 national lockdowns, and I recognise the need for continuing restrictions. And I do recognise that the tiers have been toughened, as it was obvious to everyone that the previous tiers were a one-way street to Tier 3. But I'm far from convinced by what the Prime Minister has said today. In particular, the economic package is nowhere near sufficient to support the communities most affected, and they've been suffering for many months. I'll just make some progress and I'll come back. I also fear that without the right health measures in place, in particular a working trace and isolate system, there are real risks that this plan is incapable of controlling the virus this winter. And I want to set that out in a bit more detail. Before I do so, I'll give way.
I'll thank the Leader of the Opposition. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that support for businesses, especially in Tier 3, who are struggling in the hospitality and in the arts sector in specifically, is just not enough because many of them are on the brink of collapse?
Just say to everybody in the chamber, with lots of speakers, those who are on early intervening is not fair to those later. People who aren't good to speak, I do understand, need to intervene. But please, let's think about each other. Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I do agree, and I'll come to the business support in a minute. But let me make the points in support of the case we make today. And the first point is this, that we've been here before. On the 10th of June, the Prime Minister told us for the first time of his whack-a-mole strategy to control local infections, the 10th of June. He told us it would be so effective that restrictions would only be for a few weeks or even a few days. That was far from reality. Leicester, for example, has just gone into the 154th day of restrictions, and by the time these regulations run out on the 2nd of February, Leicester will have been in restrictions for 217 days. So that didn't work, that 10th June proposal. I will in just 1 minute. Roll on to the 22nd of September. By now, infections rising in 19 of the 20 areas then under restrictions. The Prime Minister announced new restrictions, including the rule of 6. He stood and he told the House, and I quote, that the rule of 6, he said this, will curb the number of daily infections and reduce the reproduction rate to below 1. That's what he said about the rule of 6. So that didn't work. 2 weeks later, 12th of October, precise opposite happening, the Prime Minister stands up again, third time, introduces a 3-tier system. Again, he said this will work. He told the House this will deliver the reduction in the R rate locally and regionally that we need. That didn't work. 19 days later, fourth attempt now, a hurried press conference on a Saturday, the Prime Minister announced that the tier system had failed, the virus was out of control, and a national lockdown was now unavoidable. The reason this all matters, Mr. Speaker, because there's a pattern here. The Prime Minister's got a record of over-promising and under-delivering short-term decisions that then bump into the harsh reality of the virus. And then a new plan is conjured up a few weeks later. We're now on at least the 5th, with an even bigger promise that never materialises. Now, after 8 months, the Prime Minister should not be surprised that we and many of the British people are far less convinced this time round. I will give way.
I thank the honourable gentleman, right honourable gentleman, hugely. I have a biology degree, and I'm going to take a wild punt that I'm one of the few members of this House that actually used the word epidemiology in anger before January this year. We have choices to control this virus. We can have a lockdown, we can have a tiered system, or we can have no lockdown, where lives like John and Ken, who we've just recently lost in my family to this awful COVID, have happened. Why will the right honourable gentleman of the Labour Party not support these measures that are saving lives tonight?
Well, I'm grateful for that intervention. I'm setting out exactly why not, and I will take interventions along the way so that what I say can be challenged. But the first point is, which I've just finished, that we have been here before. This is at least plan number 5, and the first 4 haven't worked. So I think everybody would forgive the British public for being sceptical about the 5th plan. And I will go on to set out, because the second point I want to make is this. The public health risk of the Prime Minister's approach is significant. The prevalence of the virus remains high. Even if the R rate is below 1, it's only just below 1. And we know that the virus is at its most deadly during the cold winter months, exactly when the NHS is under the most strain. So if we're to keep the R rate below 1 during winter and not waste the progress that's been made in the last 4 weeks, we need to proceed with precision and caution. But instead of levelling with the British public, the Prime Minister has spent the weekend telling his backbenchers that the plan is all about, in his words, loosening restrictions across the country. And he's been fuelling a promise that within 2 weeks or so, local areas have a real prospect of dropping from tier 1, to a tier below the one that they're in. We need to level. In my view, that is highly unlikely, and we might as well face that now.
Will you give way?
It is obvious that the new tier 1 may slow, but it won't prevent a rise in infections, and is far from certain that the new tier 2 can hold the rate of infection. I hear the mutterings, but let's just see where we are in 2 weeks. And I look across the House to members across the House who think that perhaps in 2 weeks their area is going to drop down a tier just before Christmas. Let's see. This isn't hindsight. I'm telling you what's going to happen in 2 weeks. Now, we know where we will be. We know where we'll be in 2 weeks, and I've no doubt there'll be members on the opposite side getting up and saying, I thought my area was going to drop a tier just before Christmas. That's not levelling. That's not being straight, because that is not going to happen. Tier 1, the new tier 1 may slow the rate of infection, but it won't prevent it increasing. And tier 2 will struggle to hold the rate of infection. I hope it does. I hope I stand here and I'm wrong about this. And I think all members hope I'm wrong about it. But tier 2...
Order. Mrs. Ambrose, it's a continuous... We've had it for a few weeks now. Let's have a rest today. Keir Starmer.
Tier 2 crucially depends on all other factors falling into place at exactly the same time. And although everybody will welcome the chance to see our loved ones at Christmas, I'm not convinced the government's got a sufficiently robust plan in place to prevent a spike in infections over the new year. Now, of course, this is difficult, and all systems would have risk. But that brings me to my third point. The risk we face today, in the decisions we make today, are much higher because the Prime Minister has failed to fix the major problems with the now £22 billion track and trace system. Before the Prime Minister simply brushes the point aside again, let me remind him and the House that one of the major reasons that SAGE advised a circuit break back in September was because track and trace was only having, in their words, a marginal impact on transmission. So the great thing that was going to control the virus wasn't working then. And if we're to control this virus, that really matters. And the Prime Minister having his head in the sand isn't helping. Now, I know the Prime Minister will say we've made advances in testing. I recognise that, and I genuinely hope it helps to tackle the virus. But let me quote the Chief Scientific Officer, who said this: testing is important. Testing is important, but of course it only matters if people isolate as well. That's blindingly obvious. But only a fraction of people who should be self-isolating are doing so. And the Prime Minister still hasn't addressed the reasons for this, including the huge gaps in support. I know that there's been an announcement about the change of those notified by the app, a ridiculous submission in the first place, but it doesn't affect basic eligibility. Only 1 in 8 workers qualify for the one-off £500 self-isolation support. 1 in 8 qualify for that support. Anyone not receiving that has to rely on statutory sick pay, which is the equivalent of £13 a day. That is a huge problem that needs to be addressed. People want to do the right thing, but for many, there's a real fear that self-isolation means a huge loss of income that they simply can't afford. Now, I think, and I can't prove this, that one of the main reasons that people aren't passing on their contacts in the way we want is because they fear that those that they are passing on the contacts for won't be able to afford to self-isolate. That is a real problem, and we can't carry on ignoring it. I will.
The right honourable gentleman is doing a very good job. It's his job to criticise the government, and of course mistakes will be made, but a credible opposition has a plan of its own. What is the plan of the Labour Party?
Yeah. But can I just say again, your second bite of the cherry is other people as well, please.
I'll come to that, but I need to... I've accepted the case for restrictions. We were very clear about the need for a circuit break. We need to go into restrictions, but we need a scheme that works. And I'm explaining what the problem is with this scheme as we go through it. Because let me stay with track and trace. Let me stay with track and trace, because we know the claims the Prime Minister made about this at the beginning of the year and the middle of the year. Because on tracing, crucial, tracing, the latest figures show 137,000 close contacts were missed by the system in 1 week. That's the highest weekly figure yet. This is not a figure that's going down. It's a figure that's going up. That means that over 500,000 close contacts have been missed by the system in the last month. That's not a statistic. That's 500,000 people who should have been self-isolating, but instead of self-isolating, they were with their friends, their families, and their communities. 500,000 people in 1 month. That is a huge gap in the defences. I raise this every week. The Prime Minister pretends it's getting better, but it never does. The Prime Minister has almost given up on this now and put mass testing in its place. Again, blind optimism, not a plan. But the idea that we can go through the next few months and successfully keep the virus under control when 500,000 people a month are wandering around when they should be self-isolating is not a sensible plan going forward. My fourth point is to come to the level of economic support that's provided. I have to say to the Prime Minister, it's hard to overstate the level of anger there is about this out there in our communities, many of whom have been in restrictions for months on end. Yesterday, I did a virtual visit to the northwest, to local businesses there. Their emotions range from deep disappointment of the government to raw anger that the Prime Minister and Chancellor just aren't listening and don't get the impact of months of endless restrictions and the impact they've had on local communities. In March, the Prime Minister vowed the Chancellor vowed to do whatever it takes to support households and businesses. But there's now been 6 economic plans in 9 months, and the level of support is still insufficient. For these reasons, and let me spell them out, the Prime Minister mumbles. Let me spell out. First, the scheme doesn't fairly reflect the difficulties faced in businesses across the country. I'd be surprised if members' offices aren't picking this up from their constituents and businesses. Let me start with the additional restrictions grant, which gives a flat figure to local areas regardless of how long they've been in restrictions. So that means Greater Manchester, which will be on its 40th day of severe restrictions when it enters Tier 3 tomorrow, has received the same one-off support as the Isle of Wight, which went into restrictions far later and will emerge tomorrow into Tier 1. That is unfair, and everybody knows it's unfair, and everybody in this House is being told by their constituents and by their businesses that it's unfair. So to pretend it isn't there just isn't real, Prime Minister. The second aspect, I'll come to that aspect, the second aspect is this. The grant doesn't take account of the number of businesses that need support in each area. So our great cities are being asked to spread the same sum far more thinly. And that's also clearly unfair. Our constituents know it's unfair. Our businesses know it's unfair. And nothing has been done about it. The third aspect, even allowing for today's announcement on pubs, which I think is the definition of small beer, many businesses are now receiving less support than they did during the first wave. That's a huge strain for businesses, particularly those that have been so long under restrictions. And it makes no economic sense for the government to allow them to go to the wall. The second, putting the grant system on one side, the second major point about the economic support is this, that millions of self-employed people remain unfairly excluded from the government support schemes. Again, there's nothing that's been done about this. I've raised it so many times with the Prime Minister, so have others. Every time he chooses to talk about those that are within the scheme, ignoring those that are not in the scheme. This is 8 months on, and we're facing another 3 or 4 months of this, which means 12 months without the support that's needed in those areas. I will.
Extremely grateful to the right honourable gentleman for giving way. He talks about those people who have been excluded from support and focusing in on who those people are. They include people who set up their own businesses 18 months ago, directors of very small limited companies, taxi drivers, hairdressers and the like. These are the entrepreneurs we need to build Britain back as we recover from the economic wreckage of the coronavirus. Does he agree with me? We should be investing in those people, not excluding them and leaving many of them in deep and dangerous debt.
I do, and their cry still hasn't been heard. Now, I accept that in putting together a support package in a hurry back in March, there may have been reasons why certain groups were overlooked. But this is 8 months on. This has been pointed out over and over again. And here we go into a tiered system, and there's still that gap in the system, and it's being very strongly felt out there. The third point about the economic package is this, that the government must remove the uncertainty about furlough and rule out changing the scheme again in January. This is crucial because businesses are beginning to make decisions about what they do in January. The Chancellor made this mistake before. By the time the furlough was extended, many businesses had laid people off because it came too late. We know what happens in this circumstance. The uncertainty has already caused real economic damage, and we can't afford the same mistake again. So taken together, the business and economic support just doesn't stack up. I want to make a wider point about the economic damage that this pandemic and the government have done to our economy. Last week's autumn statement laid bare the huge and worsening economic cost of the crisis. I know that there are those that say, well, that's the reason to end restrictions. But the reality is you can't protect the economy if you lose control of the virus. That just leads to more uncertainty, more restrictions, and more long-term damage to the economy. And it's the failure to get control of the virus or take a long-term approach to shielding our economy that's left the UK with the worst economic recession of the G7 and the highest death toll in Europe. The fifth reason for scepticism about the government's approach is this: managing and priorities. The last 48 hours have been a summary of the mistakes the government's made in this crisis. The Prime Minister is fatally split between appeasing his backbenchers and following the science, and he's ending up pleasing nobody. I think the Prime Minister knows that tough restrictions are now needed, but he pretends that the restrictions might not be in place for very long. He pretends that it's quite possible that everybody will be in a lower tier in 2 weeks' time. The reality is that tough restrictions will be needed until the vaccine is rolled out. That may be months away. The Prime Minister will doubtless be back in a few weeks with another plan, but the Prime Minister doesn't make that case today or provide the certainty or the consistency that we need. So in the last 48 hours, we've had concessions, letters and promises to his MPs, not clear and reliable messaging to the public, and that's symptomatic of the problem. Mr. Speaker, coronavirus remains a serious threat to the public's health, to our economy and to our way of life. We recognise the need for continued restrictions, but it's not in the national interest to vote these restrictions down today, and we will allow these restrictions to pass. But it's another wasted... Well, we accept the case for restrictions. We want a plan that's going to work. We're on Plan 5, and this one's full of holes. We have been there so many times. So many times the Prime Minister stood there and said, this is the plan, this is the plan, this will solve the problem. Fifth time round, still a plan, with holes that have been there for months and still not closed. Why is track and trace still not working? Why are the gaps in the support still there? Why are those that are excluding not included? Why are those that have to self-isolate not given the support to do so? These are huge gaps in the system, and to simply vote through a plan without recognising those problems is not going to help. Now, I accept the case for restrictions. We will not stand in the way of these regulations. We do not want the restrictions to come off, but I'm not going to stand here and pretend, as the Prime Minister does, that this is the plan that's going to solve it all, vote for this, and it'll all be fine through to Easter. That is not going to happen, and nobody should vote on that basis today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And
I have to say that while there are many points of merit that the Right Honourable Gentleman has just raised, he's left the House and the public with the impression that he is happy for these restrictions to go through, he just won't vote for them. And I think that the idea that that's the kind of atmosphere that the public wants, or will encourage the public to comply and to cooperate when there is disagreement between the main parties on these fundamental issues that can't be resolved in a sensible way, I think the public will be disappointed with that. And I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I'm grateful. Well, there might be a different interpretation of the events that we've just passed, mightn't there? Which is that a lot of us are very concerned that the Prime Minister doesn't give the full story to the House and to the nation. The truth is, we're almost certainly going to see another lockdown in January, aren't we? A full lockdown across the whole of the United Kingdom. The Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, I hear the Prime Minister say it's not what we want. Nobody wants any of this. Of course we don't, but we have to be honest and straightforward with the British people. And these measures today are not sufficient to the day.
I didn't hear my right honourable friend make the promise that he is suggesting that he made. I think my right honourable friend is being perfectly honest with the House on this. I think it's very difficult. I'll come to the point. But I want to concentrate on what we agree about. We all agree we want to keep the R rate below 1 while minimising the restrictions on people's lives and limiting the economic damage. If the R rate rises above 1, then this becomes much too difficult to predict and control. It has a multiplying effect even if the R rate remains constant. And it's perfectly legitimate for colleagues on this side to press the government for more clarity about why the government believes the NHS is at risk of being overwhelmed. Data for much of the country does not suggest that at the moment. But it's not uncommon for hospitals to become overrun during the winter months. That's without the addition of COVID. It's also reasonable for government to fear that the rising rate of COVID infections would lead to exactly that in some areas, or much worse, unless we can keep the R number around or below 1. And that's all that these measures can be expected to achieve. It's right to press the government for more analysis of the economic impact of these measures, but maybe the government was wrong to raise the expectation that they could provide this degree of certainty where so much uncertainty exists. Equally, it must be agreed it is impossible to predict the economic consequences of a rapid spread of the virus. And I understand the frustration of representing a low virus constituency but included in a tier 2 area, and the need to provide the right support to business being badly hit. But these are not about alternatives to the fundamentals of this policy, which I believe the opposition is trying to avoid. The real question is, and it's also a legitimate question, is will these tiers be enough? I hope tier 2 will keep Essex below the R1, but there is doubt. Tier 2 did not work before. We must look upon this period as a further period of transition to when vaccines will begin to become available. We should look ahead at the challenges the vaccine programmes will present and give thought to how we will provide reassurance that the vaccine that you are being invited to accept is right for you. And in the meantime, the challenge is to ensure that we can move down the tiers, not just into tier 1, but to remain in tier 1, even if the vaccines take time to become effective and at scale. And this will depend upon how we all behave and the example that we set and what we do to encourage confidence and cooperation with test and trace operations. There is much to ask the government which time does not allow today about how to improve trace and isolate operations, particularly at local level, and about how the community volunteer hubs could help support people who should isolate. That is vital work now. The last thing I want is to vote for these restrictions today, but until there are better alternatives, we have no alternative and should support them. And I'm sorry that Her Majesty's opposition are trying to avoid that truth. The government has also the opportunity to learn by continuing to listen and to gain public confidence from that.
Patrick Grady.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The motions before the House
do relate exclusively to England, but that doesn't mean they don't have consequences across these islands, and so it is important, I think, that the voice of the Scottish National Party is heard in this debate. Although, in line with our long-standing practice, as regards matters that are devolved, we won't take part in any division this evening, and I'm sure that's of some assistance to the Government Whip's office. And perhaps the first thing the Government needs to consider is why it has got to that stage. Scotland has passed similar, but not identical, regulations with a far greater degree of cross-party and intra-party consensus than seems to have been managed here in Westminster. And perhaps that's because the First Minister and her Cabinet Secretaries and the senior public health officials have always taken a commendably frank and honest approach with the people of Scotland about the challenges of the virus and the difficulty of the decisions that have to be made. In the summertime, the First Minister initiated a national dialogue with people across Scotland on what a roadmap out of the initial lockdown should and could look like. Instead of promising moonshots and world-beating systems and that it would all be over by Christmas, the Scottish Government and the other devolved governments have worked to take people with them, whether that's the public at large or whether it's their own backbenchers. And we've always been clear that public health and saving lives has to be the priority. Whatever the pain, and there is real pain caused to the economy and livelihoods by these kind of restrictions, that pain is as nothing to a life ended too soon, to a family or a community bereaved by this dreadful disease. And as always, the Scottish National Party sends its deepest sympathies to all those who have lost a loved one as a result of the pandemic. But that's not to minimise the impact and effects of the economic pain. I see it firsthand in Glasgow North, which thrives on the hospitality and entertainment and events sector, and will be interested to find out what the consequences of the government's announcement today about support for pubs will be north of the border. My constituency is home to thousands of creatives, of start-ups, of entrepreneurs who have all been left behind, forgotten, excluded from the Chancellor's support package. We hear the impact from the families genuinely terrified that the £20 universal credit uplift will not be extended beyond March, and from those on legacy benefits who have yet to see a similar uplift. And we all feel the struggle of the frontline public sector workers busting a gut to keep the services that we all depend on going in the most difficult of circumstances. And support for all of these groups, and for those who need to isolate, which is absolutely critical to stopping the virus. In support for these groups, the government has been found wanting, and the Prime Minister was chuntering to the Leader of the Opposition, saying, how do we get people to self-isolate? Well, as he said, start by paying a decent rate of statutory sick pay. Make it affordable for people to stay at home and stay safe. And perhaps if the government had made more effort to support those people, to support the excluded, to support families who are struggling, then it wouldn't be feeling the heat that it is now from its own backbenches. And we just, Madam Deputy Speaker, need to compare that to what we've heard in the last few days in Scotland. A £500 bonus for all NHS and social care staff. For 10 weeks, we all clapped for carers, but that was never going to be enough. And this is a gesture of thanks for extraordinary service. And I really hope the Prime Minister and the Chancellor will have the decency not to level tax on this well-deserved reward. And for the families who need it most, a £100 one-off payment before Christmas to households with children in receipt of free school meals. And a commitment that all primary children will receive free meals, breakfast and lunch, at school and all year round if the SNP is re-elected next year. That's the difference that devolution makes. For NHS workers and families in receipt of these payments, that's not a disaster. That's a Scottish Government working for and delivering for their best interests and the interests of our society as a whole. And if it means that we are using our share of money that the UK Treasury has borrowed on Scotland's behalf, well, that's the point of devolution. And if the Tories don't like it, and I hear some chuntering, the solution is very simple. Independence for Scotland would have meant we could have raised our own finance on our own terms and spent it on our priorities in our own time. And we certainly would have had to wait for the South East of England to be placed into lockdown before the furlough scheme was extended across the whole of the UK. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, if the Prime Minister is feeling pressure from his own side today, he only has himself to blame. Real leadership is about being able to make the hard choices and be honest with people when mistakes are made, especially in a time of crisis. People don't want bluster and false hope. They want honesty and determination and empathy. The devolved governments have always sought a four nations approach wherever possible, and we've seen that agreement can be reached in the provisions being made for those who need to travel to see loved ones over Christmas. And while that period of easing will be welcomed by many, all of us will have an extra responsibility to be extra vigilant, to minimise risk, to practice social distance, our good hand hygiene, wearing our face coverings, and all the other steps that we've become familiar with. But that familiarity cannot become complacency. The threat of the virus to overwhelm our health service, to undermine the economy, and to individual lives across the country has not gone away. So while we welcome the light at the end of the tunnel as vaccines come online, that light must be approached slowly and carefully. So that's why Scotland will continue with its tier system and the difficult decisions that we need until the virus is beaten. The other devolved nations are making similar decisions, and members representing England in this place have a responsibility to do likewise.
Sir Graham Brady.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I say at the outset that I think the Prime Minister's instincts in this matter are not so different from mine, and I recognise the difficulty and the burden that he carries. This is a difficult matter, and there are difficult decisions to take. Freedom, Madam Deputy Speaker, is not an absolute, but it should be regarded as precious, and it should be always the strongest possible presumption in its favour. If government is to take away fundamental liberties of the people whom we represent, they must demonstrate beyond question that they are acting in a way that is both proportionate and absolutely necessary. Today, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe the government has failed to make that compelling case. The benefit of the doubt that this House has extended to government in March and since is harder to take for granted in December. Madam Deputy Speaker, 6 weeks ago, many of us made the case that the curfew policy at 10 p.m. was not just unnecessary, but that it was counterproductive. Today, the government apparently agrees that the 10 p.m. curfew makes no sense. A month ago, the government insisted that golf and tennis and bowls and gyms were unsafe. Now, it seems that they are not. Madam Deputy Speaker, before the second lockdown, I invited the House to consider whether government had the right to make it illegal for people to see their children, their grandchildren, or their elderly relatives, whether government had the right to ban collective worship or to take away the right to work to support your family. Different people, different members of this House, will draw the line in different places. But we must all accept that these are fundamental freedoms of our constituents, and we should insist on compelling evidence before we allow them to be compromised. That is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, I asked for an impact assessment a month ago, and also for a transparent publication of the criteria that would be used to decide in which tier our constituents would be placed, but also, crucially, the weighting that would be applied to each of those criteria. Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituents in the Borough of Trafford have been placed unfairly in Tier 3, in spite of COVID test figures that are well below the average for England. Currently, the rate is 127.7 per 100,000 and falling rapidly. But I looked in vain at the document published late yesterday for any explanation or any route being set out as to how we would reach that low tier. There was no serious attempt in that document to provide an answer. In the absence of that serious and compelling case, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have no choice but to oppose these measures.
Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would say to the Right Honourable Gentleman for Altrincham and Sale West that this debate is indeed about freedom, but it's also about the balance of risks and costs. The risks to life and the costs to businesses and families, which are both substantial and deeply worrying to every single member of this House. But it's also a debate about facts. What are the facts? And here we know that our debate in this country, and indeed across the world, about how to handle this epidemic is disputed by some. And it is a dispute in which the truth and the uncertainty, because some of this is all about scientific uncertainty, wrestle with the plainly false. And it is about the impact of that on vaccination that I want to say a few words today. For months now, we have lived through restrictions. We have seen people die. We have seen our local businesses suffer. And from time to time, we have lifted our eyes to the horizon in the hope of glimpsing something that is a bit better. Well, something has now appeared. To use a seasonal analogy, in the dark winter sky, there are 3 new stars have appeared, and they are the 3 new vaccines which have been developed and are awaiting approval. And as has been said already, every single one of us owes an enormous debt of gratitude to the scientists and the volunteers who took part, and to all of the people in the NHS, local authorities, our forces and others, who, as we speak, are making preparation for the mass vaccination programme to come. But that too is disputed by some people, although I think it's really important, Madam Deputy Speaker, we distinguish between the conspiracy theorist anti-vaxxers, on the one hand, and those who have genuine questions and concerns on the other. Now, it may seem incredible to every single one of us that there are people who believe those conspiracy theories, one of which apparently is that governments wish to inject us all with microchips. Given the problems there have been with handling other aspects of the epidemic, I don't think any government of the world would have the capability to do that. It is, of course, complete nonsense, but more seriously, we remember the huge anxiety that was caused by the false claim that autism was caused by the MMR vaccine. Now, that study was eventually discredited, the doctor responsible struck off, but the damage had been done, and the anti-vax conspiracy theorists are still touting their lethal wares around the internet. The fact is that vaccination has saved millions and millions of lives since Edward Jenner developed the first successful vaccine in 1796. And in the last 30 years, vaccination against polio has almost eradicated that terrible disease. There are just 2 countries left in the world where it still exists, Pakistan and Afghanistan, and that is in part down to some people who have killed brave health workers who were only trying to save the lives of children. And therefore anything and everything, and I say this to the Health Secretary, that can be done to take on those who spread falsehoods will have the full support of this House. But it is also a fact that there are people who have genuine questions and concerns. And I just say it's really important that we provide as much information as possible so people can weigh up the facts, talk to their GPs and make a decision. Now, I welcome the decision that vaccination will not be compulsory. It should not be compulsory. But nor should we forget that it is both a fact and the truth that the more of us who are vaccinated, the better the chance we have of defeating this disease. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, subject to the regulators saying they are safe, I, for one, will be queuing with my sleeve rolled up when the time comes.
David Davis.
The right honourable gentleman leaves me with an interesting image to start my speech. Let's look at the facts, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government tells us that this is all about protecting the National Health Service. Fine. So let's start with the hard UK numbers. The number of COVID-19 patients in hospitals reached a peak of 16,612 in the UK out of 127,000 hospital beds nationwide a week or 2 ago. Number of patients in critical care beds reached a peak of 1,489 with a UK-wide capacity of at least 4,500. And at the recent peak of the virus, the National Health Service had 13,000 free hospital beds and 18% of critical care beds free, which is better than it usually is at this time of year, significantly better. So cause for concern because of the potential growth of the virus, but not cause for panic. Now, the government undoubtedly has to act, but it should do so on the basis of hard facts. What we're talking about today, of course, is what the government thinks of as a localised lockdown, tiers 1, 2 and 3. But we know from other studies around the world, other countries around the world, what does work and what does not. We don't have to guess. There's actually hard evidence. Some of the select committees have covered that hard evidence. What does work is very, very narrowly targeted interventions. with intensive testing and tracking of contacts and highly localised lockdowns. Take Germany, who have their fair share of densely populated areas, but have a death rate of 1/4 of ours. Their concept of a local lockdown may be at its biggest, the city of Gütersloh, with a population of 101,000, or Warendorf, 37,000, or one meatpacking factory, 7,000, or even one block of flats, 700 people. That's what they think of as a localised lockdown. Compare that to us. We locked down Liverpool City region, 1.5 million. Greater Manchester, 2.8 million. Yorkshire and Humber, 4.7 million. Anything but a precise lockdown. Other countries as well, like South Korea and Vietnam, have used a similarly targeted approach to contain the virus with spectacularly better results than we have achieved. South Korea has just 10 deaths per million of population. Vietnam is even more successful, with about half a death per million of population. Now, these measures will undoubtedly go through today, but I will not be voting for them. When we come to vote on them, I'll expect that next time, in early February, according to the Prime Minister, I will hope they'll be massively more targeted. Restrictions on a local authority level, which we have now, is not enough. We must follow the example of Germany, South Korea and others by having restrictions imposed on a much smaller area. They work better, they're fairer, and they cause much less economic damage. We don't know for sure whether blanket lockdown restrictions work to suppress the virus. But what we do know for sure is the economic damage caused by such restrictions. The impact on people's livelihoods and even their mental health is absolutely clear. As my honourable friend, the Chairman of 22, said earlier, in this country we do not give up our freedoms lightly. What we need today is a policy of maximum protection for minimum damage. This policy is not it, and I hope the next iteration in February does a much better job.
Graham Stringer.
It's a pleasure to follow the right honourable gentleman. I have to say I agree with him, and I will be voting against these regulations this evening. But he has persuaded me to change what I was going to say by the power of his speech, because we don't have to look to Germany and Vietnam to see what it is necessary to do. We have to look at 200 years of public health in this country, which has always been done at a local level. And one of the problems with the systems that the government have followed, like all governments, they want to centralise things. They want to take control. And it is not just the fact that people suffer financially and won't isolate themselves. It is that the central system is so slow at getting the information out to people that they need to isolate, that by the time it's got there, the £22 billion or whatever we've spent on it has been wasted. It's gone. The information is useless. And in actual fact, we have also seen evidence that Public Health England have withheld information from local public health authorities. So if we want, when we come back in 2 months' time, to get it right, we must decentralise the expenditure and get it into local public health systems. What I was going to say before the right honourable gentleman spoke was that there isn't a way forward where people don't die in this situation. That's tragic, and everybody in this House wants to minimise the number of deaths. But we sometimes speak as though if we have the most restrictive measures, which will undoubtedly stop people contracting COVID, that will be fine. It's not. The first lockdown led to people dying from cancer, as cancer services were withdrawn. People didn't go to hospitals, and if they did go to hospitals, they often didn't get treatment. The number of people dying at home increased dramatically over that period. So the proposals before us today will lead to more of that, a withdrawal of the health services from some people. They will be extraordinarily damaging to the economy of Greater Manchester and other parts of the United Kingdom economy. And remember, poverty kills. It's not just cancer and COVID that kills, poverty kills. People commit suicide. Children who have had their education withdrawn, suicide rates amongst children are up by 40%. So there is huge damage done across the board. And if we look at the basis of the decisions, people say that it's been informed by the science. Well, I can't see that. When we had the Secretary of State for Health before the Joint Committees of Health and Science on the 23rd of November, and we asked him about what criteria he was going to use to determine which areas went into which tier. He couldn't tell us. Has there been a cost-benefit analysis? He could tell us because Greater Manchester leaders told him that he'd got his figures wrong, that in effect, he didn't use the word punish, but in effect, Greater Manchester was going to be punished for taking time to put him right on the science and the detail of what was happening in Greater Manchester. When it came to consider, I will give way to the right honourable gentleman.
I want to help him with his time, but just to say to him this, that the science is not the same as the opinion of a single scientist.
I couldn't agree more. And one can go right away from the Barrington Group to the people advising the government. If you have science to send a rocket to the moon, it is exact. The science on epidemics is not exact. It is open to different opinions. What I was going to finish on, I think the Secretary of State showed his prejudice against Greater Manchester, and the proposals he's put forward will wreak economic havoc on Greater Manchester. And we are told, although we clearly weren't present, that when the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster was making his proposals to lock down London, the Prime Minister, ex-Mayor of London, said, no, you can't do that, it will cost 500,000 jobs. And what that means to me is this government are valuing jobs in London over jobs in Manchester and elsewhere in the country.
Andrea Leadsom.
Madam Deputy Speaker, on Bonfire Night, normally a superb family occasion, this House locked down our nation for the second time, inflicting great damage on the livelihoods, the mental health and the well-being of our constituents, all in the interests of the greater good. I reluctantly supported that lockdown, but made clear to my whip that I would not vote for any extension unless it was made clear to me why such an extension would be the lesser of all evils. And I'm afraid the document provided by the government yesterday does little to address my concerns and therefore doesn't allow me to reassure my constituents. It deals with the here and now. It doesn't provide an analysis of the long-term impact on people's lives, nor does it explain why South Northamptonshire must be in Tier 2. There's no analysis of the counterfactual, i.e. what would happen if there was no lockdown and people were given sound advice rather than forced in law to comply. And here, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a fundamental concern. We already know that compliance is a serious issue in some places and sectors. There are lots of jokes circulating about how you can eat a substantial Scotch egg with your pint in the pub, but not a bag of pork scratchings. And how different households meeting inside a restaurant will be rebranding their party as a business gathering. But in fact, these are very serious. What they graphically illustrate is that those with the nous and desire to get around the rules will do so, and those who are more compliant will suffer the frustration of seeing others flouting the rules that they themselves do not break. I have many concerns. A constituent told me recently that she finds it unbelievable that a mixed group of tradesmen can work in an enclosed space, one of them being her own husband, and yet she's been unable to see her daughter indoors in their spacious sitting room, even though she would, of course, take extra special care. How is this fair or logical? Just yesterday I was speaking to primary school head teachers who raised with me their grave concern that they are on their knees working to ensure every child can be in school, but they're finding other services unavailable to them, such as child psychology assessments and supervision for non-resident parents, who all seem to be only sporadically available and never in person. How is this fair or logical? And then last week, I held a meeting of my South Northants Business Club, talking to small businesses who are flat out trying to survive and preserve their life's work. One is a golf and hotel complex that is still unable to provide a service compared to the big fast food chains who can outcompete through takeaways and deliveries. Another, a wedding events organiser with a beautiful stone barn that can seat up to 80, completely socially distanced. But their facility is for weddings and events rather than a licensed restaurant, so they can't open. How is this fair or logical? And then there's the long-term health implications. My great fear is that my constituents are not accessing healthcare as they don't want to bother anyone. And speaking to GPs in my patch, they share that fear. And what will the long-term mental health impact be of this year's tsunami of loneliness, in particular for those with memory loss, for whom this isolation has been so disastrous, and those who've had a baby in lockdown, who've been isolated with virtually no face-to-face help? I was concerned on the 5th of November, and I remain so today. So my final questions to the government are, why are we going back into the tiering systems? Did the lockdown work or didn't it? And what are the merits of the ongoing constraints on my constituents versus the ongoing visible costs to them? I want to support my government and my Prime Minister in the lobby this evening, but I can't and won't inflict deliberate harm on my constituency unless I can see for myself that to do nothing would be worse.
Tamanjeet Singh Desai.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak in this very important debate, which will have a huge impact on my Slough constituents and those across the country who face the prospect of entering Tier 3 tomorrow. Since restrictions began in March, we have all made huge sacrifices to curb the spread of this deadly virus, which I know from personal experience can be devastating. We have all accepted that we have a role to play to protect those who are more vulnerable to this virus, and we have all seen the impact this virus has had on communities up and down the country, especially those who are elderly, from more disadvantaged background, or those from Black, Asian and minority ethnic communities. As we leave our second national lockdown this year, we must recognise we are where we are because the previous three-tier system did not work. Nobody wants a repeat of that. We must ensure that the new system protects lives, supports businesses, and no area is left behind. The system which has been proposed, sadly, does not achieve this. Despite the excellent work of our local Slough Borough Council, public health teams and volunteers, Slough's current high weekly infection rate has placed us in a very high alert tier. It is right that with high coronavirus numbers, stricter measures should be implemented to protect lives. However, it was to my absolute astonishment upon checking nearby areas that Slough was a dot of red in a sea of orange tier 2s. Despite committing to a regional approach, Slough has been made a special case, segregated from the rest of Berkshire County and the wider region. It appears based on an arbitrary political decision and an anomaly nationwide. Areas in Essex, London and Surrey all have local authorities with comparable, if not higher, infection rates to my Slough constituency, yet similar action has not been taken. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the tiered system to work, it must be consistently applied and based on scientific evidence. Yet at a time when we need fairness, clarity and transparency, all we have is confusion and mixed messaging. This is particularly detrimental for businesses who under normal circumstances would often be heading into the busiest period of the year. And they are now faced with no clear plan or adequate support from the government. I've been contacted by hundreds of Slough constituents concerned about the impact Tier 3 restrictions will have on their livelihoods without increased support. Businesses in the dark, eligibility issues around the self-isolation support payment, inadequate support that does not reflect business need or length of time under each tier. The government has had months to prepare and fix the many issues which Labour have been consistently highlighting. Back in October, Madam Deputy Speaker, prior to our month-long lockdown, I called upon the Prime Minister to fix our test, track and trace system and hand responsibility from Serco to local public health teams who know their area. Yet the government is just not listening and continues to fail us. And the budget now is at a staggering £22 billion, more than the annual budget for the police and fire services combined. And in the last few seconds that I've got, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would say that we need much more funding and resources for our local public health teams. And with each day of government incompetence, lives and livelihoods are put at risk. And despite the doubts about these new proposals, I sincerely hope that they, along with the excellent news of a vaccine on the horizon, that with that things vastly improve, or are fair that we will be headed to further lockdowns in the future.
Damien Green.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise with some sadness to oppose this motion, as I recognise the hugely difficult decisions ministers have to make and the many successes that my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary and his team have brought about in recent months. But as the first member from Kent to be called in this debate, I'd be failing my constituents if I didn't register a strong protest about the way the tiers have been applied in a fashion which to many people feels arbitrary. I should say, of course I don't share the views of those who think any restrictions are unnecessary, still less those who think this is part of some great conspiracy. What I want to see is a balanced and effective approach to saving lives and jobs. I reject the idea that you have to choose between lives and livelihoods. Of course we will save more jobs if we control the virus as fast as possible. And it's reckless and inhumane to argue that the deaths of older people is something we should just put up with. But to be as effective as possible, the new tiered system needs wide public consent. In the end, we're all responsible for our own actions. So I want to see a system that encourages the most people to obey the rules for the largest amount of time. I put to the Prime Minister last week the thoughts of a constituent who said that if the government imposes stupid rules, people will stop obeying the sensible rules as well. This was sadly dismissed. Since then, the national debate has moved on to how big a Scotch egg has to be to constitute a substantial meal. I rest my case. I'm afraid what we have before us today fails the test of maximising voluntary public support. To be specific, it certainly does in my constituency, where I've had the most angry emails over a weekend since the Dominic Cummings trip to Barnard Castle. The problem for us is the sheer size of Kent and the huge disparity of rates of infection between different parts of the county. There are rural areas in the southwest of the county which have very low rates, which are many miles from the areas in the northeast of the county, where rates are indeed alarmingly high and which absolutely need to be in Tier 3. I'm grateful to the Prime Minister for his indications earlier on this, but they are not yet quite a commitment. I don't believe in simply whinging, so we have suggested an alternative route to ministers. We've said that instead of putting an entire county or region into a particular tier, we should do it on a borough or district basis. I hope that this idea is indeed being seriously considered in government now. One advantage of this approach would be that it would be more flexible for ministers to decide to move areas between tiers. So this would give people some hope, given that only 1% of the population is in Tier 1, that they might have more of their normal life restored quickly. Two more points. First, from my constituency point of view, what was the point of the second lockdown? The national figures are pointing in the right direction, but we entered it in Tier 1 and leave it in Tier 3. That's a puzzle for a successful policy. But if that's puzzling, even more so is why it seems to have worked in every part of the country except North East Kent. Genuinely, why is that? And secondly, I would urge ministers to spend a lot of time and effort between now and Christmas urging people to be ultra cautious in the 5-day exemption period. We seem to accept as inevitable that there will be another spike in January because of Christmas. I very, very much hope that won't happen, because if we do, we'll have exchanged a weekend of fun for a long winter of regret to follow. We can now see the glimpses of normal life resuming with the vaccine and regular quick testing. For us to reach that promised land as quickly as possible, the public needs to give their full assent to the new measures. I very much hope the government will come forward with some that do reach that public assent, but these proposals, I'm afraid, don't achieve that, so I'll be voting against them.
Cat Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Lancashire is an awful long way from Kent, but as I follow the Honourable Gentleman, there are many parallels in the experiences I had this weekend to the experiences that he described with his constituents as well. Because tomorrow my Lancaster and Fleetwood constituency, along with the whole of Lancashire, goes into Tier 3 restrictions. However, from the outset, I do want to stress that I do support necessary measures to protect public health, but those measures must have support from local communities, buy-in from local leaders, and support package for our local economies that mean that the regulations are actually respected by local communities. And it struck me that the Honourable Gentleman from Kent there described, paraphrased one of his constituents, saying that when the rules are stupid, why should we follow them? And I feel like I spent my weekend hearing from constituents who say it's unfair that Lancaster and Fleetwood has been placed into Tier 3 restrictions when the infection rates are far lower than the vast majority of London boroughs, which end up in Tier 2, that are lower infection rates than neighbouring district councils like South Lakeland, which is in Tier 2, as is the whole of Cumbria. And when my constituents see an unfairness and a discrepancy into how these tiers are applied, the kickback tends to be, well, why should I follow them? And I've been very clear as a Member of Parliament that my constituents should follow the regulations in Tier 3. I don't feel it's fair that they've been put into those restrictions. However, it's important that we follow those restrictions in order to ensure that infection rates do come down. And I just want to set out, a state of health picture because I'm very grateful to University Hospitals Morecambe Bay Trust for setting out such a clear and open picture of how my local hospitals are doing. And I wanted to stress that these are running totals and not validated data. But as of last night, we'd had 317 deaths since the start of the pandemic in the area. We currently have 3 wards closed at the local hospital, and bed occupancy at the Royal Lancaster Infirmary as of last night was running at 98%. I understand the seriousness of this health crisis and this pandemic, and all of this is having an impact on regular and scheduled operations as well. But the government really must set out how they believe that these restrictions are going to be effective and fair, because right now the second wave is having a disproportionate impact on the north, and particularly when it comes to local businesses who have made very clear representations to me as a local Member of Parliament that the £20 a head business support grant, which is a one-off payment to our local authorities, have to stretch for the length of time that we're in these Tier 3 restrictions, which means for the communities like mine in Lancashire, that money has to stretch for the same length of time as, say, Cornwall, which was placed in Tier 1 restrictions, just had to make it last for 28 days. And when it comes to local economy, my constituents are quite frankly really annoyed to read reports in papers like the Sunday Times that the economy of London was taken into consideration when the decision was made to place London into Tier 2. However, when it comes to the economy in the north of England, that was not taken into consideration as one of the 5 factors. That stinks of one rule for the south and for London and another rule for the north, and that is not the message that the government ought to be bringing if they need to bring local communities and local leaders along with them in order for these restrictions to be enforced. And I just want to stress finally that in Lancashire we had a cross-party consensus from the Conservative-run County Council to Labour district councils to MPs like myself. They would have made sense to look at Lancashire district by district rather than county-wide when it's such a diverse county that looks in very many directions. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Adam Holloway.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I'd like to pay tribute to the continued amazing performance of NHS staff and indeed the government and Kate Bingham's team for these incredible developments over the vaccines. And I don't underplay the difficult and complex decisions being made by people in government and, of course, the terrible toll on families affected. But it seems to me, with every difficulty and milestone reached, it strikes me that the government are acting on largely uncontested information. It feels like there's been a serious lack of diversity of opinion, analysis and evidence in many of these restrictions. The COVID Recovery Group don't want to let it rip. They just ask for proper economic impact assessments. For example, let's take the hospitality industry, where we're talking about using an enormous amount of taxpayers' money to pay them to not open or to pay people not to go to work. But these payments will go nowhere near
the losses of these businesses, and many of them, despite that, will still go to the wall. Why are we looking at not keeping them open, given the very limited evidence for closing them? Prior to this latest lockdown, I joked with the proprietor of the Compass Ale House in Gravesend that going into his place was like being, put under his control. Stand there, scan here, anti-back your hands, walk along that path, sit down there, etc. You get the picture. The point is, the hospitality industry has spent an absolute fortune and have thought long and hard about how to run their establishments safely. We should be reopening well-run pubs and restaurants like the Reliance Fish Bar and Bartella's in Mepham, and we should absolutely, the authorities should be merciless in closing and fining pubs that risk NHS capacity. I'd much rather my constituents socialise in well-run venues than squeeze onto the sofa back at home with their friends. I'd have thought that mixing in venues was much better than mixing at home in tiers 2 and 3. I'd have thought that encouraging personal responsibility was rather better than nuances about how much you've got to eat with your beer. We must make sure that, as others have said, restrictions make sense, or we will actually drive down compliance. We've got to have a bit more diversity in the advice. Perhaps there should be a few more people with private sector experience, perhaps even some more diverse scientific voices. I don't understand why we're using infection rates and not ITU occupancy to guide policy, and why can't we move people around the country? I don't understand why we're preventing millions of people from working when we've not even made a dent on the surge capacity of the Nightingale hospitals. Intervene if you like.
About Nightingale hospitals. There's not enough staff to staff the Nightingale hospitals. You'd have to take them out of the hospitals that they're trying to give some relief to. That's why they're not being used.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way, and I'd given me a bit more time, and that's where I'd like to see money spent. I'd like to see money spent on surge capacity in the NHS rather than paying people not to work. But you know what, like it or not, my constituents are going to be thrown into more weeks of extraordinary lockdown, and there is no possibility of this not now happening given the opposition's decision to abstain. Well, I'm going to support the government's decision and message to comply, and indeed our remarkable Prime Minister in particular. But I'll be hard pushed to support the government in future if there's a realistic possibility of the government being forced to seek a different path. Churchill himself had a wide mix of generals and advisers. Thank you.
Sir Ed Davey.
Madam Deputy Speaker, COVID is still taking a heavy toll on the lives of our constituents. And with this job crisis and health crisis, we all want to get back to life as normal as soon as possible. So the news of the 3 vaccines couldn't be more welcome. But the priority now has to be keeping people safe while ensuring no one is left behind and businesses are supported. The science is clear. Restrictions are needed to save lives and protect the NHS from being overwhelmed. And that's why Liberal Democrats have backed all the previous lockdowns and the previous tiering system. But at the same time as supporting those past restrictions, we have consistently called on ministers to do 3 crucial things. First, provide clarity. We need transparency and honesty in government communications, so people understand what the rules actually are, why they must follow them, and aren't just left confused and unconvinced. Members opposite have talked about Scot eggs and pork scratchings. I asked the Prime Minister about whether he could assure people they could get tests before travelling to see their loved ones at Christmas, and he couldn't answer that question clearly, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's not surprising that the general public are unclear what the government is trying to tell them. The second issue we've raised is that we need proper financial support for all individuals and all businesses impacted by these restrictions, especially the self-employed, the hospitality sector, the tourism sector and charities. Otherwise, people are excluded. And the third point we've made time and time again is the most critical. We need a comprehensive system of test, trace and isolate, so every case of COVID is identified fast and the right measures to prevent new infections are taken fast. Sadly, the government has failed to deliver on each of those things. But let me, Madam Deputy Speaker, focus on isolation, because I don't think this has had the attention it deserves. Back in September, the Prime Minister promised that anyone on a low income who had to self-isolate would get a £500 payment, so they could afford to self-isolate. What's the reality been? The money simply has not got through, and isolation rates have become dangerously low. The head of the Resolution Foundation told the Work and Pensions Committee recently that there is almost no take-up of this payment. Why? Because you can't get it if you're told to self-isolate by a local contact tracer instead of a national one. Because you can't get it if you have to stay at home because your child's been told to self-isolate. So 7,000 people who've applied for their £500 in Yorkshire and Humber have been turned down. That's 60% of all applicants. In Oldham, it's 50%. In Liverpool, it's 80%. Madam Speaker, is anyone surprised that the opposition has no confidence in this government's ability to handle this pandemic? So I'm afraid, reluctantly, we cannot support the government today. They have failed to set out the clear criteria for which areas are in each tier. They have failed to engage with local authorities, and they've failed to provide the clear evidence to this House. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister's proposals are arbitrary, confusing and chaotic, and we will not support them.
Dr. Andrew Murison.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I find myself more able to support the government today than I was on the 5th of November. And the reason for that was last month I was concerned about the lack of a plan B and the fact that we might have to have such a thing in the event that there was a prospect of a third or fourth or fifth wave from this terrible virus. It seems to me that we are on the brink of a game changer now, in the way that perhaps we couldn't be confident about last month. And I think that is important, because in the event that we can turn this around in the near future, the need for protected isolation falls away. And it's for that reason that I see the logic of what the government is attempting to do on this occasion in a way perhaps that was eluding me ever so slightly on the 5th of November. Madam Deputy Speaker, the other thing that probably gets it over the line for me is that the UK appears, with what is proposed for tomorrow onwards, to be doing more or less the same thing as other similar jurisdictions. And that isn't just followership, it's important, because each one of those countries, with all their experts, will have been making similar assessments and coming to, broadly speaking, the same sort of conclusions, and that is important. Now, from the leaked documents that we saw in October, the South West and Midlands would have been the first in the run of our hospitals to have gone over capacity. And there's a big difference between the two, however, in that the prevalence of the disease was very, very different, with the Midlands being much larger than the South West. Now, the document suggested South West hospitals would have been overwhelmed on the 9th of November and the Nightingales on the 24th of November. In the event, at peak, at my largest hospital, the RUH in Bath, we had 70 cases, and that was on the 24th of November, 19 days after lockdown. That seems to me to vindicate the model, it seems to me to vindicate the action, and even, perhaps, the broad brush tiering approach now being proposed by the government, apropos the point about the Midlands and the South West. In all of this, we have to understand that there is a huge margin of uncertainty. We also need to understand that the facts are changing all the time. We have to sometimes accept, and I would say this to some of my colleagues, that sometimes there isn't evidence in the way that maths, physics and chemistry provides us with evidence. We have to deal instead with what appears to be biologically plausible. We have to look at outbreak studies. We have to look at the application of common sense to anecdote. Now, I too am disappointed that the proposed tiering system has so little granularity. But we have found, to our dismay, that the tools to do comprehensive contact tracing that would have facilitated such granularity simply are no longer there. Even Germany now is finding that to be the case. In 2 weeks' time, it is to be hoped that we will have been able to appraise the situation against the 5 points, plus the knowledge of human geography that we facilitated with the restrictive measures we put in place earlier this year, and boroughs and districts, where appropriate, will be able to be re-tiered to the satisfaction of colleagues. The fundamental problem is our lack of public health capacity, and that's something we need to address in the longer term, notwithstanding the positive early steps the government has taken at pace in relation to things like the Joint Biosecurity Centre and the National Institute for Health Promotion. Finally, in agreement with my right honourable friend, the member for Ashford, can I say that the Prime Minister is no natural Grinch, but we need to be very, very careful about having 5 days of partying over Christmas, only to regret it in January.
Emma Lewell-Buck.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are in a never-ending cycle of national and localised lockdowns and restrictions that aren't working. The daily death toll remains high. Hundreds continue to die every single day. Infection rates are ever shifting. People are seeing their sacrifices and impact on their liberties and freedoms in their wider community not yielding the results they were promised. This government have squandered any goodwill they had and have lost the confidence of the country and many in this place. I voted for the current lockdown through gritted teeth. It was to give the government one last attempt to try and get the virus under control and sort out the shambles that is test, track, trace and isolate. They have failed. Thousands of contacts continue to be missed. As a result, thousands of people continue not to isolate and the virus continues to spread. Instead, the government have used this pandemic as an excuse to bung our taxes to their mates, reaching new levels of democracy. It's clear now that the government are void of any proper strategy. Their mixed messaging and ever-shifting rules and regulations have caused confusion. So public health measures put in place aren't being given enough time to embed properly into our everyday behaviour. I have asked repeatedly the Secretary of State and various ministers what will be different this time that will mean these new local lockdown measures will work. Each time I get mass testing. Yet this mass testing is now community testing, and it's transpired that there's no actual plan at all about how to carry it out, and it is still not in place. The long-awaited cost-benefits analysis was poor, but we don't really need it. We can all see what is happening to the economy. We can all see the impact this is having on loneliness, mental health, poverty, and delays in cancer treatments. I do not accept that voting against these measures today is to let the virus rip. It is saying to the government, come back with something else, come back with something better and more acceptable. We need a more sensible approach, one where we can live with the virus in the safest way possible, that gives clear public health messaging, indicates how areas can move between and in and out of tiers, gives proper, equitable financial support to each area, and protects the most vulnerable and does not trash our economy. I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this isn't easy for any of us, and we are grappling with a virus that, quite frankly, we still do not know enough about. But I do know that what is currently being done, what we are about to repeat again, did not work, and I do not think it will work this time. Today, I will be voting against these measures because I absolutely must do what I feel is best for my wider community.
Sir Desmond Swing.
Why will you be able to buy a pint in a sports venue without getting anything to eat? But if you order a pint in a pub, you'll have to have a substantial meal. I'll leave that hanging as the great existential question of the day. Madam Deputy Speaker, suppression in anticipation of vaccination is the reason for these measures before us today. But people have been writing to me for months, terrified that a vaccine will be compulsory. And I've responded by saying, don't be so absolutely ridiculous. It could never possibly happen. We're a Conservative government, after all. And now we discover that a vaccination may be a passport to the acquisition of your civil liberties, and without which you will have all sorts of things that you would be able to do denied to you. Can I say that that would be absolutely disproportionate to a virus with a mortality rate of verging on 1%. It would equally be a terrible precedent to set for other vaccines and medicines. So I hope that we can get away from that. The way to persuade people to have a vaccine is, of course, to line up the entire government and its ministers and their loved ones and let them take it first, and then get all the lovies, the icons of popular culture, out on the airwaves singing its praises. To have any kind of suggestion of coercion absolutely feeds the conspiracy theory that we are being cowed and our liberties being taken away. Very briefly.
I'm extremely grateful to him for giving way. Will he agree with me that it's not enough for the government merely to refrain from coercing people? The government's also got to pay attention to implicit coercion. That is, if the government turns a blind eye to allowing businesses like airlines and restaurants to refuse to let people in unless they've had the vaccination, the government's got to decide whether it's willing to allow people to discriminate on that basis.
Discrimination. It would be vaccinationism, which we must, of course, resist. The other thing that any kind of coercion would do would be to set the seal on this government's reputation as the most authoritarian since the Commonwealth of the 1650s. But it is as nothing to the enthusiasm that we've seen from the front bench opposite for even more coercive and restrictive measures.
Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hard to follow the last speaker for New Forest West, but can I say that, first of all, as a Northern Ireland member, people may say, well, what input do you have on a debate which is about restrictions in England? The truth of the matter is, of course, that whatever restrictions are introduced in England tend to be replicated and indeed sometimes magnified by the Health Minister in Northern Ireland. And let me just give one example. In my own constituency, the lovely Carnfunnock Park, I could go for a walk through it today with a golf bag over my shoulder. But if I dodged through the hedge into the golf course next door, I'd be breaking the law, because the law was introduced here that golf would be, if you played golf, you'd somehow kill some of the population, so therefore you couldn't do it. And so the restrictions here will have an impact in Northern Ireland. Now, I could live with restrictions if they actually prove to be effective. But the very fact we're discussing another form of lockdown today for the 4th time, and the same arguments are being used. If we don't have it, the health service is going to be overwhelmed, we're going to have an increase in the R rate, we're going to have an increase in infections, people are going to die. We've had lockdowns before, and yet we still have the same factors coming to the fore once again. It's hard to do controlled experiments, of course, with something like this, but the New England Journal of Medicine did do a report on an experiment that was done with Marines, where 2,000 were totally isolated and took all the restrictions that we have introduced here. And then the other 2,000 did not. And they didn't find any difference in infection rates. Not widely published, because, of course, some of the science around that, where it's contradictory, is not listened to. The second reason why I'm against the lockdown is because of the disproportionate effect it has on business. And if...
On that point, I thank the Honourable Gentleman, right Honourable Gentleman, for giving way. One of my concerns, and does the Honourable Gentleman share them, that for dentists who have followed the rules of face, space and distance and all the precautions, and the R rate is kept low, for barbers and hairdressers the same thing, where they've followed all the regulations and by appointment only, and their R rate is not 0.05. Does he not feel at this time for those who follow the rules and do it correctly, they should be rewarded rather than stopped having their business?
Yes, and of course that's the frustration for many people, that they see their businesses being ruined by restrictions, even though, first of all, it can't be identified that their businesses are responsible for infection being spread, and secondly, they've taken all the precautions. And the number of small businessmen and women who have sacrificed their savings, who have given their lives to building up their business, who have taken risks with their own money, to find their businesses squeezed by the powerful hand of the state. It causes anger, and quite rightly it causes anger, to see people who get tossed out of their jobs by the same powerful hand, all on the basis that these restrictions are necessary. I think that we've got to ask ourselves, and it's significant, the government does not want to put beside the benefits of the restrictions on health, the impact which it has on the economy, and we don't have that stark comparison being made, because of course if we did that, we would find that a lot of questions would have to be asked. And of course, we also have to remember that many other people who are suffering from diseases which could be cured, which could be treated, and would save lives, but whose deaths will not be reported on the BBC in the daily death toll which we're given every night on the news. Those people equally have a right to ask questions. Why is the health service so distorted that our lives are not valued in the way that they should be? The third reason why I'm against this is because I believe that the methods we've introduced have led to a huge incursion into our personal liberties. And it's been done, many people have been amazed, how have people acquiesced? It's been done through Project Fear. And I've got to say, I've listened to ministers on the other side during the debate on Brexit, where they condemned Project Fear. Well, we now have Project Fear on steroids. There are people who are afraid to leave their houses. There are children who are worried when their class is closed down that either their wee friends are going to die or they're going to die. That is no way to run a democracy, and that is no kind of policy that this Parliament should be supporting. And for that reason, I'll be opposing these measures tonight.
Mark Harper.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. COVID is a very serious disease, and I take it very seriously, as I do the pressures on our National Health Service. And it's disappointing that some who are faced with different arguments or questions always accuse those of us who have a different view of pretending we want to either let it rip or present, as the government did yesterday in its economic analysis, a counterfactual which is doing nothing. It's not about that. It's about doing the right thing that's going to be effective. And that's why I wrote to the Prime Minister with 70 colleagues asking for as much information as we could have about the effectiveness of the measures being proposed. And that's not just, by the way, Madam Deputy Speaker, whether they're too tough. It's also whether they're going to be effective enough. They definitely come with big economic costs, and I want to know if we're going to pay those economic costs and those costs on people's lives and livelihoods. I want to know that they're going to have the effect on suppressing the virus, and we simply don't have that information, and the modellers that work for SAGE are very uncertain even about the effects of tiers as a whole, let alone individual measures. I'm also concerned, Madam Deputy Speaker, from talking to my local National Health Service about pressure on the health service. But again, I asked for the modelling and the forecasting about NHS capacity. That was leaked before this lockdown that we're in at the moment, but never published, never substantiated, and the specific forecast in that leaked information turned out to be wrong. And all I ask is that ministers share with the House the modelling and forecast that they've seen that have led them to come to the conclusions that they have, if they wish to take the House with them. Unfortunately, they've so far failed to do so. I also just want to say a word about the hospitality industry, which the Prime Minister in his opening remarks agreed was taking a disproportionate impact. There's very little hard evidence that COVID transmission is high in those settings, and if the COVID secure guidelines to have any meaning, the government should work with the sector to understand if there are risks, how they can be managed. And I'll give you one example, Madam Deputy Speaker. In papers published at the end of last week, there were some concerns raised about ventilation. Two things. The government's never discussed that with the industry subsequent to the publication of the guidance in the summer. And the UK Hospitality Organisation thinks that 80% of premises are up to the specifications that SAGE think are required. So if there are issues, let's deal with them. Let those businesses open, not just give them taxpayers' money to keep them closed. The final point, I would say, Madam Deputy Speaker, is about what happens at the vote in January. I'm afraid, based on the fact that the government, I don't think, has provided the information necessary to the House today to take decisions which are, by any normal measure, draconian, I'm afraid I won't be able to support them. But I would say to my honourable friend on the front bench, if the government wants to maximise the unity, both in the House and in our party at the vote in January, it needs to start treating members of Parliament properly. And it needs to start sharing with members of Parliament the information that I hope ministers are asking for, but I fear are not. And if they were to do that, even though these are difficult decisions and the forecasts are uncertain, I think people would be prepared to give them the benefit of the doubt. It's because they're not treating the House like that I'm afraid on this occasion I'm not prepared to give them the benefit of the doubt, and I will be voting against the regulations this evening.
Derek Twigg.
The honourable member for the Forest Dean is absolutely right. Is that the government has not provided the information that the House requires, and also we make a balanced judgment about what is the right thing to do in terms of these regulations. But I cannot vote for these regulations. My constituents are sick and tired about the way they're being treated by the Prime Minister and the government. Right. The government's strategy seems to be all over the place, Madam Speaker. It depends really, by all accounts, who the Prime Minister last spoke to decide the strategy. Now, friends of the government have made millions, while some of my constituents have had no help whatsoever and have lost their jobs, or their jobs are hanging on by a thread. Just last night, 2 constituents told me they'd been made redundant, and another told me that their son had lost his apprenticeship. And of course, there's the forgotten and excluded by this government. Those people who are sole traders, who are limited companies, self-employed, who are getting little or no help. Then hospitality, which has been sacrificed by this government. I don't know about the Prime Minister and ministers, but in my constituency, many pubs are very much part of the community and the culture. And they, in restaurants, have done everything possibly they can to make them COVID safe and spent many thousands of pounds. There is no evidence still that any sizable outbreaks occur in hospitality. Now, I have many constituents who have gone into debt, and that with their rent, mortgages and bills, and have no idea how they'll pay for it. And of course, that has unintended health consequences as well. There are also, the children are petrified about the exams next year because they've been in and out of school for months now. Now, a question that's never been properly addressed, which I have spoke about on a number of occasions in this House, is the unintended health consequences. Now, I put in a Freedom of Information request to my CCG about referrals from GPs. Now, the information I got back was quite staggering, actually. So GP referrals, based on this Freedom of Information request for first outpatient appointment, cardio, so based on September 19 and September this year, the cardio, there was a 66% drop. For referrals for gastro, 64% drop. Renal medicine, 57% drop. On ophthalmology, 68% drop. Now, that is quite staggering in referrals. Never mind the waiting times that are being missed time and time again. I've also asked now for figures from the Clinical Commission group to let me know whether there have been excess deaths at home which are non-COVID. Now, I just want to briefly mention about councils who are not getting enough support. Halton Council is doing a really good job, but they're going to have a deficit of about 8.6 million. They need more support. It's important we give more support and financial aid to councils to do more locally. Local is better and proves to be more effective. I want to briefly turn to the vaccine. If we're hearing what is correct, that these vaccines are going to be very effective, it is even more crucial that the government gets its strategy right for delivery. And we do not see a repeat of the incompetence we have seen over PPE and test and trace. We need to make sure we all work together for effective take-up. Now, retaining the confidence of people will be crucial to this. We do not need government incoherence, because on the 16th of October, the Secretary said the new, simpler system of alert levels will be in place. 3 weeks later, we went into a national lockdown. Today, we're seeing that the government wants us to put in place new regulations and restrictions. And this will be reviewed again in later this month. My constituents deserve to be treated with respect, not patronised. That they may be granted a few days of normality over Christmas by you as some sort of reward for their sacrifice is not on this, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the real world, many people will not have an enjoyable Christmas as they've lost their jobs and are desperately worried about their finances. Well, I'm not against restrictions in total. There's got to be some restrictions, but there's got to be a balance about that and the economic and health consequences as well. But I'll be voting against these restrictions tonight, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Chris Grayling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me start, if I may, with some positives. And particularly I'd say to the Minister, for whom I have the highest regard, her team in the Department of Health has done some things phenomenally well in the last few months. I look at the work they've done in preparing this country for a substantial supply of vaccines. I look at the work they've done on testing, both of which are really far in excess of what's been achieved by any other European country. That is something they should all be proud of and take credit for. It is also the case that when they face criticisms over issues like track and trace, the reality is the problems they face are exactly the same as those being faced in other countries. You just have to read the media in France and Germany and elsewhere to realise these are not issues that are unique to this country. They're not issues of some individual form of incompetence in government here. They're challenges being faced by all major nations. And that's something they should always bear in mind as they deal with the inevitable flack that flies around in a difficult time like this. But I also say to the Minister, and I don't say this to her personally because I have the highest regard for her, and I hope she'll take this back to the Secretary of State. What I want to do is explain to her why it is that confidence in much of what is now coming out of her department, of Public Health England, the presentations we hear, the data we see, is now undermining our confidence in this House, in the messages we are being given. And that is fundamentally important when we're being asked to support measures going forward. Not now, but also particularly in January, since quite clearly these measures are going to get passed today. But there is another checkpoint in January, and the government has a big task to do to win the confidence of all of us at that time. And I think there are two particular areas of concern I have. The first is in relation to the data that we see. It is a matter of record now that when we were shown the data that justified this current lockdown, back at the end of October, the 4,000 deaths a day figure, that information used to justify what was happening was a long, long way away from being accurate, and indeed has been discredited by the people who authored it as being relevant for that purpose. So that was one example. The second example then, we were told about the risks to the health service, and that lockdown only could sort the problem because the tier system just wasn't doing enough. But we now know also that that was questionable, because actually the progress we've seen in hospital admissions, in the death rate in the last month, almost none of that can be attributed to the current lockdown because of the time spans between infection, hospitalisation, serious illness and so forth. And the reality is, if we look at the data that was published by her department, it showed hospitalisations were slowing at the start of the lockdown period. And actually just yesterday we saw figures, I saw them in my own county in Surrey, they were released nationally. What we've seen is actually the health service is not at capacity at the moment. The bed occupancy rates are lower than they were last year, and in my county in Surrey, only 95 out of more than 1,300 beds with oxygen are currently occupied by COVID patients. So these are the things that sow seeds of doubt. The other thing that sowed seeds of doubt, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the reluctance of the public health world to have a balance of risk between health needs and economic needs. We see that in the treatment of the hospitality sector. Don't ask me why on earth pubs can't open in that 5 days over Christmas so we can have a meal out of the pub rather than a meal at home. One example of risk aversion. The treatment of the aviation sector, where we can test the whole of the population of Liverpool, but we won't use testing to reopen key economic routes for the country as we approach the post-Brexit world. So my message to the government is this. There are many things it's done that have been fantastic over the last few months in dealing with extraordinarily difficult circumstances. But if this risk aversion continues, and if the data continues to have these question marks, how on earth can we on these benches be relied upon to be confident in the decisions that are being taken?
Maria Eagle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It seems to me, listening to the debate and listening also to my constituents, that the government has a problem with being trusted in this field at the moment. And I think much of that, and I'm trying to be supportive, comes from the fact that there's a feeling there isn't total transparency. I think that trust of the kind that's needed to impose these sorts of measures must come from utter openness and transparency. And if the government were to learn anything from the nature of these debates over the months, I think that that's the lesson they should learn. They must be more open and more transparent. They keep changing the rules in a confusing way repeatedly, and they seem to often be more interested in managing difficulties from their own backbenchers than they are in communicating properly with the public and promoting understanding about why these measures are sometimes necessary. I want to say a little bit about the experience in Liverpool, because we were the first area into Tier 3, the old Tier 3. We've already got a new one starting tomorrow, the old Tier 3. And actually the reality is that infection rates have fallen enormously since then. Local leaders were asking for a full lockdown ahead of the Tier 3 arrangement and embraced Tier 3 happily because of what was happening. We had over 700 per 100,000 infections, and our hospitals were precious close to being totally overwhelmed. And the staff in those hospitals have had to work like absolute Trojans and are still dealing with very high levels of illness. So the reality is that the work done there and the mass testing has helped. We've seen the numbers fall from over 700 to under 100 per 100,000 in Liverpool, and that is an enormous fall and something that we're very grateful for. But it has relied upon solidarity, upon people in Liverpool helping each other, doing things they wouldn't necessarily want to do for each other. And it's this that has to be promoted, solidarity around the country, between people, between communities. Not we're all right at the moment, so why should we have to have these issues? That's what the government need to focus on. Ensuring routine testing for all high-risk workplaces is important. More testing of the kind that we've seen in Liverpool spread out across the country is tremendously important. And there also needs to be more done to help and support self-isolation, because that is the real problem. One of the lessons in Liverpool is that people have not downloaded the app, have not gone to get tested if they feel like they got a positive response, they couldn't comply. That is where we need to focus, helping people to comply. And if you live week by week on a wage that's only just enough to keep your head above water, to keep food on your family's table, you are not going to want to see what's happening, whether you're positive, Madam Deputy Speaker, unless you absolutely have to until you get symptoms. And you won't go for a test on a routine basis if you're worried sick about what you'd be able to do if the answer is yes, you're positive. That is where we've got to focus more effort. The £500 test and trace self-isolation payment, far too few people are getting it. It is not an entitlement, and it should be. People should not have to jump through hoops at a worrying time to get it, and they do. Only 1 in 8 are qualifying for it. Many more people are being turned down, and local authorities in my area are being told that the money they've got to pay for it when it runs out, which it nearly has, will not necessarily be replenished. That is not a way forward if we're expecting people to comply. People have to be helped to comply when they are worried sick about whether they can put food on the table for their children.
Shalbrook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hate this. I hate the whole situation, as do many people in the country. We're all trying to stay positive, but it is hard. I wake up every morning feeling angry. Why do we have to do this? Why are we going to do this? But after 10 minutes you think, well, what else can we do? Because fundamentally, the disease is the same today as it was at the beginning of the year. I've seen my parents for 3 hours since February. I was hoping to be able to meet them for Christmas. I was longing for it. But as with so many other families now, that cannot happen. And it cannot happen because the pandemic, the global pandemic, has fundamentally not changed. And I hear people say that excess deaths are only slightly higher than normal, but I remind them that that is with a lockdown. That is with a lockdown. And pressures on A&E have been reduced. Numbers out this week show that the fact that hospitality is closed, that alcohol-related emergencies at A&E are down significantly. And that's the point, is that when you're unwell, the NHS needs to be able to treat you. Now, there's been a lot of debate this afternoon about figures, one way or the other, but the reality is that in Leeds, the numbers last week were 418 and 100,000. They were 220 yesterday, they're 200 today. But NHS capacity is at 95 to 98% and hasn't changed, and that's the key. And we need to all make sacrifices to help that sick people do get the healthcare they need. But the tragedy of people dying cannot overlook the tragedy of businesses dying across many sectors, and not least hospitality. Especially in December, it's bumper month. I'm afraid I've got to say that the announcement the Prime Minister made today for wet pubs is risible. It's not good enough. I've had many people contact me. Michelle Dwan from the Victoria Hotel in Allerton Bywater. Justine Gregory of Salute at the White Swan in Rothwell, who I'm speaking to later on today. She contacted me very politely. She said, "We've spent thousands of pounds on hygiene and cleanliness measures. Every year we rely on significant cash boosts from Christmas. I know this is a big ask from the government that has already spent billions, but ultimately we are a viable, profitable business that the government has closed." Please, Minister, people need more support than they're getting. And I've got a huge amount of respect for my honourable friend, and I know she'll feed this back, but it's not gone unnoticed on the backbenches that a little over 2 hours into this debate, we're on our third front bencher. And is the message going back clearly to the points which are being made today? That I don't believe we have any choice but to back these restrictions, because if we don't, at 1 minute past midnight tonight, there's a free-for-all. But we've got to stop playing Jeopardy and saying, if we don't back it for the health measures, there's a problem, and we'll think about what we're doing for businesses. The hospitality industry desperately needs our support. But if we don't back the measures, if there's a free-for-all, we run a very difficult situation, to perhaps use a term at this time of year, of the NHS saying, sorry, no room at the inn, and sending people away to die at home. We need to get control ASAP, and we need to help businesses stop dying. We need to put them on life support. We're taking away their lifeblood, and we haven't heard enough of that today. If we keep the numbers down from the vaccine is ready, we can get our country up and running as quickly as possible. Because when we do get up and running, there will be more everyday demands on the NHS, and we've got to make sure that COVID patients are at their minimum. Now, I've had a huge amount of correspondence threatening me, calling me every name under the sun if I vote for these restrictions tonight, but being a Member of Parliament is about holistic, tough decisions. Not hiding away and dodging leadership that we're once again seeing from the other side of the House, but actually saying that we don't like it, we've got to make these decisions. But I say to my honourable friend, please take back to the government that I will be voting for these restrictions tonight, but the package has been put into place for the hospitality industry at the most profitable time of the year is just not good enough.
Dan Carter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to focus my remarks on these health regulations in relation to my constituency. Liverpool-Walton is the most deprived constituency in England. It has the highest youth unemployment in the country. It has child poverty at 40%. And the effect of the pandemic and these restrictions coming on top of 10 years of austerity and cuts has been to push many more families over the edge and into poverty. And we've had big policy announcements from this government, but the reality for too many people has been little or no help from government and little hope for the future. Jobs lost, businesses folded, communities going under. And Liverpool will move into Tier 2 tomorrow if these regulations are passed. The first place moving into a lower tier from before the lockdown. And Liverpool's mass testing pilot has been impressively delivered by our local public health teams, the council, Mayor Joe Anderson, and with the support of armed forces personnel. And what we know is that around 1,000 asymptomatic cases have been detected, and we await the scientific community's evaluation. But because this is a pilot, there are lessons to be learned from it.
And I think the first lesson this House should learn is that a system delivered by local public health experts, as opposed to profiteers led by central government, is the most effective way to deal with the virus. In the most deprived parts of the city, only 4% of people came forward at first to be tested. And I've spent time listening to people locally and hearing about their experiences and what they face during this pandemic. And they are all too aware that testing positive means losing income if they have to self-isolate. They know the government's eligibility criteria for the £500 payment is far too strict. And they're right. In Liverpool, around 80% who applied were rejected. And the discretionary payments, which the local council has more control over, is capped and funding is set to run out before Christmas. Then you've got statutory sick pay, £95.85 a week, among the lowest rates in the whole of Europe, put simply not enough to live on. And if that wasn't bad enough, millions not even entitled to that. Nobody should be forced to choose between protecting public health and their own financial security. But that's the choice this government is forcing on the poorest in society. And the government knows it's failing. It knows from its own polling only 11% of people asked to self-isolate are doing so. And it's time it asked why. Because test and trace will only work if everyone is properly supported to isolate. And I have to say, whether it's the self-isolation grant, PIP, universal credit, doesn't it tell us everything we need to know? That the poorest people, the disabled, the vulnerable, have had to jump through humiliating, dehumanising hoops created by Tory ministers for years now to get the meagre levels of support that they're entitled to, whilst corporate cronies and Tory donors get to jump the queue, get put in fast lanes for COVID contracts for billions, literally billions of pounds of public money, without transparency, without competition, and without any accountability.
Sir Charles Walker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, in these debates we talk about elderly people as if they're not in the room. We talk over their heads, we patronise them. We say to them, this is being done in your name to keep you safe. And actually, really, your view is of little interest to us. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been contacted by many grandparents and parents who say, Charles, not in my name. I don't want to see my children's future destroyed, my grandchildren's business destroyed. I don't want to see my son and daughter worrying about losing their home, worrying about losing their livelihood. I don't want to see my grandchildren arrested on the streets of London for daring to raise their voice in protest at the removal of their liberties. Old people, the people that we patronise, have a view, and we should listen to it. Now, of course, this isn't a universal view, but it is a view that is held by many. Now, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster asked on Saturday, how could we protect every old person? The answer is obvious to everyone in this place. We could not protect every old person. But we could have provided them with the information to make informed choices about their own safety. Because, funnily enough, you don't get old by being that stupid. There's a degree of wisdom in older people, isn't there? I hope to achieve that wisdom one day myself, Madam Deputy Speaker. But there is a serious point here. No government can abolish death. It is impossible. 615,000 people die every year in this country. And not every death is a tragedy. It is so distressing when I hear leaders of political parties, leaders of their communities, leaders in this place say every death was a tragedy. A tragedy is when a child dies. A tragedy is when some young woman or young man dies, or when you are cut down in your middle years. But when we say it is a tragedy, when someone at 80 or 90 has met their mortality, we diminish that life so well lived. We diminish the love, we diminish the way that person was cherished and the way that person was valued. So please, please can we just change the narrative when we talk about death, because not all deaths are equal. There is the same outcome. But to compare the death of someone of 90 with the death of someone of 19 is not right. It is not right. But of course there has been tragedy attached to the death of elderly people, and that tragedy is that in their final days and months they've been denied the touch of the people that they love. The people that they love. We have kept families apart for the good of an old person that is desperate to see their child, is desperate to be cared for by their daughter in their final months and weeks. So my plea to this place is, please can we involve older people in this discussion, because they love their children and grandchildren and want to see them prosper. They want to see them have the same chances and opportunities that they had in their life.
Maria Miller.
Madam Deputy Speaker, yet again we're here debating measures that restrict the freedoms of the people we represent, and I don't think that's anything any of us would have dreamt of just 12 months ago when we all stood at the general election. But now this decision falls to us. So we have to balance the evidence. The evidence of the threat to health and life with the threat to people's livelihoods, mental health and education. And in doing that, in making that choice, we take people with us based on the evidence. And it's clear to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, we understand this virus better now than we ever did before. And there's more evidence now in this debate than ever before. And I've been contacted by many people in my constituency, Madam Deputy Speaker, who don't want to throw away the gains we've made so far in advance of the rollout of mass testing and vaccines. NHS staff, school workers and shop workers who don't want to see an increase in infection in their community, making it more difficult for them to be effective in their roles. And the Prime Minister, my right honourable friend, has been very clear today that the tiers we are debating will be reviewed every 2 weeks. And the Prime Minister gets my full support for that approach rather than a continued lockdown if in return ministers can carefully consider two things, and I know my right honourable friend on the front bench will be listening carefully, which I believe which will help us continue to take the country with us through to the end of this dreadful pandemic. And I speak, Madam Deputy Speaker, representing a constituency where infection rates have fallen by 40% since the beginning of this lockdown, and our hospital trust have fewer than 10% of their beds being used to care for patients with coronavirus, yet we're moving from Tier 1 to Tier 2. The first issue the government really has to help us with is data. Data is our most powerful weapon, but we need to better understand what it's telling us. We have a data mountain that has been amassed. I welcome the 5-pillar approach that the government has taken, but what we need is clear and agreed process to analyse that. For regular analysis at a local level from our public health directors, clear and transparent input into the decision-making of ministers, clearly set out roles for our directors of public health in that decision-making process, setting out local infection control actions that are being taken, and setting out the capacity of our hospitals to deal with coronavirus without impacting on other elective and non-coronavirus illnesses. We need to see, as members of Parliament, that local professional leadership directly inputting into the decision-making process and getting rid of the confusion and conjecture that is surrounding so much of the information at the moment. Secondly, Madam Deputy Speaker, we need to follow the human geography of the epidemic, not the blunt tool of upper-tier authority boundaries, which bear little relation to the everyday lives of the people we represent. Hampshire, my own constituency, is 47 miles long. It's the largest county in the southeast of England with 1.3 million people, yet it's been treated the same. Can we please look at breaking down the ways in which the country is split, and perhaps in Hampshire particularly a north-south split, which better reflects the infection rates. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the last thing I want is to vote for these restrictions today, but we can't throw away the gains we've made so far. In the next 2 weeks, can we see from the government a clear process to build the confidence of our constituents in the data that's available, and tiers that follow the human geography of this pandemic, not administrative regions? That way we're better to explain, we're better able to evidence decisions, and we're better able to take people with us.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me to speak in this important debate. The UK has suffered one of the worst death rates, coupled with an economic crash that's greater than any of our international competitors. The government's COVID approach has failed. And I do note the timing of this debate, just hours before the national lockdown regulations expire, in a clear tactic to pressurise MPs. It is the government's responsibility, with its substantial majority, to secure their own policy. The Conservative government have a majority of 80. And I don't believe that MPs, particularly Labour MPs, should be placed under pressure to facilitate this government's agenda when it's clearly failing our country. Individuals, the excluded, and businesses in my constituency cannot afford to pay the price for the government's mistakes on test, track and trace, and a tier system that's clearly not fit for purpose. The levels of government support are not sufficient. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll be voting against what is effectively a third lockdown, particularly in my region in the North East. The government have never had a clear and consistent strategy. The Prime Minister has swung between the scientific evidence and political pressures. We've had 9 months of U-turn after U-turn, eroding public confidence and trust in government. No doubt the Prime Minister's wholehearted and uncritical defence of a special advisor breaking the COVID rules has contributed to an undermining of public trust in terms of their willingness to comply with COVID restrictions. Today we heard of a last-minute £40 million bailout for pubs, not introduced because the government wanted to support the industry, but as a payoff to secure the votes of Tory rebels. The government could have my vote tonight, Madam Deputy Speaker, with a competent and comprehensive support package for individuals and businesses in my constituency. First, we need to fully compensate the hospitality sector. Bars and clubs have spent many thousands of pounds to be COVID secure. It's reprehensible to turn on them now and say that that expenditure was for nothing. These, by and large, are not multinational or franchise businesses. These are community businesses that responded to COVID in our time of need and said, how can we help? They cooked and delivered meals and collected food throughout the first lockdown. They stood up tall and fed children during the school holidays when this government abandoned them. I'd like the Minister or the Prime Minister to tell Hordern Labour Club, the Flanders Pub, Dempsey's, working men's clubs in Seaham, Merton, Shotton, Easton, Peterlee and many more that this government will stand by them, and then I could vote for these restrictions. Can the Prime Minister tell me what is the average payout the £40 million announced today going to be? The campaign for pubs calculate it's £32.26 a day to cover the catastrophic losses that they're going to suffer over the Christmas and New Year period. Until the government changes course, delivers a consistent strategy, prioritises businesses and the excluded in my constituency and my region, supports workers rather than penalising them, I cannot in good conscience vote for yet more pandemic measures based on the say-so of the Prime Minister and Health Secretary. I'll vote against these measures, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the hope that we can have more targeted measures and that we're going to have more trust in the government and its approach to this pandemic.
Clark.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When I last spoke in one of these debates in September, I urged real caution over the imposition of tighter restrictions in the Tees Valley. We are all very conscious of the costs of lockdown to the economy, to our public finances, and of course to the wider physical and mental health of our constituents. What concerned me then, above all, was two things. First, that there was no clear route out of lockdown, that is to say, no consistent criteria against which areas like mine could assess their progress. And second, that this was a situation of potentially indefinite duration. I'm glad to say that in both regards, the situation has changed fundamentally. The government is quite right to be ending the national lockdown tomorrow, and it is a crucial feature of the system that will replace it, that the metrics are clear as to those which need to be going down in order for an area to move from Tier 3 to Tier 2, or from Tier 2 to Tier 1. Now, I will turn to the particular situation in the Tees Valley in a moment, but the other thing that has changed, of course, affects us all, and that is that over the last fortnight we've received the wonderful news that we have not just one, but a range of vaccines which we know to be highly effective at stopping the spread of COVID-19. So we know today, in a way that we did not in September, that the long national nightmare will draw to a close in the early months of next year. We know today that we are buying time against a definite target as opposed to simply the hope of national deliverance. And to my mind, that does make a crucial difference to the logic of a tiered set of restrictions and the balance of risk that applies to our actions over the next 3 to 4 months. I can look my constituents in the eye in a way that I would have struggled to do earlier in the autumn and say that this is a terrible time, and I think my honourable friend, the member for Broxbourne, put it very well, a terrible time with terrible sacrifices inherent in it in terms of what we are asking of our constituents. But we are now entering the final phase of this battle. So the government will have my support today, and my focus is not so much on the question of whether tiered restrictions are the right thing, but on how we ensure we move the Tees Valley from Tier 3 to Tier 2 as rapidly as possible, and potentially as soon as the review date in the middle of this month. I'm glad to say the figures from the Tees Valley are now showing sustained improvement. In Middlesbrough, a number of positive cases fell by 40% over the course of the week to last Friday, including a 25% fall among the over 60s. Pressure on South Tees NHS is easing, both in terms of COVID occupancy and staff absence. The proportion of people testing positive has fallen from 13% to 8%, and having stood at around 500 cases per 100,000, the headline rate in Middlesbrough is now 169.5 per 100,000. In Redcar and Cleveland, it's down to 140 per 100,000. So having not been a realistic candidate for Tier 2 as this system was being established, I do believe there is an important conversation, a very important conversation for us to be having with ministers over the course of the next 2 weeks. And I will argue strongly for this if the data continues to support it. I do just want to make the additional point about the merits of mass testing. I was delighted my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, referred to Redcar and Cleveland specifically in his press conference yesterday as being one of the authorities that is actively seeking a rollout of mass testing. I believe this is important. It's something which, alongside the emergence of a vaccine, will go to the heart of making sure that we can indeed get our community out of these restrictions, which are causing so much harm and causing so much suffering, as rapidly as we possibly can. And my honourable friend, the member for Redcar, and I know are as one in saying that this is something we want to see happen in our area. I would also briefly want to pay tribute to the fact that a new support package has been rolled out for the pub sector. I think there is more to be done in the forthcoming budgets, because obviously wet-led pubs in particular have suffered. I will close on that note simply by saying I think this is an ongoing conversation reflecting the fact that, as we know, there is going to be a large piece of reconstruction to be done on the other side of this national effort.
Bell Rubiero-Addy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I oppose these measures not because I oppose restrictions, but because they are wholly inadequate. How can we still be getting it wrong? Once again, people will die because of the serial failures of this government. Their record on combating coronavirus is one of abject and deadly failure. We have one of the worst per capita death tolls among advanced industrialised countries, and we have one of the worst economic outcomes too. There is not, and there never was, a trade-off between public health and the economy, because people are the most important factor in the economy, and you can't force people to go to pubs, bars and restaurants during a pandemic. They won't do it. But you can fully, and I stress fully, support the hospitality industry and all those sectors struggling financially, but this government won't. Research from King's College London shows that 82% of people say they followed the latest lockdown restrictions as strictly or even more strictly than they followed the first lockdown. But our communities are losing patience with the inconsistencies. Children can go to school, but people can't go to church. Sporting events, but not weddings. You can gather to shoot grouse, but not for AA meetings. We should stay home, isolate when exposed, but you could well be ineligible for support. And you wonder why people are sceptical. I would say to those honourable members, however, that are against all measures that they are completely wrong. It's a deadly virus whose growth rate rises if left unchecked. Those areas with low infection rates can easily become tomorrow's hotspots. The decision to ease restrictions now and over the Christmas period makes infection for all of these sources more likely, not less. The science now points to a third wave. Because the government keep getting it wrong, we're in a cycle of lockdowns. Does the government even realise how damaging this is for individuals and the economy? There is an alternative, and that's to follow the example of other countries and aim for a zero COVID strategy. There are countries where new cases and deaths have dwindled towards zero, most in Asia. Melbourne has now returned to work after over 100 days of a severe lockdown, but now life is getting back to normal. New Zealand, Thailand, Vietnam and others, amounting to nearly 1.5 billion people, have had some combination of strict lockdown, highly effective tracking and tracing, well-enforced and supported isolation. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have none of these. Ineffective and delayed lockdowns, a shambolic private testing and tracing system, woeful isolation measures and a pitiful economic support package from which too many are excluded. The government cannot pin all their hopes on a vaccine. Everything must be mobilised against this virus, but they continually refuse to do that. Before I end, I want to say that as a London MP, I think it's fundamentally wrong that only the impact of London's economy was considered. All jobs and the economy of all our regions matter. The treatment of some of the northern constituencies has been an absolute disgrace. Why is there no also increased support, financial support for those in Tier 3? Where is the logic in that? Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm a backbench MP in opposition with a government that has an 80-seat majority. I have no real power here, but I do have my conscience and my vote, and I won't be conceding either to this failure of a government today. Thank you.
Many of my constituents are very angry that West Berkshire and Wokingham has been placed in Tier 2 when we were in Tier 1 before the national lockdown. We still have very low figures. On all the evidence which the government says it looks at, case numbers, trends in cases and available hospital capacity, there seems a very clear case that we shouldn't be worse off as we come out of national lockdown than we went in before. And they will expect me to reflect their anger in the way that I vote tonight. Now, I far rather work with the government, and I think the government is, on the whole, doing a very good job in a very difficult circumstance. But I do think it could make life easier for itself if it identified more of those policies which both bear down on the virus problem and allow them the much-needed economic recovery so that we rescue and encourage more livelihoods. Policy 1, why can't we have expanded isolation capacity in the NHS to deal with COVID-19 with volunteers properly backed up with all the equipment and safety protocols they need so that we free many more of the other district generals to do the general work they need to do, and we free their staff from the possibility of cross-infection and cross-contamination, because one of the problems in the NHS at the moment is there are too many staff who've had to self-isolate. Can we not do better on infection control, isolation and specialisation? And money is no longer a problem, I'm pleased to see. I'm very happy for more money to go into the health service, but it must buy the staff and make sure the staff are properly looked after so we have that extra capacity. Second issue is the capacity of our hospitality industry. Now, I encouraged the business department and the health department to do work some time ago on safer methods of extracting air quickly from hospitality venues so that more people can use a hospitality venue safely. And I believe some of that work has shown some fruit, and I believe that now experts do agree that you can create much safer environments if you reverse airflows, extract air quickly, because the main threat of transmission, we're now told by the experts, is through aerial transmission by being in an enclosed space with people with the disease. So can we not have more public prominence to that work? Maybe some grant systems for small businesses, maybe proper technical assistance from government and those the government retains, so that more of those venues can trade sensibly and profitably without threatening in any way. And can we please, government, also have a proper package for all the self-employed and the small business people? Why do some groups of the self-employed get omitted from the packages every time? Because these are the people who who go the extra distance, provide the flexible service, work all the hours God made and don't often get much reward for it. And these are the people who've suffered most from these compulsory closures. If you work for a large company, in many cases they pay your salary even if they can't operate properly. But if you work for your own business, there's no income coming in. You can't put food on the table unless you get public support or you can trade profitably. So I urge the government to look again at its totally inadequate packages for self-employed and small business and understand just how much we're going to need them when we get into recovery mode proper. And that is my final point in the brief time allotted, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we do desperately need to give people hope about livelihoods and economic growth again. We do desperately need to have a full recovery programme, sector by sector, and including small businesses and self-employed, and understanding that some people will need to retrain and some people will need to go from the employment they've lost into self-employment. So can we just not hear a lot more about this and be positive, because we need to cheer the country up as well as controlling the virus.
Very brief and well behaved this afternoon, but we are trying to get as many people in to have a chance to speak as possible. Therefore, after the next honourable gentleman, the time limit will be reduced to 3 minutes. But with 4 minutes. Alex Sobel.
Extremely grateful to Madam Deputy Speaker for my time. I'd like to talk specifically about the impact of the tier system on the leisure and hospitality industry in Leeds, which will equally apply to other areas under Tier 3. As I know is the case for most MPs, the picture in my constituency is very grim. I've spoken to many business owners who have been forced to make devastating choices. Consider letting staff go or even business closure, with Christmas just around the corner. Support for hospitality businesses is extremely limited. The furlough scheme is due to expire in January, workers are missing out on self-isolation support payments, and there is no comprehensive hospitality support package for businesses under Tier 2 or 3. So why is an extension of furlough, improvements to the self-isolation scheme and a sector-specific package being brought forward today? The £1,000 that's announced wet pubs isn't even worthy of being called a sticking plaster. The fact is the majority of businesses cannot operate on this basis with unsustainable income and ever-increasing debts. The lack of meaningful support from the government is a massive kick in the teeth for those who work so hard to make their businesses safe, take additional measures at their own expense during this latest lockdown, trying to survive what's been an apocalyptic year for hospitality. The one-off £20 per head additional restrictions grant for councils was welcome, but I'm not sure how the government expects local authorities to stretch out the grant for as long as they're in Tier 3, when some areas have been under the strictest measures for many months with no end date in sight. So again, a new extended support package for councils should have been announced today. I'm pleased, though, that as of today, Leeds' infection rate is down significantly again, with nearly all wards across the city seeing significant decreases and an R rate far lower than many London boroughs, with a citywide rate now at 200 and dropping every day. The measures are working, and I'd like to put on my record my thanks to all those in Leeds making huge personal sacrifices so that this can happen. Leeds' improvement shows the needs for continued restrictions. However, we simply cannot afford to lose £1.7 million worth of government support for each 7 days spent in Tier 3, which is what will happen if the government don't step up. We're on the verge of a vaccine rollout, but the government is leaving swathes of the country to fall at the final hurdle. As it stands, Tier 3 areas, predominantly northern urban areas, will get no more financial support than areas in Tier 1. The only way to prevent mass job losses and business closures, unlike anything we've seen before, is to provide urgent economic support, both for businesses and workers in Tier 3 areas. So I suggest the following changes to the government, without which I cannot support the proposed tiers tonight. The unit of geography for tiers should have its building block as the upper tier local authority for unitaries and districts for 2-tier local authorities, not sub-regions or counties. I'm concerned the 14-day review period isn't sufficiently flexible as rates are falling fast and there could be an opportunity to get the economy going at an earlier stage. I'd ask there is a 7-day review period to make the system more responsive, and the capacity to deliver this exists, given there won't be any negotiation. Council are engaging with government to scale up lateral flow testing on a targeted basis, ensuring this is integrated with contact tracing and support self-isolate. I ask that plans to deliver this in the most effective way is done with councils to ensure it doesn't compromise rollout of the vaccination, ensure that resources are available to deliver it. I'm also disappointed about communications on the tiers, with local leadership not having the opportunity to help lead communications as part of rebuilding trust and confidence. I think I've been clear in what I've called on the government to do when we next have the review, as it's clear they won't accept any of my suggestions today, although I would be delighted if the Minister did announce it in the wind-ups. But without those additional support and additional measures, I cannot support what's happening today, and therefore I won't be taking part in the vote this evening.
3-minute limit. Mark Jenkinson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I just start by thanking my honourable and right honourable friends across government for the level of engagement this weekend as I wrestled with the decision in front of us today. And like many colleagues, I have wrestled. On the face of it, the whole of Cumbria, which is 2,600 square miles for only 500,000 people, lumped in together as one, with the narrative in the written ministerial statement being less than helpful and seemingly at odds with my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Health's comments just 2 days earlier. My constituency of Workington sits entirely in the borough of Allerdale, who entered national restrictions at Tier 1 and leave them in Tier 2. But drill down into the data, and our rate as we entered those restrictions suggested we were already in Tier 2 territory, or may have been in short order. The narrative also fails to set out the impact that the local outbreaks it references and the over 60s rates, in some cases 90 minutes away from my constituents, may have on our shared health infrastructure. Since Thursday, I've met with local health leaders who overwhelmingly ask that I support the government in these restrictions in order to protect our local NHS. The nature of this virus means it is not a simple calculation of empty beds. I would ask that my honourable friend take note going forward of the impact on us to have unavoidably small hospitals and rural health infrastructure shared across boroughs. I've had many communications from constituents, ranging from threats if I support the restrictions to desperate pleas from constituents who have put their lives on hold for 8 months to not throw it all away at the last hurdle, as the vaccine at the finish line is in view. I also can't ignore the fact that this can't be a binary decision on tiered restrictions or no restrictions if we're to control the virus. Having fought so hard to keep gyms, hairdressers and personal care open, I don't want to condemn those businesses to that again. The loosening for these businesses is welcome. Having had those discussions, the discussions about justification and the route out of restrictions, and the government having committed to publication of data and to meaningful review, I remain hopeful that a more localised approach can be taken. I'm happy that most of my asks to be able to support the government have been addressed, but I have one more as I support government tonight. We've condemned the leisure and hospitality industry to as good as closure in Tier 2. For many, November and December make or breaks the year. I thank the Treasury for the support that has been forthcoming to date, but it's not enough to consider only those that are closed outright. The additional support for wet pubs is welcomed, but there are many other leisure and hospitality businesses that are significantly impacted by those restrictions. And then there is the supply chain. I recognise the parlous state of the economy and do not envy my right honourable friend the Chancellor, but the loss of an entire sector has larger long-term ramifications. Necessity forces government's hand, but where the government confiscates, the government must compensate. I ask that my right honourable friend and her colleagues keep this at the forefront of their discussions, but make the point that time is running out for many of these businesses and the jobs that they support.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am very pleased that my constituents in Sefton Central are now in Tier 2 because they were in the old Tier 3. And what I wanted to say today is that the experience of my constituents who live in one of the 6 boroughs of the Liverpool City region who are in that position leaves clues around what has worked and what has been missing. And I start by saying thank you to my constituents and the people of the City region for their hard work, their solidarity and the way they've come together to reduce the infection rate. Thank you to the NHS staff in our hospitals in particular who have reduced the number of people in the hospitals with COVID illness. A thank you to our council staff and to the military for administering the mass testing pilots and for taking on some of in the council staff's case of the council staff, taking on some of the responsibility for contact tracing too. But I said the experience leaves clues of what hasn't worked as well. Mass testing is not the whole answer by any means. It is part of the reason we're now in Tier 2 instead of Tier 3. as is the fact we went into Tier 3 so early. But it has taken 2,000 military personnel to administer mass testing. Where are the military personnel to deliver this, whether it's called mass testing or community testing elsewhere? That mass testing has only been in the city of Liverpool, not in the other 5 boroughs either. My constituents have been able to access it when they've gone into Liverpool, but not in our own borough. The experience too has been in the poorest areas, the lack of financial support has stopped people from self-isolating because they haven't been able to. It must be addressed by the government if they want people to be able to self-isolate. The same is true of people who are self-employed or freelancers or people who run their own firms who have run out of money and have not had support since March. This must be addressed if we are to get through to the vaccine, which is really what these regulations are about, giving us a way forward. The regulations will only work if they are supported by a proper test, trace, isolate and support regime. That must see the financial support that I've just mentioned, but it must end the delays in getting the contacts from the centralised call centres to local government and in feeding them back in. Because at the moment, that communication problem is causing delays that is one of the contributory factors still to the fact that 500,000 people a month are not being contacted. If these problems are not addressed, I'm afraid, Mr Deputy Speaker, we still face the bleakest of midwinters.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, at the beginning of the pandemic, we were flying blind. The number of tests we could administer, a few hundred a day out of a country of 60 million, was so inadequate that we were in the chilling position of being able to monitor the speed of the spread of the disease only by counting the sick and the dying in our hospitals. It meant that only the crudest of measures could be taken to control the spread of the virus, a national lockdown. But now it's different. We can test over 500,000 people every day. We publish the results on a national website, so much so that many of our citizens can tell you exactly the rate of infection in their area day by day. The whole purpose of this eye-wateringly expensive system is to allow local, forensically directed action and to be free of crude, blind, massive-scale impositions. And that is why there is such outrage in Kent. We are the biggest county by population in the country. And everyone in my borough of Tunbridge Wells knows that the level of infection is low. It's about 79 per 100,000 per week, less than half the national average and falling. Yet people in Tunbridge Wells are being ordered to comply meekly with Tier 3 restrictions that are known by everyone to be completely inappropriate and known by everyone to be in a context in which the movements in and around my constituency are within the area, across the border into East Sussex and up and down to London, and only a very small proportion going to the areas of Kent that are most affected. Which means that pubs, cafes and restaurants risk being boarded up in effect for the winter when the level of infection in my constituency is closer to that of Cornwall and the Isle of Wight than it is to North Kent. Livelihoods being damaged unnecessarily. I call to the House's attention the letter from the excellent leader of Kent County Council, Roger Gough, who said it is hard, if not impossible, to justify why businesses in such areas should be subject to further, perhaps irretrievable damage. He is the leader of the whole county, but he recognises the nature of the differences within the county. Mr Deputy Speaker, there is a way out. There is a way to resolve this measure, which I put to the Prime Minister earlier on. If the government will commit, in the review in a fortnight's time, to apply the tests that they've set, the 5 different criteria, but apply it borough by borough. And if the borough of Tunbridge Wells meets those tests, then to allow it to go into Christmas, released from the highest tier of restrictions, which bridle so much against the lived experience of people locally, and give that commitment today, then I think my constituents would broadly welcome it.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. First of all, I'd like to commend the government because I know that the motivation behind the measures that they're trying to adopt are worthy. They believe it is the best way forward, and I respect that point of view. They've done a great job in terms of PPE, in terms of vaccine development, accelerating it, and in terms of rolling out mass testing, as my right honourable friend has just observed. And I also want to thank the Prime Minister in his office and the government for interacting with backbenchers in an open and cooperative way. It is our duty as members of Parliament to make informed decisions on behalf of our constituents and our country, to be able to say that we've chosen the best measures to save lives, to save their jobs, and to make sure that we have tax revenue for the future. And it does seem to me that this is not a zero-sum game. There's not just one option, the government's option, or no option at all. That's certainly not the case. There are all sorts of alternatives. We could be taking a targeted approach like in Germany, and as my right honourable friend has just mentioned, a borough-based approach, or even right down to a targeted approach based on individual premises where there may be an outbreak. We could decide to take a strategy where we trust people more by offering more guidance, allowing people to make up their own minds about what they're going to do. And we need to look at the evidence around that kind of approach. We could continue to research intensively into whether or not hospitality does spread the virus, and in all sorts of other areas. We could look at triage at hospitals to see should the bar be lowered slightly or raised slightly, depending on the demand for hospital beds. And we could obviously accelerate and refine test and trace. So there are plenty of alternatives. And it seems to me that what we have to focus on is the harms versus the benefits. Whenever any one of us makes a decision in our own daily lives about an investment, about buying a house, we think about the long-lasting consequences. We think about the costs and the benefits. When it comes to personal health care, we go and see a consultant, and the consultant makes very clear that there are alternative treatments, and these are the relative benefits and the harms of those various treatments. When it comes to business, one's going to make an investment, one will always do a cost-benefit analysis in the long term. And in this place, we virtually always see an economic analysis, impact assessment, or analysis based on quality of life. But when it comes to this decision, we don't have a cost-benefit analysis, we don't have an economic impact assessment, we don't have the health and harms analysis based on qualities, so it is with deep regret that I find it incredibly hard to back the government today. But what I hope for in the future is that we'll see proper health and economic impact assessments for proposed actions, and we've got a lot more actions to consider in the future around vaccines and testing, etc. So it's our duty to make an informed choice. I don't feel that we're in the position to make that choice. The government probably will have its way today, but I hope that in a few weeks' time we'll assess more carefully and make perhaps a different judgment.
Jeremy? Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. For the first time in 10 years on a matter of policy, I will be voting against my government tonight. Not because I'm unwilling to share responsibility for difficult decisions. I took my share in government and I voted for every set of COVID restrictions the government has proposed so far. And not because I oppose a move away from nationwide restrictions and towards a localised tiered structure. I do support that. But the logic of that approach is that you make the restrictions as local as you can, consistent with accurate and reliable virus data. We have that data at borough and district level, so why do we not consistently impose our restrictions at that level? But the government, I'm afraid, has been heading in the opposite direction. My county of Warwickshire was assessed alone the last time tiered restrictions were imposed, but this time as part of a much wider area, including Coventry and Solihull. That means that the restrictions faced soon by the people of Warwickshire, and even more so South Warwickshire, are bound to be based on data less relevant to where they live. Now, my Warwickshire colleagues, including my honourable friends for Stratford-upon-Avon and Nuneaton as members of the government, and I, have been working together to have Warwickshire considered separately again, and to ensure that everything possible, including new testing, is done to control the virus. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is very difficult to explain to our constituents why tomorrow morning they will be waking up to Tier 3 restrictions. The case rate in Warwickshire was higher when we went into the November lockdown in Tier 1 than it is when we come out of it in Tier 3, and in my constituency in South Warwickshire, even lower. And of course, that is not just an inconvenience. It's profoundly damaging to hospitality businesses in particular, which will be obliged to close during the most lucrative part of the year. And let's be clear, a decision to relax restrictions at a review on the 16th of December would only take effect from the 19th of December, meaning most, if not all, of the crucial pre-Christmas season will be lost in an area where the visitor economy is crucial. And some of the businesses I'm talking about will not survive further economic damage inflicted by these tiered restrictions, which are a blunter instrument than they need or ought be. And I'm being asked to support them for my constituents based on data that is either out of date or data that applies to different places. And this is not just a parochial point. In the management of this pandemic, it really matters that we believe that we can be sure that the government is only restricting where it has to. If the government imposes restrictions when they are not justified, people are less likely to obey them when they are justified. And that will make the government's already difficult job harder and do much wider and more lasting damage.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the people of Sedgefield respect the difficulties and challenges as to how best to control this virus. We understand we must look after our vulnerable, and we understand that the picture is complex. As you would anticipate, I've had representations ranging from we should not be allowing anyone to do anything until we've got a vaccine, through to we're infringing on human rights by impinging civil liberties. We understand it's complex. We understand that the simpler the message, the more clarity it can be delivered with, and therefore the more likely it will be acted upon. Unfortunately, there's things we also don't understand. The North East has been grouped as a region with an edge running through the south of my constituency all the way up to the Scottish border, a distance of 136 miles and a geographic area of 3,344 square miles. Sedgefield as a constituency is only 140 of those square miles, has a population of 85,000 and a population density of 600 per square mile, which reflects the County Durham figures. But we're also linked to towns like Newcastle, which has a density of 6,100 per square mile, 10 times as much, a very different risk. Our concern is the agglomeration of this mass. Sedgefield sits in the middle of this. It doesn't have a city centre. It has many rural villages and a small town. Essentially, the only reason people are leaving their communities and travelling is for work and retail, and they're the same across all tiers. Our hospitality is primarily village pubs and a few hotels. A number of these, like Walworth Castle, Redworth Hall, the County and Egley Village, are amongst those that have made representations to me. They're almost exclusively dealing with food and meals, limited accommodation demand other than workers, and need whatever opportunity Christmas spend would bring. The risk of inter-community transmission from Tier 2 restrictions here would be extremely low, but we are Tier 3. I welcome the extra support for hospitality, but we should also recognise these businesses are the lifeblood of these communities and desperately need help and to be allowed to open economically, and not just them, but their extended supply chain. I would like to see rural areas considered differently to cities when it comes to hospitality rules. I'd like to see non-food venues evaluated by their risk profile, perhaps by local council, so a wet pub or private club, be that a golf club or what were previously known as working men's club, like the big club in Newton Aycliffe, that's been open to be COVID compliance, could open. We're instead grouped into a mass that includes city centres that have significantly high profiles, and an exit is difficult to see. Hope and optimism is the key to getting us through these winter months. The government should enable those that can provide controlled environments to do so. We need to communicate personal responsibility, and the rules cover a broad church. We all have to look after our friends and relatives, particularly those that are vulnerable, and we should not max out on our options. Regionally, numbers are trending well, and I support the concept of tiers, but I find it very difficult to accept the size of the region and the current application across diverse and separate geographies. Please, can we see some light in our journey? Can we have some hope for our collapsing hospitality trade? Please reconsider the gravity and pressure of Tier 3 on these low-risk enterprises and provide signals as early as possible of any opportunity to trade. It is no good telling them on the 16th of December you can open for Christmas. No stock, no staff, no bookings, too late.
Sorry, time up. John Speller. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And my honourable friend from Blakely and Broughton queried whether Manchester had been discriminated against because in London ministers considered a threatened 500,000 job loss and put it in Tier 2. He seemed to be suggesting London should have been in a higher tier. I disagree. Frankly, Manchester and the Midlands should have had the London criteria applied to them, taking account not only of medical evidence, but also the risk to the economy and jobs and society. And let us also not set up a false dichotomy between health and economic factors. We already do this. The National Institute for Health and Care Excellence, evaluates new treatments. It puts a value on those for each quality adjusted life year, somewhere between £20,000 and £30,000 a year. We have seen no such analysis done with regard to the pandemic or suggested remedies. The member for Windsor said that if we haven't had a proper impact assessment. Absolutely right. Yesterday we had a slightly odd and fairly insubstantial document produced by the government. It doesn't really fit the bill. There must be some more rigorous analysis lurking somewhere in Whitehall. However, there were some nuggets in there. They referred to what they termed economic scarring, deferred or cancelled investment in physical capital and lower innovation, destruction of valuable firm-specific capital and knowledge due to business failures, the loss of human capital due to sustained unemployment and changes to business models away from contact-intensive services, early retirement prompted by the pandemic, increased loss of days worked due to sick leave. And behind all those phrases are real human tragedies. And we also ought to be quite clear that the vaccine, while it is a huge breakthrough and enormously welcome, is important, it's a great advance, but it's not a panacea, and certainly not for a long time. And saying that we must vote for this tonight because the vaccine is just around the corner is quite frankly the manana option, and I do not think should be actually given serious consideration. We've got to actually move from risk avoidance, which seems to be the mark of this government, actually to risk management. And what we really need is a targeted approach based on robust evidence that the measures that need to be put in, frankly, are not these ones tonight. The case has not been made for them, and that is why I will be voting against this measure tonight.
Lillian Greenwood.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. My constituents have, with very few exceptions, done what was asked of them. They've made immense sacrifices, playing their part in getting infection rates down to protect our community and our hospitals. But they feel that the government has not done its bit. It hasn't used the lockdown to fix, test and trace. We know that public health teams can do better. Please, Minister, give them the resources to deliver. The government also hasn't ensured that when people are told to self-isolate, they can afford to do so. Ministers must extend eligibility for the £500 support payment to users of the NHS COVID app and look again at the level of statutory sick pay. And government hasn't done enough to support businesses and their workers, especially those that still can't reopen under the new Tier 3. It can't be right or fair that Tier 3 areas get the same support as those in Tiers 1 and 2, or that some self-employed workers and small businesses are still excluded from support altogether. Now, our cafes and restaurants, and especially our pubs, are suffering. Despite all of their investment in COVID-safe measures, they remain closed at what would normally be their busiest time of year. The government must step up and give them the help they need, or I fear they simply won't reopen at all, and some places will lose. Is what do we need to achieve to come out of Tier 3 when it's reviewed on the 16th of December? People need to feel that the allocations are fair, and they don't, and they need clarity about what we're aiming for rather than constantly moving the goalposts. We also need clarity about the restrictions themselves and the evidence on which they're based. Nottingham's home to the National Ice Centre. Our city is famous for its past Olympic champions, but it's also the training ground for the gold medalists of the future. Why are ice rinks classed as leisure and entertainment venues and forced to remain closed when other indoor sports facilities are allowed to reopen? And what about 10-pin bowling? The sector doesn't qualify for 5% VAT because HMRC say that a bowling alley is a sports facility, but unlike gyms and leisure centres, it isn't permitted to open either. Bowling alleys have, like other places, have invested in measures to ensure their venues are COVID secure and they aren't the only ones. Nottingham Playhouse has spent £80,000 implementing measures to secure See It Safely status. The team has worked really hard to give Nottingham families their traditional panto trip, but now they're closed, even though not a single case of COVID in the old Tier 3 originated in a theatre. So please, will the Minister rethink that restriction?
Tobias Elwood.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I think I learned from you, Mr Deputy Speaker, don't let the fact that something's been said in a debate prevent you from saying it again. But the fact that something has been said again and again and again today, I hope the front bench is listening. Yes, we want that transition from lockdown to the tier system, but it must come under proper scrutiny. It's so important that we have to be honest with the people. But also, let's be honest about this place. Most people don't see what goes on here. Votes take place all the time. But the vote that takes place today will affect every citizen, every family, every business. And it's so important that the oversight that Parliament provides is allowed to do its duty. And that has not taken place this time. We're facing challenging events, there's no doubt about it. What governments all across the world are looking at is this balance between lives and livelihoods. The COVID-19 pandemic, containing that, but also supporting the economy. I'd add a third element to that, and that's the will of the people, the consent, the buy-in of the nation to want to follow the rules. And I am worried that this government might be losing that consent if it doesn't work with the country and with Parliament in a stronger way. Communities want to understand why they're in a particular tier. They want to understand what they need to do on the 16th of December to actually move to a new tier. And that was not forthcoming, certainly not in the documentation that was provided very late in the day yesterday. In Dorset, we went into lockdown with very low numbers. We came out of it with even lower numbers. The last 2 weeks of data, the numbers fell by 1/3, and yet we end up in Tier 2. Dorset hospitals are, yes, our numbers of COVID have gone up a little bit, but we have empty Nightingales across the country. And this argument say they can't be staffed. I've checked with the MOD. There are 2,000 medical personnel ready to be mackered up if we request them to do so. Let's not use that as a factor to hold us against and push places like Dorset into Tier 2 unnecessarily. And then I say this very carefully, but it's something I've been stressed from the beginning. We have a peacetime government construct, a cabinet system which works well, it's tried and tested. But we should have moved to a war footing. Number 10 is overwhelmed. The bandwidth cannot cope with everything that's going on. You've got COVID-19, you've got the economic intervention, you've got Brexit, the integrated review, preparing for COP26, and then you've got the G7 presidency as well. It's the same people who are not, I'm afraid, these are friends of mine, but they are not trained in crisis management, in strategic planning, or indeed in emergency response. All the more reason why this place needs to do its job. And let me be the first to say, and I say this very cautiously, I do believe we need to reconsider this 5-day opening up over Christmas if we want to take advantage of the gains, the hard-fought gains that we've developed over this year. Thank you.
Toby Perkins.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I think the weight of opinion that has been heard today should be making the government think twice about the direction they're taking. I think the fact that the Prime Minister had to come here today armed with an assurance that the thing we're voting on today is going to be changed in a couple of weeks should tell him that he's got it wrong. And I think that the fact that members of Parliament are being asked to choose either between following exactly the approach that the government take or having no restrictions at all is the height of irresponsibility. And we've heard from a number of members opposite that they can't support the particular approach that the government is taking, but that they're not advocating an approach of no restrictions at all. Now, in Chesterfield, as I said to the Prime Minister earlier, our rate is now down to 118 cases per 100,000. The rate in London is considerably higher than that. In many areas, we're told that the Prime Minister intervened to prevent London going into Tier 3 because he didn't want the economic cost, but he was happy for that economic cost to be paid by the restaurateurs, the pub owners, the cafe owners, and all those workers whose jobs are jeopardised by this approach. I don't believe that the government's approach on tiers is joined up. I don't believe it enjoys
public confidence. I don't believe that the public think that it's fair. I don't believe that the public believe that the tier system is being done on the basis purely of the medical evidence, but that it is being done on the basis of the government wanting to keep London in a different tier. And in terms of tier 2, it's all focused on the hospitality sector, when there's so little evidence that the hospitality sector is the cause of the major outbreaks. There's been too little strategy on testing and tracing in terms of schools. We've seen care homes, we've seen hospitals, we've seen workplaces, all without a strategic joined-up approach. Just today, when the leader of the Liberal Democrats asked whether people who were being told that they were going to be able to stay with elderly relatives over Christmas, if they wanted a test, could they get one? Well, only if they had symptoms should they get one. So we haven't got a testing regime that's fit for purpose. We've got a tier system that doesn't enjoy public confidence. The support package for the hospitality sector is edging up day by day. There's another £1,000 here. It's inadequate in the context of the losses that the hospitality sector are going to face over the Christmas period, but it's changing the whole time, which is an absolute recognition that the government realised that they haven't got it right. And what about all those other businesses who aren't closed but support the hospitality sector, like those food service companies who supply into hotels and restaurants, like those drinks providers who supply into pubs? There's a whole array of different businesses that are jeopardised by this approach, and that's why I won't be supporting the government's approach tonight.
Edward Lee.
Mr Deputy Speaker, on a lighter note and a deeply serious debate, my wife had to come in for a bit of House of Commons work today, and we sat down at the same table. We were immediately told by a member of your staff and the Deputy Speaker to sit at separate tables. It seems in COVID Britain you can sleep with a woman for 37 years, but you can't have lunch with her. and this raises a more serious point, that we don't want to return to the controls of wartime Britain. People romanticise it, but there is a deep attack on civil liberties throughout our country, and we are here to defend the civil liberties of our people. That is our primary duty. People in West Lindsey are obviously aggravated, upset that they're now in tier 3 when they're right on the national average. Other areas of Lincolnshire have a far lower infection rate. As I said to the Prime Minister, Market Raisin, where I live, only has 6 per week, where Newham has 40. So clearly there are injustices. There's no doubt about that. We all accept it. But I've got that commitment today from the Prime Minister that he wants to look at a more granular approach. With other Lincolnshire MPs, I went to see the Health Secretary yesterday. He's written to me just now. He says, I understand the force of your arguments and know that you made them in the best interest of your constituents, as you always have done. As I made clear in our meeting, we will formally review the data and tier allocations for all areas across England on the 16th of December. So what am I to do? The fact is that this virus doesn't care whether this area is represented by a Labour or a Conservative MP, doesn't care how we vote. All it knows is it attacks people, particularly the frail and the elderly, when they congregate together. Those who want to vote against the government, and I am a libertarian to the core, I hate with absolute passion what is happening in our country, but those who want to vote against the government have to have an alternative plan. And I put this question to the Leader of the Opposition. He cannot answer it, although I suspect that his alternative plan is a complete and total lockdown, which we had in April, every school closed. That is the only way in which we are going to defeat this virus entirely. So we have a compromise. It's not ideal. My personal philosophy is human dignity. Every time I vote in this place, it's on the issues of right to life, whether it's abortion or euthanasia or the unnecessary wars. How can I vote against this measure tonight when there is no alternative plan, when the result of my vote tonight is that frail and vulnerable people will die? That would be the effect. And although it is with deep reluctance, although I am a libertarian, although I recognise that West Lindsey has been put in tier 3, having been given that commitment by the Prime Minister, I will vote reluctantly for the government tonight.
Steve Baker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is a dangerous moment in the life of our country. People feel they have been pushed too far. pushed about too much, pushed too hard. They've suffered too much. We think, of course, first of the coronavirus patients who've died and their families and their friends, the NHS staff who've cared for them, all the mental health issues they have suffered. We can think of the non-COVID patients who've been squeezed out of hospital by coronavirus, and let that be understood, by coronavirus, not by lockdown. Businesses who've lost custom because of coronavirus, not by lockdown. But also patients who didn't attend hospital because they were afraid to do so. Businesses who were positively shut down by the government, alcohol and drug misuse, reduced physical activity, malnutrition, self-harm, domestic violence, suicide, preventing dating. Anyone talk to somebody in their 20s and 30s who's single and feels they've been missing out on one of the best years of their life. Quantifying these well-being issues is the, I'm afraid, dreary task of health economics. People like me have not just been looking for economic analysis. We've been looking for serious analysis of these harms and benefits from the government's policies in the context of coronavirus, so that we could see seriously that, bearing in mind all of the factors at work, the government's policy in context was the right way forward. The government's analysis should have compared, let's say, the John Snow Declaration with its lockdown, where the government is, the Great Barrington Declaration, and a plan that lies between the government and Great Barrington, which I provided to government. The point would have been to show proportionality, to show the effects, the achievements that would come, the benefits, and to allow serious judgments. I've got the analysis of a QC provided to me, and he says that this analysis of the government's doesn't allow the test of proportionality to be answered. It leaves us then with a problem, because the government's asking us to vote on these measures, not knowing whether they're proportional. And when I look at some of the models which were provided to us, this death projection, government scientists presented it to us and then wouldn't stand over these figures, and it turns out they were right not to do so. This hospital could... I will give way to him.
Apologies for the interruption, but I saw the so-called impact assessment, and I have to say it wouldn't pass through the border of a small business. It really wasn't up to it. Does he share my view?
I do agree with him, and he's well qualified to say. But I want to say this hospital capacity projection from SPI-M medium-term modelling, I understand, which was leaked, says it takes 3 weeks for non-pharmaceutical interventions to have any impact on hospital admissions. Therefore, the window to act is now in bold and underlined. But the trouble is, if you draw a vertical line on it through 21 days after the 5th of November, you find that 3 hospital trusts should have been exceeding surge capacity, including the Nightingales, and it just didn't happen. So we need to now start having serious looks at modelling. Of course, I've provided a paper to the government on how to reform modelling. We also need to have a serious look at how we deal with expert advice. In this complex contested field, I've provided a paper to the government on how to do it. I happen to believe that we need a new Public Health Act, one which can allow us better to balance the need, the absolute need to infringe people's civil liberties, balance that with people's fears that they're being infringed too much, again to show proportionality. And again, I've reached out to a judicial expert in the field, and he provided us with a one-pager, which I've given to government, on what should be done. I've also, by working with independent scientists, come up with that more liberal plan that stands between where the government is and moving in the direction, it has to be said, towards a freer system. Again, provided to the government. No one can say that I or anyone working with me have not done our duty, but here we stand in a profoundly dangerous moment, heading into infringements on our liberties around vaccination and testing, which we would never normally tolerate. And so therefore I find, with huge reluctance, I'm going to have to vote no tonight to send a message to the government.
Go. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In this pandemic, the government has always been behind the curve, too slow to take the necessary decisions, too slow into lockdowns, not making the right decisions in a timely way, which has led to this terrible double whammy of one of the highest per capita death rates in the world and the largest recession in Europe. There seems to be no forward-looking strategy to get ahead of the virus and the kind of issues that we know from the modelling are going to come up, and there's been inadequate support of those who need to be supported. Instead, we've had vainglorious announcements about moonshots and world-beating systems, and then a failure to deliver on that kind of boosterist language. So there's been hyperbole and not enough delivery. There's been a lack of trust in the rules, not least because they keep being changed. There are 8 different iterations of the furlough scheme. There's no certainty with government support because they can't stop fiddling and changing it, sometimes within weeks of announcing it. This has caused uncertainty, it's caused cynicism, and it's hard to come to the conclusion that we've got in the Prime Minister the wrong person in the wrong place at the wrong time. This government needs to lead by example, so Dominic Cummings should have been sacked immediately for ignoring the lockdown rules, and that would have avoided an awful lot of cynicism that came in the aftermath of that terrible decision. The government needs to reward good behaviour, not punish bad. So it needs to enable isolation by paying proper sick pay and supporting those who have to isolate. The £500 payments aren't adequate. They're running out in some areas of the country with no guarantee that they'll be increased, and they're barely reaching 1 in 8 of those who have to isolate. This gives people an incentive, if they can't afford to self-isolate, not to download the app, not to take the tests, and to hope it will be okay. The government needs to work with the grain of public requirements and necessities and behaviour, not against it. The government needs to tell the truth, not keep the truth from us in this assessment that we've had that's full of weasel words. And the government also needs to show moral leadership, stop setting up VIP lanes for Tory donors and their mates and spending 18 billion of public procurement on it. They need to help the 3 million excluded who don't want to hear that £200 billion has been spent on supporting the economy when they haven't seen any of it and they're in desperate need. The government needs to be honest up front, and then it will get support.
Neil O'Brien, Mr Deputy Speaker. All of us want to see only the minimum level of restrictions necessary to keep this virus under control. And all of us want to support those who are suffering real hardship because of the virus. And I welcome the extra support for the hospitality sector the PM set out today. But there's no question that we've got to keep this virus under control. So far this year there have been nearly 80,000 excess deaths. If you read out the names of all those people one after another, it would take you more than 4 months, because this is a killer virus and it can escalate very quickly. During the second wave in Leicestershire, the numbers hospitalised by coronavirus escalated very, very quickly and remain above the level we saw even in the spring peak. But after the national restrictions came in, we saw the infection rate turning around, and we're starting to see the hospitalisation rate turning around too. The measures we took came just in time to allow life and death services like cancer treatment to keep operating throughout the time that we've gone through the peak. If we'd waited or done nothing, then doctors at our local hospitals are clear with me that those life and death services would have shut. So we took action just in time. All developed countries have taken unprecedented measures to try and control the virus, and I'm glad that we're taking action earlier in our second wave than our neighbours in France. I'm also glad that we've secured more access to vaccine shots than many of our neighbours, which will help us get back to normal faster next year. And things will get better next year. But with the vaccine so close now, people dying unnecessarily in the last days of this pandemic would be truly tragic. It seems to me that a tiered approach is the right one when we've got the virus under control, to make restrictions proportionate to the problem locally. And again, there's a contrast with France, where they've simply shut all restaurants until next year and all bars are shut with no date to reopen. Some in this debate have supported making the areas more granular as we go through the reviews. I support that, and I want to see more rapid testing in my area to drive down the virus faster. But now that we are making progress, both nationally and locally, it would be tragic to throw that away. And what's happening in Wales, where infections are now rising again, is a warning about loosening up too quickly. There are many myths circulating at the moment. COVID is not just flu, it's not just displacing flu. It's not the case, as some honourable members have claimed, that 90% of tests are false positives. In fact, the number is microscopic. And nor is it the case that those who would have died would have done so anyway. In fact, a study by academics at Glasgow University suggested on average the victims had 10 years left to live, and that is a lot. The relationship between protecting lives and helping the economy is not a simple trade-off. We can see that countries like Sweden that had a more liberal approach had both a worse hit to their economy and a worse public health outcome, with more than 10 times the death rate of their near neighbours, and yet we still seeing people online advocating that as a good way to go. Arguably, the best policy to control the virus is also the best policy to protect the economy. This has been a very, very tough year, but things will get better next year. And until then, we have to protect people's health, we have to protect lives, and so I'm supporting the measures we're taking tonight.
Alex Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thanks for the hard work and dedication of everyone who lives in my constituencies. We've been able to bring down the number of cases by a half in the last couple of weeks. But despite these huge decreases, Tory failure to take the right action as far back as March meant it was inevitable that our area would end up in Tier 3 when we exited the lockdown. The number of cases in Stockton is now nearly double the national average, and we're a long way from where we need to be. In a COVID briefing last week, a health minister who was clearly trying to be honest and open said it was unlikely that our area would be brought into Tier 2 even after the 2-week review. I don't know what the Prime Minister's view is on that, but he must know that these tiered restrictions will be with us for a while longer. A glance at my inbox this morning revealed a multitude of emails, people wanting to visit their granny in a care home, the desperation of businesses crying out for clarity and proper financial support, and the devastating impact on young hockey players' mental health who want their ice rink to reopen. There's an email from a small family-run pub who have been serving our community since 1981, worried they won't make it through the winter, even if we did enter Tier 2, because they don't serve food. The Prime Minister's £1,000, as he claimed, doesn't recognise how hard they've been hit, particularly when the average weekly profit of a wet pub in a rural area is twice that figure, and in an urban area is more than 5 times that. Or what about the letter from the mother sick with worry for her daughter who, when she became self-employed, set up a limited company on the advice of her accountant and is now excluded from accessing support from the Self-Employed Income Support Scheme? Hundreds of thousands of people in the same position have been demanding action since March, and still nothing. These gaps in support are stark, and there are many more that have been pointed out across this House today, but they've been pointed out to the government for many, many months, and yet they still refuse to take action to close those gaps. Across the Tees Valley, we have already lost 12,565 extra jobs since the start of the pandemic, and the government's failure to provide full and sustained financial support to businesses in Tier 3 will surely mean more good jobs in our community will be consigned to the scrap heap. Once again, this Tory government has failed to put in sufficient protection and support for both businesses. For every job that's been announced locally over the last 3 years, we have lost 5 in the last 6 months. So we've got to look to the hospitality sector in particular and the people who find themselves out of work and give them the support they need. The government have failed my constituents at every turn in this pandemic, and sadly, the handling of support for those in Tier 3 is just another failure to add to our tally.
Will Ragg.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And before I make my brief remarks, I'm reminded of the quote by Teddy Roosevelt, who spoke of the person in the arena, and I rather feel that my humble friend, the Minister, is that person at the moment, whilst everybody else around her carps on without any particular responsibility. And my apologies to her on a personal level if I now fall into that particular category. But many people have been in touch with me, as I'm sure they've been in touch with us all, advancing all kinds of wild conspiracy theories that seem to abound about COVID. And I will have no truck with them whatsoever. There's been an outbreak of armchair epidemiologists for sure in the last 8 months or so. There's no conspiracy. In my brief experience of it, the British state has never been competent enough to mount or organise such a conspiracy. And indeed, if it were so, in the present climate, plans for that would have leaked already. So we would be well aware of that particular issue. Now we are told that non-essential retail can we reopen. Before I talk about non-essential retail, I'll give way to my little friend.
I just think this is a very important point, amusing as it is, that for those of us who have seen behind the curtain know that he's right, not just about the British state, but about every state. They don't have the competence or capability to run a conspiracy.
Absolutely right. I go back. Non-essential retail is to reopen, hurrah. But I'm not quite sure why we would express great surprise. I'll give way again very generously.
I'm grateful to more giving way. You're making light of some of this, which is amusing. There is a dangerous agenda behind some of these conspiracy theories. There's a lady quoted in the Mail yesterday who, when you go on her Facebook feed, is celebrating the burning down of Jewish-owned banks, right? And she's presented as someone who we should be listening to on public health. Do you think that's right?
Absolutely enough. That was brought right the number of lunatics in this country, quite frankly. I'll say that to my honourable friend. Now, non-essential retail is to reopen. Why on earth was it closed in the first place? The Secretary of State beams at us from the pages of the Daily Telegraph yesterday to say, rejoice, you can go out and shop around the clock. And we expressed surprise that so many of our high street retailers are going to administration. And I wasn't particularly aware that the closed rail at Dorothy Perkins was ever a particular vector of disease. And so this all links into the proportionality of the measures that are proposed. Now, to leave aside my levity in opening, I have to say that I always believed that the Civil Contingencies Act would be a far better vehicle for measures to be implemented. We talked about this huge statutory instrument before us this evening and say that some of us are going to withhold or indeed vote against on the basis that we wish we were able to amend it. Well, you could amend it if it was done under the Civil Contingencies Act. Perhaps that's the reason why it wasn't used. And the Civil Contingencies Act, of course, contains within it a 30-day review period as opposed to a 6-month period under the Coronavirus Act. And I think that the government has nothing to fear from greater scrutiny. Greater scrutiny leads to better government, and it should be accepted as it is proposed. Now, to come on to parochial matters in my own constituency and tiering decisions, to sound like a broken record from what we've heard this afternoon so far, and I contend quite strongly that Stockport should not be re-entering Tier 3 as it was before the lockdown. It should perhaps more charitably be placed into Tier 2 because its levels of COVID per 100,000 of population are now below that of Cheshire to its south, and that was put into Tier 2 last week. Now, briefly, I am concerned about decision making. I am concerned about the so-called Gold Committee, and if one reads what one reads in the Sunday Times and believes it, which is sometimes a leap of faith in itself, but on this occasion I'm minded to believe it. And the talk that the decision over tiering for London was on the basis of 50,000 jobs being under threat if it was placed into Tier 2, as opposed to 500,000 if it was placed into Tier 3. My constituents deserve exactly that consideration as well. I do not believe entirely in this north-south divide, if that's a conspiracy theory that abounds in this House. But when we have decisions such as that, one cannot but help wonder if it may be true. Briefly, PACAC, of which I have the pleasure of chairing, wrote to the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster last week to ask for further evidence on the 5 tests. My concern is that 5th of those tests, that is to say pressure on the NHS, including current and projected occupancy, will trump all other considerations. But the data and the information on that is not freely available, and no answer has of yet been received to that letter. Now, if these measures are arbitrary and there's no exact science behind them, then I'd sooner that the government would admit that, because at least it would be an honest approach. But as it has not done so, I cannot support these measures this evening.
Mary Kelly-Foy.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. My constituency has been placed into Tier 3 restrictions along with the rest of the North East. And while I was disappointed by this decision, I can accept the need for these measures in order to protect public health. However, what I cannot accept is the lack of support from government, the regional inequality on the restrictions and the complete lack of an exit plan. The current support offered to businesses is simply nowhere near enough to protect our local economies. £20 a head in business support for the duration of Tier 3 will be of little comfort to businesses in the North East who have been under increased measures for longer than most areas. Without genuine support, businesses will go under, jobs will be lost and people will be pushed further into poverty. While COVID-19 is a great threat to public health, there's no greater cause of illness than poverty. To place the North East in Tier 3 without genuine support for workers and businesses is to condemn thousands to poorer health and worse life chances. To support this would be to abandon my responsibility to my constituents. Added to this, the government have repeatedly refused to properly fund local contract tracing, which is far more successful and cost-effective than the government's shambolic centralised system, which has mainly served to help line the pockets of government's friends in the city. Without a functioning test and trace system, a cycle of lockdowns is inevitable until a vaccine can be properly rolled out. The government have had 8 months to sort this, and they've failed. They desperately need to step up. Mr Deputy Speaker, this government advocates for a regionalised approach to COVID-19 restrictions, yet also insists on dictating these restrictions to local authorities, ignoring their advice on contact tracing and withholding the necessary funding. If the Prime Minister wants a regionalised system, then he needs to actually support our regions. And finally, what my constituents want to know is how we reach Tier 2. Local authorities need to know what the infection targets are and how the government will support them in bringing them down. Currently, it's as clear as mud. Unfortunately, as the government doesn't have a plan B, members must choose between inadequate restrictions and no restrictions at all. These measures will hurt our communities, yet we also know the damage this virus will cause unchecked. In their current state, these restrictions would deeply be damaging to Durham, and the financial support just isn't there to mitigate this. So if the Prime Minister wanted Labour to vote for these measures, he should have presented something that we could actually vote for. It's not the job of the opposition to vote for bad legislation or to pass the government's business. I urge the government to give businesses and workers the support they desperately need to fix track and trace and to start treating the North fairly.
Greg McKinley.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I think it's rather apposite that we're having this debate this afternoon on World AIDS Day, and many people are wearing the symbol of that. Now, consider backwards in the 1980s when AIDS was the pandemic and the risks were very much there. What did we do? We actually told people to change their behaviours. We had very strict messaging, but we didn't take away liberties. We didn't fine people. We didn't close down the pubs, whereby it was obviously a place where future infection may start. Now, I debate today with my constituency, or part of it. The Thanet local council has a very high level, 448 per 100,000. That's really in the top 5 in the country. And I understand that the government is having to make some tough decisions, trying to get that time, that bridge to the vaccine. But we need some honesty about how rapidly that vaccine will come. We've got the Telegraph is chirruping away that it's coming, but it's not yet quite in sight. We're waiting for MHRA to approve those vaccines, and it will be a large logistical exercise to roll out 66 million vaccines times 2 over a period of time, where the NHS currently, in every year, does manage to roll out 15 million seasonal flu vaccines over 4 months. So this is going to be a major undertaking that will take time. And I think the government needs to lay out very honestly that we will need to be living with this virus for some time to come. But great credit to the government that we've got a massive amount of testing. Great credit that we're having very regional, granular data as to the level of infection per 100,000. And that, I think, is the most powerful tool that the government has. I think that is the driver of good behaviour. When people see that their infection levels are higher, people just innately do something more sensible. But we are subject to short-termism. We're subject to the precautionary principle, I think, has infested our lives perhaps too much. We have to ask, what about personal liberties? We haven't heard that much about that this afternoon. I had a particular email which touched me just yesterday. A chap sent a photo of his father in September in an old people's home, just frail, not unwell, but frail. He looked bright and well. He had that sparkle in his eye still. He sent me a photo just yesterday. Nothing wrong with the man, nothing's changed, no more health conditions. He looked broken. This is the worry. We are breaking older people where there is nothing left to live for. Are we properly assessing all those health outcomes? Now, obviously, we want to put more money towards those in hospitality, but surely better to get them COVID ready so we can open up again. They don't want this money. But for the benefit of doubt, it is easy to give the government. They need to be a higher level than that. and tonight I can't support them.
Mike Gainsbury.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Yesterday I received an email from Alison, who runs the Bears Paw pub in the Frutcham part of my Weaver Vale constituency, the town that I live in. This historical pub is at the heart of the community. The family and staff work hard. It's got great food, a good atmosphere in usual times, very good beer. It's a great place to go and watch the football. Like many pubs in my constituency, they've introduced every COVID-secure measure under the sun to keep customers, the staff, and very importantly, the community safe. They've sacrificed so much for the greater good, given and supported local food banks, school children when they needed support in regards to school lunches. Collectively, Mr Deputy Speaker, they've done their bit to help curtail the spread of the virus, with infections and, thankfully, death rates now coming down in the Cheshire area. I think I've looked at the figures today. It's Cheshire West and Chester, it's 100 per 100,000. I think my honourable member for Hazel Grove over the way referred to Stockport. I think that's at 155 to 100,000. Again, progress right across the patch. As somebody that literally grew up in a pub, I know how much the Christmas trade means to pubs, and very importantly, has been mentioned across the chamber, the supply chain, such as breweries. I've got Chapter Brewery right on the edge of my constituency. Now, I've lost touch with how many variations of business support packages that have been shaped so far, always at the last minute, which makes life and business planning incredibly difficult in our communities up and down the country. If our hospitality sector is to survive, and small breweries such as Chapter on the edge of the constituency, they need more support in Tier 2 and Tier 3 areas. Scotch eggs, plates of chips and £32.50 a day will not save the day, save the week or that lost year. So I, along with people on the opposition benches and more, cannot support the measures put before the House today. A position, I would hope, that will act as a clarion call from constituencies from right across the land. We need more targeted support in our communities, and we certainly need, and keep asking for this, local test and trace facilities in our local authorities to get things working and quickly. Thank you.
Stephen Hammond.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a great privilege to speak in this debate and to follow the honourable gentleman, because what actually this shows for many people in the House tonight is what a challenging, difficult decision we have to make. I've listened to many of the contributions, and many have portrayed the contribution as a challenge between lives and livelihoods. But as constituency MPs, we all know that behind that there are stories of personal tragedy, sadness, death, and the same in livelihoods, stories where people have struggled to keep businesses running and jobs have been lost. And so it is a challenging decision that we face this evening. I listened to my honourable friend for Dorset East, who said a few moments ago that, and particularly when you get to 50th Speaker in the House, much of what you would say has already been said. And so I apologise to friends and colleagues that some of the things I should say have already been said already. I said to the Secretary of State for the last time we debated this that I hope that the time we used, if we gave the government the chance to put those national restrictions in place, would be used wisely. And I have to say there have been some real impressive successes. And I think the same applies tonight. That if tonight I use my vote to ensure that the government can put these tier restrictions in place, my ask of the government is that it treats us as colleagues and makes progress during that period. And has been reiterated several times. 3 key asks I have. 1, trust us with the data. Yesterday, a document was produced. It was cut and paste, and on paragraph 320 of the economic impact, it said it's not possible to know with any degree of certainty about forecasts. And yet we learned this morning from a leak that there is a document with better forecasts in. So I asked my honourable friend on the front bench tonight, will she give the guarantee to this House, or who winds up, that we will be able to see that data so that in future we can make those more informed decisions? Can I also say to my honourable friend, like my honourable friend for Epsom said, we need sensible decisions. I feel a little bit like a pariah being a London member in the House, being told that there's regional inequalities and London is getting the benefit of all of it. I can tell you as a London MP, most of my constituents do not think that the decisions being made on tiering reflect either the economic or the health realities in their borough. And I ask yet again that the Minister take back to the Prime Minister that we want to see these decisions being made on a borough by borough and a more localised basis, because the mass testing will now allow that. And finally, so that we don't have the Christmas docudrama of the case of the Scotch egg, can we ensure that the hospitality industry is not governed by behavioural scientists and governed by reality, because we want them to be there to enjoy that drink when vaccine kicks in next year.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In the North East, we've been under restrictions prior to the national lockdown for some time, particularly in the area Northumberland, Durham and Tyne and Wear. We've been tackling this in a proactive way with local authority leaders coming together to see that we reduce the rate of infections, and we were plateauing before lockdown. But it's been hard, Mr Deputy Speaker, hard for constituents not able to meet family and friends, see their relatives in residential care, hard for businesses who have seen their trade or business reduced, hard for those excluded from support through job retention schemes or self-employed support schemes, those who have been excluded from that help and who are facing dire straits. And nothing that I will say today will be a surprise, as I've been banging on about this for the last couple of months at every possible opportunity. But just to go over it again, we need effective local test and trace. We needed it weeks ago. We need it still. It could have helped us to reduce the spread of COVID-19 so much more effectively and get out sooner. We need really effective support for those who may have to isolate but don't qualify for the £500 isolation payment, or indeed any other payment, any sick pay. It's absolutely essential to stopping the spread of COVID-19, and we have to give realistic support to our local businesses, already hit so much more than in many other regions. It's their busiest time of year, and they are not able to trade. The money announced today, they tell me, doesn't go near addressing their losses at what would be the busiest time of year. So I ask the government to look yet again at that support and help those businesses. Mr Deputy Speaker, COVID-19 hits those communities hardest who already suffer from health inequalities. Communities like those in the North East, those in my constituency, and we've been hit hard by this virus and hit hard by the lockdown, and the impact on our local communities has been severe, and those concerns must be addressed. And we have to learn that we must restore the funding to public health services to make sure that this doesn't happen again and that public health is able to respond effectively. My constituents and those across the North East deserve no less. Now, a lot of my constituents are asking questions about why London is in Tier 2 and we're in Tier 3. And they've perceived that they are being treated differently. So it's really important that the government undertakes to review these figures weekly rather than every 2 weeks.
Lucy Allen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I want to start by thanking the Prime Minister for steadfastly battling to get us through this crisis. Anyone in his position would have no option but to take the measures he is proposing today, and he has my support. Now, each and every one of us in this place cares passionately about the lives and livelihoods of our constituents. And in a liberal democracy such as ours, It is right for MPs to challenge accepted narratives, explore alternative perspectives, examine the facts and seek to form an opinion. In so doing, we are serving our country and our constituents, and I pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Wickham. It is our right and our duty to engage in critical thought and to come to different conclusions and then feel free to speak in this place. Now, throughout lockdown, it has been a repeated assertion that those who question the science, that those who refer to the terrible costs of lockdown and its impact on our communities, well, they just want to let the virus rip, kill granny, prioritise profit. Whereas those who want the hardest possible lockdown, they're the good, responsible people who care about lives. This has become a divisive narrative which is inhibiting proper debate. We must be free to take different perspectives, and we must not demean those who do. It is incumbent upon all of us to ensure that this place is a bastion of free speech, and whatever other freedoms COVID has taken from us, we should not let it take that.
Yeah.
Now, the state has sought to control the minutiae of our daily lives with the arbitrary, the capricious, the prescriptive, and whether we can eat chips with beer or who should cook the turkey at Christmas. The more arbitrary the rules, the more inured people become to rule breaking. And when it comes to the really important rules, like isolating when you get a positive test, well, these rules too become much easier to break. If the Prime Minister was not such a libertarian, if he were not the freedom-loving man I know him to be, I too would find it very hard to support these measures this evening. But I firmly believe that anyone in the Prime Minister's shoes would have no option but to bring forward these proposals. I would just caution the Minister, who I have huge admiration for, please can we show some humility? We're not going to be getting everything right. We are doing our best. We are doing everything we can to get the country through this time. Our constituents understand that, and it does not diminish our standing to show some humility. It shows our humanity, and I should be grateful to her if she would take that back to her department. This is a new science, and we don't have all the answers.
Tammy.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. My city, Coventry, has made enormous sacrifices as this invisible disease has turned our entire world upside down. And I would just like to pay tribute for all those who have loved loved ones during this difficult time. Mr. Deputy Speaker, since the beginning of this pandemic, I have persistently reminded this government of the Chancellor's promise in March, and he said whatever it takes to support people out of the crisis. Instead, last week, the government exacerbated the economic crisis in communities like mine by putting Coventry in Tier 3 and announcing a spending review that felt unacceptably short. Key workers will have their pay frozen, cuts to universal credit, our NHS, police and schools completely underfunded, no real plans for jobs and no plans to upgrade skills, and hard-working people hammered by council tax bombshell handed down by the government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have been contacted by countless small businesses and self-employed people understandably heartbroken by this government's decision, including pub owner Libby Payne, whose own pub, the Old Clarence in my constituency, has felt the weight of the lockdown. She has always operated in COVID-safe ways within the guidelines, and she has never had a customer question her practices. She describes her business as a customer's living room. And many other constituents unfortunately now live alone, in isolation, unable to see the people that they class as family. Libby has had 0 cases linked to her business, yet she feels penalised, all because her postcode is in Coventry and not in London. This is exactly what's happening to our pubs up and down the country, which we all regard as the hearts of all our communities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I cannot in good conscience actively support a tier system that, although intended to protect my community and protect lives, deprives my constituents the chance to see loved ones in the run-up to Christmas, adversely impacts my constituents' mental and physical health, and cripples my local economy, and starves the livelihoods of both men and women who have done nothing but the right thing since the beginning of the pandemic. They have had their sacrifices routinely overlooked by the government. Now, all these measures are due to pass today, and I urge the government to review the allocation of the tier system on a sub-regional level. And I'm glad the Prime Minister said that it's something that he's considering, but waiting to February is a rather long time. In the meantime, I would ask the government to implement a mass lateral flow testing, provide us with the support our public services need, financial support our business and my constituents need, and reverse the council tax bombshell on my very hard-working residents. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Edward Timpson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. When I spoke in the debate on the 5th of November to determine the lockdown we're about to emerge from, I said that we needed a plan for how we can live with the COVID-19 virus in the longer term and keep the R rate below 1 once we have reduced it, so that we can continue to reopen the economy and, most of all, give Edgersby residents and businesses the normality, certainty and hope they crave. Now, the good news is since then we have got R below 1 and there is real hope in the form of viable vaccines homing into view. However, as the Prime Minister often and rightly reminds us, we aren't there yet. Nobody is. And so that plan is still needed. And to that end, when looking at any realistic alternatives that are likely, in my view, to lead to intermittent lockdowns, there is logic to a tiered approach that best reflects the most effective restrictions for each particular tier. The question is, however, whether we are confident that the measures proposed and the geography and proportion in which they pertain are indeed the most effective. This includes looking carefully, consistently, and at times courageously at the evidence for and impact of measures placed on specific parts of the economy, not least, as virtually every member who has spoken has highlighted, the hospitality sector. Pubs, restaurants, hotels, and, as I've raised on numerous occasions with ministers and in this House, the £10 billion plus wedding industry, where, irrespective of tier, it remains restricted to just 15 people at its venues, despite equivalent indoor events and business conferences now being able to operate at 50% capacity or up to 1,000 in Tier 2 or 2,000 in Tier 1. This is decimating what was and can still be, with the right approach by government, a thriving and growing sector. Northern Ireland has shown that socially distanced weddings and receptions are not virus spreaders. So please, 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 can ministers enable weddings in Cheshire and across the country to operate to socially distanced capacities before it's too late? With lockdown ending, the House has to make a decision this evening on the measures now needed to control the virus while enabling as much normality as possible. And whilst recognising the often invidious conundrums facing us, I'm not sure in all circumstances that balance is yet right, and I do have real sympathy for those living with some of the apparent anomalies that exist. But this continues to be a public health emergency, so I will support these regulations, albeit with a similar ask from colleagues that we work together to find the best and most effective path to prosperity.
Kate Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Putting further restrictions in place is not what anyone wants. I think we all understand why some level of restrictions are needed. However, I cannot support these restrictions, and I do not support the way this tiered system breaks the backs of the very poorest in communities like my own in the Jarrow constituency. When we were last in the three-tier system, my constituency started in Tier 2. It then went into the national lockdown, and we're now going into Tier 3. It simply didn't work. And that's why I call on the government to ensure that past mistakes are not repeated and no area is left behind. It's irresponsible from this government to insist those in Tier 3 put up with further hardship whilst at the same time encouraging a national knees up during the Christmas period. This irresponsibility is likely to lead to another devastating national lockdown in January. There's no point in having devastating restrictions on the hospitality sector if people across all sectors are going into work with COVID symptoms simply because they cannot afford to live on £95 a week or do not qualify for the test and trace support payment due in the strict due to the strict criteria in place. And if people aren't self-isolating, it's not because they're selfish or bored, it's simply because the government are not supporting them to do so. Many in communities like mine live financially week to week, month to month. If they are forced to self-isolate for 2 weeks, it means a further slide into debt and rent arrears, making it financially possible for everyone with COVID symptoms to self-isolate must be a priority now for this government. It's also grossly unfair that local businesses in my region are set to lose out compared to areas of the country which have spent less time in restrictions. The one-off nature of the £20 a head business support grant means local authorities must stretch out funding for as long as they are in Tier 3. And the Tier 3 restrictions are devastating for community pubs like the Red Hackle in Jarrow, who have been doing great work in supporting kids in our community when the government refused to fund free school meals over the half-term period. And I pay tribute to Lee and the team there. And unfortunately, the £1,000 grant announced today for wet pubs will rarely touch the surface. It demonstrates just how much this government is out of touch with the struggle that the hospitality industry is now facing. I support restrictions in principle, but we need a greater financial support package that includes adequate grants for businesses, full pay for those who need to self-isolate, an uplift in social security and financial support for excluded. It's time for the government to change its strategy, along with an effective vaccine, only by having...
Sorry, time's up. Tom Randall.
Speaker, we have now had 253 days of restrictions of one form or another. Days of uncertainty, of mental strain and of hardship. My vote today will affect many. Hardship will continue. The aim of the government is to suppress the spread of coronavirus, and thanks to the work of so many, that is happening. I accept, reluctantly, but I do accept, that while much progress has been made, there is much more to do. These measures are not welcome. Any restriction on everyday life is not welcome, especially at this time of year. Nottinghamshire is set to enter Tier 3 tomorrow, hopefully not for long, but their COVID rates, while thankfully falling, remain high in the over 60s, the most vulnerable group, and the number of COVID patients in hospital beds is also high. Against that background, I understand that further measures are necessary to prevent a deterioration of the situation and to ensure that any future relaxation will be safe and made at a time when levels of the virus are low enough so that restrictions will not have to be reintroduced at a later date. All parts of society are affected by these measures, but if I might focus in the time that I have on an aspect of the hospitality trade that will be affected in Gedley. I know many pubs, like the Robin Hood and Little John in Arnold and the Cross Keys and Burton Joyce, had hoped to reopen in a COVID-secure way in the run-up to Christmas, which is an important time for them, and those in Tier 3 will not be able to do so. George Orwell, in his essay The Moon Under Water, described his ideal pub thus: "If you are asked why you favour a particular public house, it would seem natural to put the beer first, but the thing that appeals most to me is what people call its atmosphere. Man is a social animal. So many have been deprived of social contact this year, and at the heart of our communities are our pubs, which also provide incomes and livelihoods for so many. It would be a tragedy if this virus, which has run through the wet markets of Wuhan, were to destroy the wet pubs of England. It would not be an England in which I would want to live. I know that there are limits to the power of government. There are certainly limits to government spending. I welcome today's announcement, but I trust that government will realise the scope of the problem, what might potentially be lost, and continue to provide support. Orwell said that the perfect pub has the solid, comfortable ugliness of the 19th century. I think we should do all we can to ensure that they survive well into the 21st.
Nasha.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. 'Twas the night before Eid, 116 days ago, when we, on the evening, when the majority of my constituency were preparing for the next day, kids had gone to bed thinking they were waking up to Eid, and Eid was cancelled. It was done on Twitter by our Secretary of State for Health. And we had to scurry around and give out all the food to our uncooked food, cooked food to neighbours and friends and family. And now we're approaching Christmas and we're still nowhere nowhere in sight is the end of the road for us in Bradford West. 116 days so far, Mr Deputy Speaker. And whilst I absolutely recognise, having spoken to the chief nurse at my local hospital this morning, Karen Dober, and before I tell you what she said, can I just put on record my thanks to the doctors, the nurses, the support workers, the cleaners, the porters of my local hospital in my constituency for all the hard work that they're doing and these long days ahead that they're going to be working again. And Karen told me that they have, they have an increase in numbers. So it is absolutely right that we support the restrictions, and I do support the restrictions in terms of the fact that our hospital hasn't got the capacity because there is a north-south divide. We have been underfunded. We shouldn't be in this position where we don't have the capacity. We can't bring change the tier system, even despite the fact that Bradford Council has because we put our own resources in, are reaching 90% of our test and trace figures, much more than Serco did. Serco were reaching 40% for 9 weeks. They're still not meeting the 80% target. We've reduced infections by 24%, Mr Deputy Speaker, but we're still nowhere near the end of a tier system. All these restrictions. How am I supposed to support this government when it doesn't? And I've come repeatedly, like many of us in this chamber, asking for financial support for my constituency, for the businesses. And the simple answer is it's unfair. It's unfair that somebody who's in tier 3 gets the same amount of funding who've only been in it for 30 days or 40 days, and then we have to string it out for 116 and plus with no end in sight. It's not fair for Bradford West. It's not fair for the businesses in Bradford West, and the government still isn't meeting those needs of those that are excluded. Mr Deputy Speaker, Havering is in tier 2 with 269 cases per 100,000, and yet Bradford is 256 per 100,000, and we're in tier 3. Neither the lives of the most vulnerable nor the jobs of the poorest in society are expendable, and therefore tonight, Mr Deputy Speaker, I won't be supporting these measures until this government steps up for the businesses and the people in my constituency of Bradford West, because they deserve better.
Mr Robert Neal.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. When I declined to support the regulations on the 5th of November with a national lockdown, I did so on the basis that they were disproportionate and went beyond what was necessary and justified by the evidence. I said that I would support regulations that were proportionate and based upon the evidence. Unhappily, these are not those. They are disproportionate still, and they go beyond the evidence still. I had hoped very much that I would find in the briefings and in the analysis something that would persuade me to support them, but it is not there. The impact analysis, the impact assessments are frankly inadequate, particularly on the economic side, and I'm concerned generally that there remains a lack of economic rigour in the approach that has been adopted in decision making in relation to this. We all want to protect the NHS, we all want to protect those who are vulnerable. But we do not protect the NHS by doing fundamental damage to our economy without having set up the most rigorous arguments to convince us that that is necessary and that there is no other option to achieve the desired objective. That, I'm sorry to say, as a matter of real regret, has not been achieved. Proportionality requires an assessment of the beneficial effects of any restrictions as against the harm which they will cause, and a judgment that can be made upon those. The analysis documents that we've seen do not include an accurate assessment of those benefits or the harms of the tiers. The tiers themselves are frankly arbitrary in many cases. I happen to live in a London borough in one tier. Many of my friends live just in the county of Kent, in a part of Kent which has very low infection rates, but because of the rigid application of this by top-tier authority, rather than by a more nuanced approach, they're dragged in disproportionately into restrictions which will seriously damage friends and family of my constituents and businesses which feed into the business chain of my constituents too. They are not justified upon the evidence. The hospitality sector, while certain changes have been advantageous, the end of the 10 p.m. curfew is still disproportionately affected. There is no justification as yet that I have seen. I'm sorry to have to say that. I'd hoped the government would have gone away and done more work on this. The counterfactuals which are set up are one of no regulation. That's not a realistic counterfactual. The counterfactual should have been one of a more proportionate set of regulations, more nuanced and more targeted. In the absence of that, and therefore in the absence of the evidence that's made, balanced against the harm that is potentially done on the economic front, I believe that there are better ways of protecting lives and protecting the NHS than these regulations, and so again I cannot support them tonight.
Van Jones.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the government's response to the pandemic has been incompetent, shambolic, arrogant and alas corrupt. Mr Deputy Speaker, the centralised top-down approach which they've enacted would be the envy of any former Soviet bloc country during the Cold War. Local directors of public health have been sidelined and ignored, making way for expensive management consultants and members of the Conservative Party's chumocracy. The £12 billion test and trace system has failed. The Prime Minister and ministers keep trumpeting out figures that we've actually got more tests done. But it isn't the number of tests, Mr Deputy Speaker, is important. It's what you do with them in terms of tracing people. And the rates for national test and tracing are below 60%. And if you compare those to local test and tracing, which are about 90-odd%, it's quite clear the system has failed. Now, the member for Right Honourable Member for Gainsborough asked, what is the solution? Well, the Right Honourable Member for Alban Parson Howden actually said it. What we need is locally based strategies, test and tracing. We do not need mass lateral testing because there is no evidence at all from the Liverpool experiment that's actually worked. And the logistical exercise of actually implementing that across all tier 3 is actually, I think, impossible. On the vaccine, what have they done? Well, we've put the Honourable Member for Stratford-Avon in charge of it. Well, nothing can go wrong there then, can it? So what's he actually done? He's threatened people who don't have the vaccine not to be able to go to pubs, or offered a supermarket voucher for people to use it. Instead of doing what my Right Honourable friend, the member for Leeds Central, said, is to actually, we should make the argument, work with local government to deliver it. The Honourable Member for Chesterfield is right. People have lost faith in the tier system. And the Prime Minister and Ministers said that science would dictate the agenda. Well, it's not. Politics is. That's the reason why London is in Tier 2 and the North East is going to be put in Tier 3. So much for the levelling up agenda of this government. The North East is this country's poorest region. The idea that somehow that jobs there mean less to this government than jobs in London speaks for itself. That is why, Mr Deputy Speaker, I can't support these measures tonight and will be voting against them.
Dr Luke Evans.
Mr Deputy Speaker, most of the East Midlands is in Tier 3 due to the vast numbers of the cases in the second wave. Applying the 5 criteria to my constituency, we've had above national average rates in all ages. We've had above national average rates in the above 60s. Yet our rates have fallen significantly, our positive rates are falling. However, pressure on our local NHS is still high, with 30% above the COVID peak in cases in April, and a serious risk of further suspension and cancellation of non-COVID services. When I voted for the national lockdown, it was to protect the NHS nationally from being overloaded, and the same logic applies here locally. But my concerns are wider than that, and what happens in 2 weeks. My first concern is being coupled with Leicester. The second is the model applied at the 16th. Since the announcements of the tiers, I and my Leicestershire colleagues have argued for Leicestershire to be decoupled from the city. Now, this is not COVID NIMBYism, but an evidence-based approach. How can I be sure? Well, because Leicester and Leicestershire are living proof of a model that worked for us before. We did it all in the summer. If a blanket approach had been taken, then Hinckley and Bosworth would have been entering 154 days of higher lockdown measures like the city. It's unjustifiable then, and it will be unjustifiable now. So I've taken heart from the assurances I've received both privately and now from a letter from the Health Secretary stating we will again assess each area individually, including Leicestershire, on its own merits. And that leads me on to the second part, moving tiers. The PM, in his response to the Right Honourable Member for Tunbridge Wells today, said that he would be taking as granular approach as possible. And the Health Secretary, on the 1st of September, said to the Chamber, "We are driven by the data." Taking these 2 points together, Hinckley and Bosworth have categorically proved that we, my community, can apply the rules and maintain a Tier 1 while neighbours are in Tier 3. This is unequivocal, real-world data for a borough-based model in Leicestershire. So my ask of the government is this. Let the people of Hinckley and Bosworth be the masters of their own destiny. Empower them to follow the rules and drive the rates and hospital admissions down. Give us the chance to again demonstrate, as we did in the summer, that we can control the virus. And in return, come the 16th, provide them with a lower tier, a reduction and a tried and tested borough-based system for Leicestershire so we can save lives and livelihoods.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I start from a fundamental principle, which is that we do need restrictions across the country in some shape or form. I remember earlier in the year being howled at by various lunatic journalists who told me very angrily that the whole idea that we would ever get to 200 deaths a day this autumn was absolutely preposterous and based on false science. Well, we've seen 400, 500 and on occasion 600 deaths a day. So I think we have to take these matters seriously. My view is that as Advent always leads to Christmas and as Christmas always leads to Epiphany, so lower restrictions always lead to higher transmission rates. And higher transmission rates always leads to problems for the local NHS. That is true in every country in the world. There is no way of avoiding this. I would say to colleagues opposite, you'd be daft to listen to the blandishments that you've heard from the Prime Minister over the last couple of days. The honest truth is, I bet you not a single area goes from Tier 2 to Tier 1 before Christmas, simply because Tier 2 doesn't work. It doesn't bring the numbers down. There might be some areas that go from Tier 3 to Tier 2, but there won't be any that are going from Tier 2 to Tier 1. And the government knows it. There won't be any more nuanced rules and granularity when it comes to December or to the second week of December or when it comes to the end of February. There aren't going to be... one of the things that I think has been really difficult for the hospitality industry is that they're endlessly being told to switch on and switch off. And if you run a pub, you buy in the beer and then you've got to pour it all down the drain. Oh, you're not allowed to pour it down the drain anymore, incidentally. You have to make special provision for it. And that doesn't mean bringing all your friends round and drinking it. So there is a real problem in the brewing industry, which I think so many... every time we switch on and switch off, it just makes it all that more difficult. I'd say to colleagues... I'd say to the Prime Minister, please, no more metaphors. Just stop with the metaphors. I'm sick and tired of them. And no more over-promising, because when you under-deliver on those promises, it just means that the nation stops believing in you. Let's also not be parochial. I'm sorry to say to the Honourable Member for Bosworth, he was being precisely NIMBY-ish. He was saying he doesn't want Leicester in his backyard. That is NIMBYism. The truth is, we're all in this together, and I think we have to take this forward as a national enterprise, not as a parochial one.
Steve Bryan.
He's finished. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I said to the Prime Minister earlier that my area has seen a drop in the 7-day average of 55%, yet we emerged from the national restrictions in Tier 2, having entered them in Tier 1. So you could forgive us for asking how so, but in truth, I can't answer that one. You know, MPs were not consulted about that decision, and according to our county and our Director of Public Health, nor were they. Now, it begs the question, therefore, how will that change ahead of the December the 16th review point? In just 1 second. And what exactly needs to happen among the 5 stated data points outlined in the Secretary of State's written ministerial statement last Thursday to get us down to Tier 1 in very short order? And I am hopeful. Yes.
It's obvious that consultation with local government leaders and MPs has been woeful.
Well, it's woeful. It has been non-existent in many instances, and I'm not reassured to hear that it's been happening across the border in Dorset as well. I'm not surprised. So, look, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I need to hear from the government how this will change in the next 2 weeks, and to echo the calls that we've had in this respect today from many, many speakers on this side and from that side, I need to see a much more localised rather than regional approach. My constituents are perfectly capable of knowing where they live, be that Winchester, Alresford or Chandlersford in the Eastleigh Borough. And of course we'd go into that arrangement with our eyes wide open. We'd know full well that it could work in our favour if our rate went down, every bit as much as it could work against us if the rate went up. So my message to the Minister on the front bench and to the other ministers is please treat us as grown-ups. Involve us in your decision-making, because by that route you might just find that we're able to help build some consent and some compliance with whatever it is that's decided. So the reality, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that for many of us, tomorrow will feel a lot like today. Working from home, bans on meeting with friends and family, many other restrictions on our lives. But for many of my bars and pubs and restaurants, not so much. They're in a terrible place. From talking to some of them in the last 24 hours, it's not the substantial meal point that's killing them, it's the fact Tier 2 prevents any household mixing indoors. So that they can open, but the trade just isn't there. And because they're in Tier 2, the financial support isn't there either. It's the worst of all worlds. So we're told that very household mixing is where the danger lies. And to quote the Prime Minister in his letter to MPs on Saturday, it would not take much loosening for the transmission rate to rise again. So why on earth, no matter how much I understand the desire to not be the modern Puritans and how much I want a normal Christmas this year, why are we relaxing the rules for 5 days at Christmas? You know, to echo a phrase, I'm sorry to say this, wouldn't that be to trip on the last barbed wire and blow it just as the cavalry, in the form of the vaccine, comes into view? My hunch, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that many people will have already decided for themselves to avoid seeing family and grandchildren over Christmas this year, and frankly, I salute their good sense in doing so. Now look, the record shows that I didn't vote for lockdown 2.0 on the 2nd of November. Nothing that's happened since has told me that I made the wrong decision then. The tiered system, while not perfect for some of the reasons I've outlined, is far better than a national lockdown, which, for the record, and I'm bored of saying it, was never a lockdown. But we're not just recreating the tiered system here this evening, because on the face of these regulations, at Schedule 4, it lists exactly where each area falls, and that makes it very, very hard for me to support them this evening. In closing, I'll just say this, Mr Deputy Speaker, let's just get these vaccines over the line. The MHRA are tough, and they'll do their job as they should, but let's get it over the line, let's get them rolled out with the sort of British efficiency that we're supposed to be good at, and then guess what? The annus horribilis of 2020 goes away, and these Hobson's choices that we're being forced to make will go away as well.
Leila Moran.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the metaphors of the member for Winchester, and indeed before that the member for Rhondda, who I actually agreed with much of what both said and many have said before. And to reflect first the tone of so many of the emails and letters that we've been getting. I mean, people are fed up. They are completely fed up. They're also devastated. But I find the letters that really hit me the hardest are the ones that are almost now pleading. And they're pleading with this government to get it right. There was a local bar that anyone who might have gone to Oxford would know well. I won't name it. But it's about to go under. And the owner of it said that the Tier 2 restrictions on pubs and bars like them is going to be absolutely devastating. A company is simply not an economic organisation. It's a group of people who strive together, and the new measures will put all of our company at risk. And we're now at the point where the government has not got the confidence of the people who are writing into me, and that's deeply, deeply concerning. And I do have concerns about these restrictions. It's why I and the Lib Dems won't be supporting them today, but it's not because the restrictions are wrong in of themselves. We need restrictions, but it's the package around them that has not been working right. They are predicated on what I believe is to be a false dichotomy, that it's health or wealth, that it's lives or livelihoods, that there's a balance between the two. The problem we have is when you have this fine balance, and this could work if you had all the variables in front of you and you knew what every single one was, and you kept it in such fine balance in real time, then it might work. But the uncertainties are so huge, and what we've seen from the tier system so far is that it doesn't work. And if you compare the system before to the system now, and in fact we've had the Secretary of State at the dispatch box say himself that essentially tiers 1 and 2 don't really work. They don't bear down on the virus. They stop the spread from happening as fast. Tier 3 does seem to hold steady. Tier 3 plus and lockdown does depress the virus. And to gamble now with a system like this, and I'd love to see the evidence for how we know this is going to work, but to gamble at a time when we still don't have the vaccines, I think is a big mistake on the part of the government. So my plea to them in this short time that I have is more transparency. Please, can we have transparency from silver and gold and COVID-0 and all those decisions that are being made to local areas, not with local areas? I think the tier system is an attempt at localism, but it's from a government that doesn't seem to understand fundamentally what that is, which is that when you've got difficult decisions to make, you need to make them as close to the people that they affect as possible. Please do better.
Laura Farris.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I think whatever decision the government had made tonight would have left it open for criticism. I can't improve on the illustration that was given by Lord Finkelstein in his comment piece in The Times in October, when he said, "If the Prime Minister persists with targeted measures for small areas, you can complain that the patchwork is impossible to follow, and you would be right. If he simplifies the whole thing, applying restrictions across big regions, you can point out that he's bundled places together with different infection rates, and you'd be right again. If he closes the pubs and keeps the schools open, he's killing hospitality while the kids spread it through the playground, and if it's the other way round, he's putting booze over education." The point being, there is no right answer. Every choice carries risk and causes collateral damage. I must come back on some of the very compelling points that my constituents have made to me. Some say that in an area like West Berkshire, where the rate of infection is 63 per 100,000, the risk is now exaggerated. But that misses the fact that between the 1st of October and the 1st of November, the rate of infection quadrupled, mirroring the national picture, at a time when we learn from paragraph 3.5 of the impact assessment published yesterday that by the end of October, England was on a trajectory to exceed total NHS capacity within weeks, with a mortality rate of 24% for all hospitalisations, so we cannot be complacent. But the second point that is made, as with many others, is the argument that the cure is now worse than the disease. And I treat with respect and deference the emails I've received from pubs, from the Pheasant in Hungerford in the west of my constituency to the Old Boot in the east, who say that they were relying on their Christmas custom for their very survival. And I will always fight for the livelihoods of those I represent. But I ask the House this: if the hospitals were overflowing, as they are in Naples, would people really be going out to meet their mates in the pub? And if we got to January and had no choice but to enter another national lockdown, would that be better or worse? We know the answer. So I prefer the government's approach of slowly taking our foot off the brake. The government knows it needs to sustain its moral authority, and it must do that by providing a clear roadmap between tiers and working with local directors of public health. But when we are on the brink of getting a vaccine approved, one that we now know to be effective, in my view, it would be a catastrophe to fall at the final hurdle.
Steve McKay.
Well, I must admit, I felt quite irritated listening to the Prime Minister's kind of juvenile efforts to goad Labour over this vote earlier today. Doesn't he understand this is not the time for smirking and posturing? And in part, we're in this mess because of his repeated failures. Perhaps a bit of sincerity and humility wouldn't go amiss, although frankly, I'm not sure he does either. The simple truth is people are fed up with the shenanigans. They're fed up with the stop-go policies, with the overly optimistic and utterly outrageous claims, and they're sick of the contracts for friends of the Tory party. I have to confess, I am tempted to vote against this proposal tonight because I'm sick of the damage the Prime Minister has done to local businesses and to the hospitality sector in Birmingham. I will almost certainly abide by our leader's decision because I recognise that as we approach the worst part of winter, this isn't the time for a free-for-all where we let the virus run amok. But what I would like to know is, when that decision was taken to put Birmingham into Tier 3 and London into Tier 2, who were the ministers who made the economic case for London? I don't hold it against them, but I want to know why there was no one there to speak up for Birmingham. The Prime Minister waffled on earlier today about £1,000 for wet pubs, less than £33 a day for the rest of this month. What does he think they run on? Hot air? His hot air? I really want the situation where we are trying to look after the people who need help. Our hospitality sector is on its knees. It will be virtually wiped out come March. It's time they had real and immediate and urgent assistance to keep our pubs and clubs and restaurants open. And we need measures for those self-employed people who've been cast aside by the government and are now virtually on the breadline. It simply isn't right that the government should take into account the economic consequences for London, but apply a different set of criteria when it comes to places like Birmingham. If the Prime Minister and the party opposite stand by and let our hospitality sector be destroyed, the people of Birmingham and the West Midlands will never forgive them.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We've heard some passionate speeches this afternoon opposing the government's measures, but I have to say on this occasion I feel they are wrong. We've had much quoting of local infection rates, which of course is an important measure, but equally important is hospital capacity. And the hospitals are not necessarily in the same constituency or council area as those who are as the infection rate. Earlier, I listened to the passionate and powerful speech from my right honourable friend from Gainsborough. He referred to his Market Raisin ward. Market Raisin is about 15 miles outside the boundary of my constituency, but people in Market Raisin go to Grimsby, Scunthorpe and Lincoln hospitals if they need treatment. None of those are in the same council area as Market Raisin. So I do think we've got to take note of people like my Peter Redding, who's the Chief Executive of the Northern Lincolnshire and Goole Hospital Trust, who this morning issued a statement which said, "In common with all Trust Chief Executives, I am concerned that some media reports in recent days have suggested the hospitals are under less pressure than last winter. We believe these reports misunderstood and grossly underestimate what is actually happening and the huge impact that COVID has had on operations and capacity in our hospitals. I think it is irresponsible not to take note of such comments. Locally, my infection rate in the constituency has, roughly speaking, halved over the last 2 or 3 weeks. So it's very difficult to argue that the lockdown has not had some impact in that. We had a low infection rate in the spring and people wanted to sort of put up the shutters and prevent people from coming to our area, and they wanted strict enforcement. Now they want equally strict enforcement because we have had a significantly higher rate. Those who argue that the government are taking too much notice of a small group of experts in SAGE and so on have also got to explain why most of the major European countries are deploying similar policies to our government. Are all their experts equally wrong? I think there's, in terms of support, yes, we do need more support, particularly for coastal areas. I think where the government decree that businesses should have to cease going about their legal business, they do need more support from government, and certainly I and my immediate colleagues will be pressing the Minister for additional support. Like others, I have doubts about the 5 days of Christmas, the relaxation, and I think we should be very mindful of what could happen in the new year.
Order. Before I call Rachel Maskell, just to say if anybody is on the call list
and that they don't intend to take part in the debate and they haven't withdrawn already, please get the message through to the Speaker's office in order that we can better manage the rest of the debate. Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We need strong public health measures and strong support for our economy. Tragically, the government have done neither to the satisfaction that will rescue our businesses, which are on the brink, but also safeguard us against this virus. We've heard it so many times in today's debate, but with the vaccine in sight, we need that bridge putting in place now to get us through this really difficult season. Now, I want to look particularly at some of the measures the government should have brought forward during this lockdown period to bring about the game changer in being able to address this pandemic. In particular, focusing on local contact tracing. Across the world, we have seen the power of how the precision of local contact tracing has made a difference. And I can testify in York how when we were heading into Tier 3, due to the really rapid spike of infections in our city, our public health team went the extra mile and got hold of that data, phoned people on a local number, knocked on doors, and were able to have that discussion as to why they should isolate. The results have been phenomenal. Just yesterday, only 14 infections in our city. And with the positivity rate now dropped dramatically to 5.79, we know that this is having such effect. However, they can't get hold of the data until day 3, day 4, day 5, because Serco are holding that. And I plead with the Minister to release that data on day 1 so that we can lock down this virus and stop it entering into our community, and therefore we don't need to, in the future, lock down the economy and people. The second issue I want to raise is for the government to take a more public health approach to the economy. With all health and safety matters, we inspect workplaces, we certificate them to say that they're safe, and then they can open. There is no reason why we can't do that for COVID, and therefore, again, I ask the Minister to look at taking that public health approach to the economy. If something isn't COVID secure, then absolutely turn the key in its door. But if it is, then it is safe to open if the public respect those public health measures. And third, I also want to come to Christmas. New research that came out yesterday said 22% of people will be spending Christmas on their own. We know that 2 million people face real severe issues with loneliness, and we need to address this issue. So I urge the Minister to move heaven and earth, and to move those rapid lateral flow tests, and to move our armed forces if that assists, to ensure that people can access a test if it means that they won't be on their own at Christmas, because we know people will self-restrain, or else we know that people will be given the present that nobody wants this Christmas. So I trust that we'll be able to have those tests available. Thank you.
Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Much has already been said in this debate, so I'll keep my points short. I am incredibly disappointed that Redcar and Cleveland found itself in Tier 3 on the back of the national lockdown. However, what's made the consideration even worse was seeing that London was placed in Tier 2, shielded from the harshest of restrictions. And I would be grateful if the Secretary of State could answer why in his summary. My constituents were rightly confused by the implication that they were more likely to catch COVID on Redcar Beach than on the Tube in London, or more vulnerable on Mask High Street than those who will flock to Oxford Street tomorrow. That being said, there is hope for us, and I want to see us move down the tiers at the review on the 16th. In Redcar and Cleveland, our cases are now down to 140 per 100,000, meaning the number of cases have more than halved since the original tiering decision was taken last week. So provided our numbers remain comparatively low, there's no justification for keeping areas like mine in these high restrictions beyond the 16th. What I fear is these tiers fail to represent the differences between our communities. I represent 2 towns, Redcar and Eston, and a number of villages, and our decisions on tiering must reflect that, particularly when population density is much lower and people don't travel nearly as much. And behind the tiering system are the support measures we've put in place, and I think my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, has done an amazing job in what he's achieved so far, and today's announcement for hospitality is certainly welcome. But for our pubs, and in particular our wet pubs, who are not likely to open in many parts of the country till February, we need to consider the real societal impact of losing these community hubs if we don't provide the right level of support to help them reopen when the fog lifts.
And I urge the government to look at what further measures they can introduce to help these pubs get through this difficult period of time, such as cutting alcohol duty and VAT exemptions, and re-looking at thresholds once the national restrictions lift. And finally, while me and some of my honourable friends may walk through different lobbies later tonight, at least we're making decisions. I think it's incredibly shameful that once again the Leader of the Opposition has chosen to sit on his hands and abstain on such an important decision. And far from new leadership this Christmas, we will see another version of the silent night. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the last hope, the final stretch before we reach the vaccine, combined with mass testing, and are finally able to get our lives back to normal. I will vote for these restrictions tonight, but we have to demonstrate that our areas can move down between the tiers, and I look forward to discussions with the Secretary of State on how we can achieve that for Redcar and Cleveland.
Mr Carmichael.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I say it's a pleasure to make a short contribution to this debate. It has been a quite compelling one to follow. I think that the constant thread that you find, whichever way people will vote tonight, is that there is enormous frustration in all parts of the House, and that the roots of that frustration are to be found in the fact that the government has lost its way in tackling COVID, that there is a lack of coherent strategy and there is a lack of route maps from one tier to the other. I would say to the Treasury bench that my Liberal Democrat colleagues and I will not take part in the division tonight. We feel it would be irresponsible to leave the country in a situation where we didn't have regulation after midnight, but that should not necessarily be taken as a green light for the government to continue to act in this way in the future. I also hope that the listening extends not just to the Department of Health, but to the Home Office. I'm sure I was not the only member in this place who looked at the television scenes at the weekend to see police officers in London enforcing the Home Secretary's rule of two. Now, people speak about the cost of the cure being perhaps greater than the disease, and we tend to think of that in financial terms, but it's clear that the way in which we've tackled COVID has a cost that goes well beyond that. And I have very little sympathy for those who were arrested on the streets in London at the weekend. I agree with virtually nothing that they say, but I think it is important that in this House of all places that we should be able to support their right to assemble and to protest peacefully and within the law. And that is something which we walk away from at our peril, because these freedoms were hard won, and if we give them up, they will not be easily brought back. I want to say a few short words about the position facing the travel industry. They are in many ways the Cinderella service in all this. I've been speaking to travel agents in my own constituency. They were people who in the early days kept their doors open. They were having to work round the clock to process cancellations and the rest of it, make sure that people got refunds. But since then, they have seen their business fall off a cliff. There's lots of help out there for all other aspects of hospitality, and rightly so, but these are people now who are being left with nowhere to go. These are businesses that work not in weeks or months, but months and years. And they are being left behind, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are very few simple things that require to be done, but the government has to listen to them now.
Jackie Doyle-Price.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I share the concerns expressed by many honourable members about the lack of consistency in the application of tiering and how areas are allocated into it. But also about the way in which particular sectors are subject to social restrictions on the most arbitrary of judgments. And I was struck by the honourable gentleman from Birmingham. Sorry, thank you. Because these decisions are being taken really on the back of a fag packet, but are destroying whole swathes of the hospitality industry. And as a Conservative, it appalls me that we're being so cavalier about job creation, jobs and wealth creation. And I really do think we need to think very carefully about that. Not least because so many of these businesses have invested thousands of pounds to make them more COVID secure. And the fact of the matter is, if we're not mixing having a meal with our friends in a restaurant or having a pint over in the pub, we're going around to each other's houses, and our homes are a lot less COVID secure, which brings me back to some of the points that other colleagues have made about the relaxation over Christmas. It seems to me that that is far less COVID secure than allowing the hospitality sector to thrive a little more, particularly given that November and December is make or break for so many hospitality and retail businesses. So I am actually very, very disappointed with where we've got to. And it's not surprising that we're here, really, is it? Because it's winter. And at this time, every winter, the NHS gets taken over by a collective anticipatory anxiety about what is going to happen over the next 3 months. Because we never know. And obviously, the NHS has to make the best possible plans without knowing the extent of a flu epidemic. And I'll add on to top of that COVID. It is not surprising that the NHS is being risk averse. But it's our job, and it's the job of ministers to give challenge to make sure that those decisions are proportionate. And when we talk about protecting the NHS, these decisions have not been about protecting the NHS. They've been about protecting hospitals and bed capacity within it. The NHS is more than hospitals. It's about everybody who works in the NHS. And I would just like to say a bit of a shout out for our paramedics and our ambulance crews, who frankly are bearing the brunt of the fact that so many GPs have still not reopened their surgeries. More and more people are calling 999, and because of isolate, test and trace, our ambulance crews are overstretched. So many are on self-isolation, and so many are working very, very long shifts. So when we talk about protecting our NHS, it's more than beds in hospitals, and let's make sure we protect the entirety of it.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the member for Thurrock, and many points she raised I agree with. We are on the cusp of a vaccine rollout, but the government's response must not underestimate the continued threat of the virus. We know the previous 3-tier system didn't work, and we ended up in a national lockdown. Nobody wants a repeat of that. The government should have learned from those mistakes, but it doesn't seem that they have. Not only have the government failed to fix test and trace during the lockdown, but they are recklessly ploughing on with the tiered system and the insufficient economic support package. The £20 a head business support grant is only a one-off payment, and businesses are in the dark about the future of the furlough scheme. Furthermore, Tier 1 areas receive the same support package for just 28 days of national lockdown as areas that are now facing many months in Tier 3. The Federation of Small Businesses said that the spending review was a missed opportunity to help small business owners, not least those who've been excluded from the support measures. I too am very, very concerned about the impact of these regulations will have on the pub and hospitality industry. The Office for Budget Responsibility's alarming employment forecasts are being accelerated by the government's approach to the sector, which expects to have lost nearly 600,000 jobs by February 2021 in the space of a year. UK Hospitality state that 98% of the hospitality trade will be in either Tier 2 or Tier 3, and this will see a 70% drop in trade for the whole of December. This is £7.8 billion lost. There needs to be increased support to help the sector through the crisis. The decision to only allow pubs to open if they serve food will devastate the industry across the country, and I've heard first-hand from pubs in Luton South about how the lockdown restrictions have damaged their business, but also about how wet-let pubs have implemented COVID-secure measures to keep their customers safe, taking contact details, table service, regular cleaning, and I hope the government will publish the scientific evidence for closing the wet-let pubs so that we can understand how the risk posed is any different from pubs that serve food or indeed going to the supermarket. I fully support Cameron's call for fair treatment of all pubs, which includes the publishing of the scientific evidence, sector-specific support and parity between wet-led pubs and those that sell food. The government hasn't learned from its mistakes, it hasn't listened to SAGE on lockdown and hasn't introduced sufficient measures to protect public health or the economy.
Lawton.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's difficult to say something fresh and original when you're number 79 on the list, but I'll give it a go. I cannot support these regulations, and it's not because I'm some sort of rebel or want to undermine the government, I, like many other honourable members, have come to this conclusion, want to look their constituents in the eye and come to a decision which we think is in their best interest. That's what we were elected here to do. And I do think it's extraordinary that the Labour Party is not here to look anybody in the eye in one of the biggest decisions we're being asked to make. It's a real cop-out, frankly. The only debate is happening on this side of the House. Now, when I look my constituents in the eye, I will have to justify why tomorrow we will be going into Tier 2. And I can trump everybody here because Worthing in my constituency has 28 out of 100,000 pandemic levels, the lowest in the country. The other part of my constituency, Ada, is 45. We're surrounded on either side by Arran 55, Brighton and Hove, even the city with 57, Horsham 67, all below, and the sea, hopefully, 0. And Worthing Hospital has 4 COVID patients. Last week it had 8. Our infection rates are falling, our patient levels are falling, and yet tomorrow my constituency will be going into Tier 2, having started the lockdown in Tier 1 and having come down and continues to go in the right direction. Where is the logic of that, Madam Deputy Speaker? And I will have to look my pub owners and restaurants and other hospitality industries on which we rely greatly in coastal constituencies like mine, and how can I justify why having a Scotch egg represents a substantial meal? Why is it safer to have a Scotch egg with your drink rather than to have a quiet pint with your mate down at the pub? And frankly, this waiting 2 weeks for change of tiers, which probably won't happen because the Chief Medical Officer suggested it wouldn't last week, frankly, is too late. This is the busiest time of the year, and an industry already on its knees desperately needs to try and get its trade back over the coming weeks. And frankly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've given up trying to explain to my constituents why Cabinet Ministers are saying that it's safe to play charades at Christmas, but it's very dangerous to play board games. People have behaved themselves, have made great sacrifices, but they will still be penalised. We need to see the data, the evidence, the reasoning behind these decisions. And I've always said that the Prime Minister needs to be straight with the people. And if they publish, explain and understand those instructions, the people will have confidence and get it. So it's really disappointing when we had that document last night, which frankly is a cut and paste job from the OBR from last week, which is a statement of the bleeding obvious and is littered with terms about allowing the virus to grow exponentially, as if any of us wanted to let it rip. Of course we wouldn't. Nobody suggesting no regulation, but we want proportionate regulation. It may mean better, tougher regulation in some parts of the country. We need to have logical, consistent, proportionate and fair regulations for people to have the confidence to follow them. These are not, and they won't follow them, and then it will undermine everything.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the member for East Worthing and Shoreham and his impassioned and measured speech. This government has asked the British people to make immense personal and financial sacrifices over the past 8 months, and it is now asking the vast majority to continue doing so for many weeks and probably months to come. Now, as a Liberal, I strongly believe in and champion the importance of personal freedom, which is why I have struggled so much with the measures taken to date. But as a Liberal, John Stuart Mill's principle of do no harm is critical, which is why I and my Liberal Democrat colleagues are very clear that, sadly, ongoing restrictions on our personal freedoms are needed in order to keep the virus under control. We support the overarching principles of a localised approach, one that crucially involves local leaders in decision-making, but that this government is stubbornly refusing to do. However, the execution of the approach, like so many aspects of the government's response to this pandemic, is deeply flawed. The British people have shown an enormous amount of goodwill, and the vast majority have done the right thing. But this can only be maintained if the government makes sure its decisions are transparent and evidence-based, fair, and backed up with proper support. I want to focus in particular on transparency and evidence, and briefly on support. There's been no evidence provided around the rationale for the various contradictory and perverse changes we've seen to the new tier system. Why is it that in Tier 2, it's deemed safe for 1,000 people to attend an indoor event, yet 2 friends can't meet for a drink in one of Twickenham's pubs that have spent thousands on ensuring they're COVID secure? And if we want to build trust and compliance among the public and provide motivation to stick to the rules to do the right thing, they need to understand what they're working towards. Yet the government has so far refused to publish details of how its 5 indicators are being applied or weighted.
For a party that is supposed to believe in personal responsibility and encouraging people to do the right thing, it seems very hesitant to equip people to do so. I've long been arguing, along with members opposite, for a full impact assessment that details not just the economic impact, but the non-COVID health harms. The flimsy document published yesterday was frankly not worth the paper it was written on, and it has left me none the wiser about the impact of these restrictions on my constituents. How does that help to build trust and buy-in to these measures? Just briefly on support. Those of us making these difficult decisions do not need to worry about how we will pay for our children's shoes. Yet many of our constituents whose livelihoods are being destroyed do. They need far greater support, in particular the hospitality sector and the 3 million who've been overlooked to date. It is simply not good enough, and that is why I cannot and will not vote for these measures this evening.
Madam Deputy Speaker, while we wait for the rollout of the vaccine, there are no easy choices available to the government. The choice is between lockdown, a tiered system, and unrestricted return to normal life. From an economic and social perspective, lockdowns are by far the worst option. Entering a cycle of lockdown, reopen, repeat does not amount to living with the virus, it is hiding from it, whilst causing long-lasting damage at the same time. Now, people have put up with a great deal this year and are desperate, understandably desperate, to return to their normal lives. But we know that the National Health Service comes under strain in the winter months in normal times, and these are very far from normal times. To simply reopen with no restrictions would be a huge gamble that could lead to the loss of tens of thousands of lives. Which leaves the option of regional tiers, which I believe offer the best option for living with the virus while waiting for a full deployment of the vaccine. And in acknowledging that, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's important to recognise that tiers are not a destination, they are a holding pattern. Now, I think the government, as colleagues have said, could do a great deal more in terms of transparency around the evidence basis for decisions relating to tiers. I'm not especially happy with the tier that my own constituency has been put in. Orpington is part of the London Borough of Bromley, and as such is part of Greater London. And while Greater London has a range of infection rates, most much higher than my own borough, Greater London also has a very large number of hospitals. And we know from Department of Health figures that the NHS in London is now, at the end of the year, at only 76% of the level it was in the spring. On that basis, it is possible to make the argument that the NHS has surge capacity to cope with the spike of infections in London, and therefore perhaps it could have been placed in Tier 1 rather than in Tier 2. However, it is also possible to conceive of a situation where this could run out of control. In addition, I note that the government has listened to representations from colleagues on this side and across the House, and a range of activities can now resume in Tier 2 that were not available during lockdown. However, as other colleagues have said, hospitality, in particular pubs, will be hard hit. So whilst the existing measures and the additional financial support announced by the Prime Minister today are welcome, I would call on the government to have another look and see if more can be done while we wait for the vaccine. Now, in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, I must comment on the total abdication of responsibility offered today by the Leader of the Opposition. It is truly scandalous. It's all very well pointing to the faults of others, and supposedly alternative government must have an alternative plan. The moral vacuity of standing up and saying, I do not like what you are doing, but neither offering an alternative, nor even having the courage to vote on it, is absolutely damning.
82 withdrawn, 83 withdrawn, 84 withdrawn. So we go straight to Rob Butler.
Thank you. I hope that's not a consolation.
You get 9 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As with so many honourable members here today, I face an extraordinarily difficult decision. The national restrictions were supposed to get a grip of the virus, a short, sharp shock of sacrifice, so that we could start to return to a normal way of life in the run-up to Christmas. Instead, my constituents in Aylesbury are now being asked to come out of the national lockdown into a stronger set of local restrictions than they faced before. It is a very tough ask. And it's not made any easier by the inadequacy of robust data to support the proposals in front of us, and what data there is frequently inconsistent. The arguments on both sides of the debate have been well rehearsed here this afternoon. There is no perfect answer. There is nuance, there is doubt, there are what-ifs. But the vote is binary, yes or no, and we are paid to decide. Last week, I met local entrepreneurs who've recently set up restaurants in the town, exactly the business people we need to make Aylesbury a place where people want to live, work, visit and invest. They are hemorrhaging money, despite the very generous support scheme set up by the Chancellor, because they do not meet the right criteria. I want to help these people. But Tier 1 wasn't enough to stop the spread of the virus. My local hospital is close to capacity, only now able to catch up with the missed operations from the lockdown earlier in the year. I receive emails from constituents who are desperate for operations that have been delayed and whose physical and mental health is in peril because of the wait. And that's before the emergency cases, heart attacks, strokes, diagnosis of cancer, car crashes or other accidents. So I've looked at the conflicting evidence. I've listened very carefully to the arguments here in this House today. I've carefully considered the views of constituents who've written with passionately held opinions, and I've spoken to doctors I know and trust. I don't have enough information to make a perfect decision. And in that position, I have to err on the side of caution. I have to ask myself a brutal question. In a month's time, do I look in the eye of someone who's lost their job and maybe even their home because of the decision I've made, the vote I've cast tonight? Or do I look in the eye of someone who's lost their parent or who now has a terminal diagnosis because of the decision I've made, the vote I've cast tonight? And so I will vote with the government. But never did I expect to utter those words with such a heavy heart and such reluctance, because these restrictions do go against my every instinct. I realise many in Aylesbury will not thank me for my vote tonight, and I appeal to the Prime Minister and others making the decisions to keep our time in Tier 2 to an absolute minimum, to assess incredibly carefully whether the restrictions in each tier really are justifiable and proportionate, and to talk to local leaders so that next time we're asked to vote, we can all look all our constituents in the eye and assure them that then we did the right thing.
Glad I came to the chamber when I did. So I was one of the ones that voted against the national lockdown because I am in a privileged position. I am a Cornwall MP. I represent the Isle of Scilly, and so Cornwall and the Isle of Scilly and, as we know, the Isle of Wight are the only parts of England that are in Tier 1. So I will be voting not enthusiastically, but certainly supporting the government, because I absolutely think the tier system, particularly for Cornwall, is the right thing to have. But I just want to raise a few things, and I don't, as a libertarian, I really don't want to say this, but I think it's an important part of a national effort to control the spread of the coronavirus. Cornwall and the Isle of Scilly, and I assume the Isle of Wight, are concerned about what might happen after today and right through to the Christmas break, because we are attractive parts of the world and we have suddenly become very much more attractive. So will the Minister and the Secretary of State consider strengthening travel restrictions to make sure that travel from Tier 3, for example, is only absolutely essential? We will always welcome visitors to Cornwall to come and spend their money, but not when we're in a national effort to control the spread of the virus. And I think this, I say this not just for my constituents, but for the whole of the country as we seek to battle this and put an end to this and move into 2021 with a very different, hopefully brighter and more hopeful future. But even a Tier 1 MP needs to make the case for hospitality. This year has been brutal for hospitality. Most of the businesses in Cornwall will depend in some way, and Devon and across the country will depend in some way on tourism and on providing food and accommodation and entertainment for people. This sector, despite the generous support so far, this sector, large parts of it, are very unlikely to survive. And I speak of, again, a Cornish MP where actually much of my hospitality can open, but obviously very curtailed. And I just want to then conclude, and I recognise actually partly this is what's driving the lockdown, the restrictions that we're having to vote on today. I long for the day, and I'm sure millions of people in the UK do, where the NHS can return fully to providing the care that they would normally do to people with long-term conditions. I chair, and it's a great honour and privilege to chair the all-party group for diabetes, but a recent report from the Manchester University and with the Salford Royal Hospital demonstrated that in April alone there was twice as many deaths of people with diabetes during lockdown as would normally be the case. Also, there were 45,000 missed or delayed diagnosis of diabetes too. Now, we know that if you don't catch diabetes, if you catch it later than you really can, then actually people's life chances, their conditions, and all sorts of pressure on the system, social care and NHS is is increased. Please can we do what we can to get the NHS to return to fully caring for those people with lifetime conditions?
Order. I'm not going to reduce the time limit, but I am going to say that if colleagues spoke for less than 3 minutes, more people would get in. Just putting that out there. Chris Loder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are faced with another difficult decision to make in this House today. As a Member of Parliament, I am here to be the voice of my constituents and, in the current situation, to defend their civil liberties as well. In rural West Dorset, where the western tip is 55 miles from the key decision driver of Bournemouth, which has more than double the number of cases of COVID, we, in our hospital in Dorchester, had just 4 COVID patients at the end of last week. Madam Deputy Speaker, the case rate in Dorchester is now falling fast because of the diligent self-responsibility of local people. On the 18th of November, the case rate was at 84.3 per 100,000. Yet just a week later, it was 45.2, and now is 44.6. It is now at the lowest it has been since early October, and these numbers are lower than the Isle of Wight when the Tier 1 decision was made. Whilst I was greatly worried that when we voted on the 4th of November for a national lockdown, that would be the case, our hospitals in Dorset are not overrun. In West Dorset, 97% of our businesses are small or micro-sized. We have a high degree of self-employed. These people and businesses are taking the hit and have done so willingly throughout this period. These businesses have spent considerable amounts to become COVID secure, and to restrict them to the extent proposed cannot continue any longer, in my view. It cannot be expected of any Member of Parliament to lightly vote in support of removing these civil liberties. It is incredibly difficult to ever consider continuing support to keep small numbers of family away from their terminally ill parents. And as much as I am pleased that Christmas has some relaxations, I am concerned that the extent we are planning to do could also cause unnecessary pain to the new year to our small businesses. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government has achieved much in terms of testing and reporting. It has achieved enormous amounts in terms of vaccines too. And whilst I was deeply uncomfortable at the start of November to see the government return to a blanket national approach, I do support the government's approach in returning to a more regional arrangement, but it should be going further and it should be more localised. Dorset should be in Tier 1 of these restrictions, and in the absence of a detailed explanation as to why and how we are likely to get out of it, I shall struggle to support the regulations tonight.
Christine Wait.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to start by saying I do not envy the government in making this decision today. There is a lot of pressure, and no matter what decision you make, it is always bound to be the wrong one, with many across these aisles. I agree with the concept of a tiering strategy. I even agree with our positioning in the tiering system when the decision was made, although that in itself is a separate argument as to when the decision was made. Madam Deputy Speaker, Bury as a borough at its peak on the 3rd of November had 605 cases per 100,000. As of the 25th of November, we are down to, we've lost 60% of those cases, down to 251. So we have made a great achievement in the fight against coronavirus, and those numbers are continuing to fall. A 60% drop is something we should be proud of as a community. As I said, the timing of the decision to me is one that certainly needs to be reassessed, because I would argue that we certainly should be considering Tier 2 now, and even more so in 2 weeks' time. Which leads me on to the meaningful review on the 16th of December. Far too many times during this process we have been told we are having a meaningful review. Just to be put in a Zoom conversation to be told what our restrictions are going to be, with no input on policy matters, no input in the decision, just to be told by a minister with no real response or input as to what. So my plea to the minister is please do make it a truly meaningful discussion. Involve MPs, involve directors of public health, involve council leaders, involve all key stakeholders. That's the only way we're going to get all parties involved. The sunset clause for me is again too far off. It is potentially having us in Greater Manchester in restrictions for 27 weeks. That's over half a year in restrictions that clearly haven't worked because we did see our cases balloon. The restrictions on hospitality, for me, is where I have my concern. When you start seeing jokes about some of the restrictions being imposed, and I use the substantial meal example that's been used previously, you devalue the restrictions that actually can make a difference. So it is with that I am really struggling to support the government today. But again, in Tier 2, you are shafting the hospitality sector. In Tier 3, it is dead. We do need to do much, much more to support our pubs and hospitality. And I'd like to close by talking about lower league football. We are essentially now creating 2 tiers in the same division, where staff are having to be unfurloughed just to get players back on the pitch with no income. So again, whilst I'm meeting the Culture Secretary tomorrow, we do need to assess this quickly so that football can be coming home for Christmas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've stood up in this chamber on many occasions, highlighting the impact that coronavirus is having on businesses and residents in Burnley, Padiham, Hapton, Westthorne and all of our other villages. It is taking an enormous toll. In particular, the toll is focused on our pubs and our restaurants, which have never been able to get trade back fully. Brilliant local pubs like the Craven Effer, Crooked Billet and Royal Dyche, family-run restaurants like Usher, Astoria and Palazzo, what they need more than anything else is to get their trade back. The Prime Minister and the Secretary of State for Health know my deep unease with these measures. It comes from having had them in place for so long. I want businesses trading and families together. But after the huge sacrifices made locally, over many, many months, which have halved the number of infections locally, I do reluctantly recognise that now is not the time to step back completely. Going into winter, the local NHS, which has performed admirably, needs the space to treat COVID and non-COVID patients alike. That means we in Burnley have a bit further to go to turn a low R rate into a low number of cases. And we can do that, but we need some more support from government. Rapid tests, which have been used locally in some settings, now need to be rolled out to the general population. We need to see an operation similar to Liverpool. Balancing the health of the nation and the economy has never been a more challenging task. And whilst I don't see these tiers as a good option, I do understand why the government has deemed them necessary.
Speaker, a month ago, my reasons for not supporting a second lockdown were that the measures represented a gross overreach of government powers over our basic freedoms, that the tiers provided a more targeted response and needed more time, and that the information provided by government was inadequate and unpersuasive. And I made the following requests of the government: to operationalise rapid testing on a community and venue basis, to put COVID into context with other illnesses so they didn't disappeared in terms of their importance, and to make available to members of Parliament a full assessment of policy consequences before we are asked to make decisions. In the intervening period, the government has indeed progressed on many of these fronts. Thankfully, freedom of communal worship has been restored. Freedom to trade has been substantially restored. More needs to be done on freedom to associate. Rapid testing is being deployed, but more needs to be done, particularly to restore confidence in events, in the travel industry and in theatres. The government has been kind enough at last to give us the criteria and the data on the decisions about restrictions. And we have had a stab at an impact assessment. I have to say to the Minister that the impact assessment has all the hallmarks of an essay crisis, with all possible factors raised, but few of them investigated with any rigour. This is important because for too long the decisions of government have been in thrall to the medical profession alone, and the trade-offs of the medical profession are always likely to be more precautionary than the broader considerations of members of Parliament. But we can work with this to help us inform our future decisions. A month ago, I wrote to constituents to say I'm sure we are all irritated that restrictive measures are being proposed, but irritation is not a sufficient basis for a Member of Parliament to oppose them. We are all irritated that perhaps that some of us have been placed in higher tiers than we should have done. We are irritated that the geographies are broader than we think they should be. We are irritated that the government has, in a sense, put us in a place where we're looking backwards rather than forward. But irritation is not a sufficiency for an alternative policy. We will be able to make tweaks, we'll be able to make suggestions. But I return to my conclusion of a month ago that the continuation of the tiered approach is the right policy. We must, however, ask the government to challenge clause 311 in its impact assessment, where it talks about the NHS being overwhelmed in terms of the loss of life, that such a scenario is considered intolerable. The best way to do that, Madam Speaker, is through scenarios of hospital occupancy through March being made available.
Reminder of the 2-minute target again to get more people in. Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When we debated the second lockdown, I wrote in my local paper that I had never felt more conflicted when it came to choosing how to vote in that. For locking down the country, restricting people's liberties and freedoms and ability to see their own families was categorically not what I, or I suspect any member of this House, got into politics to do. But I was persuaded by the case that our National Health Service could not become overloaded and overstretched, and voted with the government for that lockdown. And I'm pleased to say that in Buckinghamshire, and I checked with our Chief Executive of Buckinghamshire NHS Healthcare Trust this afternoon, there are currently only 5 COVID patients in critical care beds across our 2 hospitals. And it is with that in mind that I look upon the tiered restrictions that we have in front of us today with some scepticism. And I know that there are no easy answers. I know that whatever ministers decide, they will be criticised for, and there will be tough decisions to be made. And I see my honourable friend, the member for Charnwood, on the Treasury bench. He and I have known each other a long time, and I have no doubt that he takes every decision that he makes, and all health ministers make, with incredible seriousness. But I would like to urge the Treasury bench this evening to look particularly at how we can get that greater granularity into the way we put tiered restrictions into place. Because for my constituents in North Buckinghamshire, we find ourselves in Tier 2, having gone into lockdown 2 from Tier 1. When I look at the government's own interactive map, I see every single part of my constituency's infection rates going down bar 1, and the one that's gone up is only by 3 cases. So my constituents find it very difficult to accept a tiered system where the whole county of Buckinghamshire, where the south touches London and Slough with high infection rates, why North Buckinghamshire should be treated the same as the south of the county. And I really worry about the economic impact. I was with a business owner in my constituency who rents out units to micro businesses over the weekend. And he told me of the 7 or 8 units he has, 4 businesses in those units have gone bust as a result of coronavirus restrictions over the past year. Those are business losses that won't be seen in the data at the moment. And so I appeal to the government, as we have this review, let's have greater local decision making and get these restrictions as small as they possibly can be.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Now is not the time to turn our backs on what we have achieved in this country. We have sacrificed far too much. We have lost too many lives. We have lost too many jobs, too many businesses to change track now. The government's objective has always been to save as many lives as possible and to protect the NHS. And there is now a light at a very, very dark tunnel. The vaccine is on its way. Testing is improving all the time. And I personally, for one, believe we cannot turn our backs on that strategy. In a constituency like mine, the cities of London and Westminster, we have paid a huge economic price as well as a public health one. And I fear for the future of many hospitality businesses in particular who have paid so much to make their premises COVID secure. And if there's anything I would ask the Treasury bench to do moving forward as we look into these tiers is to consider allowing people from different households to eat inside with the rule of 6, because restaurants have spent a fortune making their premises so safe, and it's so unfair to let them to lose out like this. But the R rate is coming down. The second lockdown did work to bring the R rate down, but it just suppresses it. We're not beating this virus, and we won't until we get a vaccine. You give this virus an inch, it takes a mile. And we see it across Europe. We see it in France, who have just come out of a lockdown, but their restaurants and their bars are staying closed until January. The same in Germany. Spain and Italy are now looking at restrictions. South Korea, the exemplar of how to deal with a pandemic, is now bringing in new restrictions as the infection rate increases when they've opened up their karaoke bars and their nightclubs. So we can't let go now. We've got to keep on going. There is that light. And I do welcome the extra financial support for pubs that was announced today. I certainly welcome the 10 p.m. curfew ending. The Secretary of State knows my views on that. I welcome the fact that shops can now open for longer, but why not on a Sunday? Why is it just Monday to Saturday? People want to shop on a Sunday too, and I have been supporting the Sun newspaper's campaign on that, and I would ask for further consideration. But, Deputy Madam Speaker, we are just there, and we've got to just have that final push so that we can get our lives back to normal and send this virus packing.
Extremely important that I speak in this debate today, and as I can see by the callers, many members on this side of the House feel the same. These are the toughest of times, and it is so important that our constituents know we are here representing them, even if they don't always agree with our thinking. Straight out of a full lockdown and then into Tier 3 is not a message any MP wants to give their constituents, but I'm afraid that for the residents of Don Valley and the wider Sheffield City region, last Thursday, this was the news that they received. This last Saturday night, I went for a walk into my hometown of Bawtry, and seeing it locked down is not a good sight. The bars and restaurants closed, and the shops that have not been open for a month looking cold and bare. It saddened me, as I know it will sadden all members in the House. The shops will open this week, but without the bars and restaurants, our high streets in Tier 3 areas will only be half opening. Yet as much as I would like to be in a position where I could abstain from today's proceedings and take no responsibility with these restrictions, I am here to do a job, and that is vote. And after much thought on the matter, I will be voting with the government. I do not do this lightly, and I know many of my constituents will be upset with me. Yet I must do what I believe is right, not what I think will get me the most short-term praise. The government's strategy has always been to reduce the spread of the virus until a vaccine is available. Although I have privately questioned this and suggested different approaches, they have stuck with their plan, and after the news of many new effective vaccines being on the horizon, it looks as though their plan is just about to come good. So what about these restrictions which we are voting on today? Well, as much as I dislike it, with the vaccine just around the corner, to water down the positive effects of the last 4 weeks would be foolhardy. Yet the way in which an area's tier is downgraded is one which I believe the government could better clarify. Ideally, the government would provide exact case rate numbers which would determine which tier an area should lie in. This would strengthen people's resolve in getting the rate down. I also believe that pubs and restaurants should be allowed to open in Tier 2 and 3 areas without the need for individuals to have a substantial meal. After all, this is not about food in the slightest. It is a way in which we can ensure people remain at their tables and do not mingle with other households. However, if the government does not agree with this, then the best we can all do is unite together by following the guidance. So to finish, whether you are on the side of opening up or continuing with restrictions, by coming together and respecting these new rules, we can reduce the spread of the virus, protect the NHS and open up our businesses once again.
Deputy Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have struggled like many other MPs over the decision on the new tiering system. Beautiful Hastings and Rye into lockdown in Tier 1 and comes out at Tier 2. Lockdown prevented small independent shops from opening, missing out on retail sales in the run-up to Christmas. It prevented people from going to church, to the gym and so on. But this is not a global conspiracy, and government measures around the world have been successful in squashing the curve of the virus and reducing the overall death rate. But there is no doubt that there have been economic and other costs to the measures taken to counter COVID, and many MPs, myself included, have highlighted the concerns and the need for evidence showing that these restrictive measures have more benefits than cost to people and to businesses. It is, however, worth acknowledging that no one knows the alternative facts upon which to base these cost-benefit analyses. If we loosen restrictions, how do we know that this would be the only way to get our economy back on its feet? We cannot measure public confidence, for example, and how that would impact if alternative or no restrictive measures were taken. It's clear from what we have seen this year that targeted policies that are balanced, taking into account the spread of the disease and economic costs, are needed. And the Prime Minister has listened and made several specific policy changes, such as extending the 10 p.m. curfew, opening up non-essential retail, for example, which will be a lifeline to small independent shops in Hastings and Rye in the run-up to Christmas. The government has made considerable adjustments to the tiering recommendations, and accordingly less detrimental than it might have been for Hastings and Rye, which finds itself in Tier 2. I do want to highlight hospitality businesses, particularly wet pubs, and I am grateful for the extra support to wet pubs promised today by the Prime Minister. I also want to highlight again freelancers and limited company directors, which have been largely excluded from coronavirus support schemes. The costs of lockdown depend on the scale and type of intervention. There is no doubt that there are benefits from the interventions that our government has been pursuing to repress the virus and mitigate the impacts of COVID, but we shall never have a true grasp of what these benefits are because we don't know what the alternative would have been. What is clear from the restrictions taken is that this government has put a high value on human life. Saving lives comes at a greater economic cost, and this government clearly holds all life as equal, irrespective of age, gender, race and so on, and that is irreproachable. So on balance, although I rile against the seemingly authoritarian nature of these restrictions, I agree with the government. These COVID measures are needed to reduce infection, subsequent hospitalisation, possible deaths and protect our long-term economy.
Speaker, and Mr Deputy Speaker was in his place before, and I know how much he's aching to get back into his beloved swan with two necks. But he also knows the struggles that I've faced in my constituency of Hyman and Hanslinden, and indeed across Lancashire. And I'm not going to go through all of our local data, but I am going to quickly mention that we've seen a 45% drop in the past week in Hyman, and a drop in the cases in the over 60s. And I really do hope that the Secretary of State, who's now in his place, will understand this and will continue to look that we move down. But what we need is support ploughing into those Tier 3 areas that have been in restrictions for longer than most across the country. And I just want to echo what my honourable friend and member for Newbury said. There's no easy option. The trouble is that this government literally can't do right from wrong. Restrictions mean businesses struggle. If they don't have restrictions and infections go up, they're told they should be stricter. And this comes on to what my honourable member for Aylesbury said. At some point, I may have to look at a constituent who's lost their job in the eye, or at some point, I will have to look at someone who's lost a loved one to this virus, and that's no easy decision for anybody in this chamber. But my hospitality sector is really struggling, and this is something I've been consistently raising. And I do welcome the PM's announcement, but I really think that more support is needed for the pubs and restaurants, especially in the Tier 3 areas, and I'll continue to push for this. Also, something that doesn't make sense to, for example, Tessa Clemson's yoga studio in my patch is why leisure centres can reopen, but private indoor classes can't. So can this also be considered lateral floor tests to give our councils these lateral floor tests but no resources? We need the army deployment, we need to see what happened in Liverpool, because again we need the support to move down between tiers, because we have seen restrictions since July and this is unfair on Hyndon and Haslingden. I am so proud of my community, but they are fed up, and it is with a heavy heart that I will be supporting the government this evening, because I know that we've come to the last hurdle and we can't give it up now, but it is really with a heavy heart that I am supporting these measures.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After much soul searching, I will be voting for government tonight, but it has been a difficult decision. I will be voting for government for the following reasons. Firstly, I have always advocated a regional approach as opposed to a national approach, and that is exactly what we are doing. Secondly, the vaccine is close. It is not certain, but it is close. So we should not be jeopardizing all of our gains when potentially we have the vaccine within a few months. And then clearly we are coming out of lockdown. So although my constituency will be in Tier 2, and I have lobbied for it to be in Tier 1, the restrictions will be less. However, I would say that I am going to continue to lobby for my constituency to be reviewed and to come out in a lesser tier. And also, once we do roll the vaccine even out to the elderly and the vulnerable, I will be asking for restrictions to go, because we do need to get life back to normal, and we need to be able to manage risks here. We have been very absolute that our only focus is coronavirus, and while clearly we do not want anyone to die or suffer from coronavirus, we do need to think about the implications of what we are doing, not only in terms of the economy, but in terms of non-COVID health issues. And I do think that there are parameters that we can do that analysis, such as with qualies. One final point I want to make is that I've heard various members on the opposition benches saying that London in some way got special treatment to be in Tier 2. That is absolutely not the case. If you look at the 26th of November, NHS, well, that's exactly what I am looking at. If you see this graph here, Tier 1 there, Tier 2 there, Tier 3 there, London about there. And so please do not represent what is going on. This is way too important to be political. These are people's lives and livelihoods. Thank you.
Hugh Merriman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you. This vote is incredibly difficult for all of us that will have to make it. On the one hand, I of course wish to support my government as it grapples with the difficult challenge of the least damaging path to take. I want to protect people from getting COVID. I want to help the NHS to care for those who do get it. On the other hand, I look at the damage which could be caused to the life chances, livelihoods and life expectancy of constituents. This drives me to ask serious questions of continuing along the path which these measures will bring. When looking at this issue and my vote this evening, I look at the evidence and I ask myself the same questions I've posed on previous votes. Can my local NHS cope? And have we properly assessed the impact of the restrictions so we know which path will be the least destructive? Compared to other parts of the country, we've had very low COVID rates in East Sussex this year. We did see an increase in November, but the rates are down in the last week by 26%. When it comes to the local NHS, the figures today show that we have 37 COVID inpatients across our hospitals in East Sussex. Pressure on county NHS beds is reported to be the same as it was this time last year. We're seeing fewer general admissions and fewer elective surgery admissions. Hospitals are, however, at a greater risk from COVID workload, and I appreciate that. The NHS system in East Sussex coped fantastically earlier this year, and it has learned lessons which allows it to more effectively manage COVID cases. I don't doubt that the position for those working in hospitals is very challenging. I thank them, I have the utmost respect for them, and I have admiration for all who work in the NHS. But I do believe the evidence shows they are currently able to cope. Then we come to the question of whether we have properly assessed which path is the least destructive. I've read the government's health, economic and social impact assessment. Amongst other worrying patterns, it describes 1 million more people who will be unemployed by June of 2021, state secondary school attendance at 78%, and non-emergency hospital admissions 30% below pre-COVID levels in September. The government's assessment does not tell us what the cost of this will be. It must, however, mean an increased risk to the people of this country, from poverty, from death as a result of cancer, which already accounts for 165,000 deaths in a year, from suicide, which is the biggest killer for those under 50, poor mental health and loneliness, failed life chances for our young people, and domestic abuse. As I said, neither is a path which we want to follow. Either will lead to tragedy and sadness, but I believe there is more danger in following this path than alternative approaches. So I cannot vote, and I will vote against these measures this evening.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've listened carefully to today's debate and was going to say I'm really pleased to see the House hasn't descended into the shouting matters we often see, but as seen a few minutes ago when my honourable friend, the member for Kensington, was speaking, the opposition never failed to disappoint. But tensions are high in this place because each of us here cares really passionately about getting this right. And as ever, I come to this chamber with freedom in my heart and at the core of my values. I've said before, and I'll say again, that I didn't come into politics to restrict people's liberties. But in the context of COVID, I think of the words of the preacher Peter Marshall, who said, "May we think of freedom not as the right to do as we please, but as the opportunity to do what is right." And on this note, to my mind, it's clear that some restrictions are necessary to help protect the lives of my constituents, the lives of their friends, family and loved ones. So from that assumption, the question becomes, what should those restrictions look like? And today we have a very simple binary choice. Vote for the new tier system or not. But if we choose not to vote for those new tiers, what is the alternative? Because on the table at present, I see only two alternatives. The first is that the harshest national restrictions we've been living with for the past month would continue, devastating businesses and mental well-being across the whole country. Or the other alternative is to end restrictions completely and allow the virus to rip through our communities and see a huge human toll paid for it. So there is the real choice that we face today. With no other alternative on the table and against the backdrop of a devastating global pandemic, with no ideal scenario realistic, the new tier system is the least bad option, and so I will be supporting it today. But I'm supporting the system with two clear caveats that I know ministers have heard loud and clear. Firstly, something I've been raising now for months, and that is the need for a more localised approach. And I've heard a number of colleagues mention this today, and mention the success of hyper-localised restrictions in countries like Germany and South Korea, and I believe this is an approach we really must try and replicate. For residents in my constituency in Upper Teesdale, where cases are and have consistently been far, far below the national average, it's almost impossible to justify placing them into Tier 3. And so I ask that at the review on the 16th of December, a more localised approach is taken, not only for fairness, but also to mitigate the economic damage we know these restrictions cause. And secondly, something I've been proudly vocal on, and that is that support for the hospitality sector must be enhanced and improved, and this must be done right away to give our landlords, restaurateurs, waitresses, bartenders, chefs and more some much needed hope throughout the Christmas period. Today I've heard from Rima, Susan, Kathy, Cheryl and many others. Given how important the Christmas period is for the hospitality sector's annual earnings, I urge my ministerial colleagues to check the books one last time, dig down the back of that Treasury sofa and find a proper pocket of cash. The weather over the festive period is uncertain, but I urge government to give us the tools to say to those in the hospitality sector, may all your Christmases be all right.
Richard Drax.
Speaker, I'm delighted to be called, and by chance I'm currently reading an excellent book on Churchill called Walking with Destiny by Andrew Roberts. I am absolutely gripped. Mr. Roberts' recounts how listening to the great man's speeches on the radio in occupied countries during the war was punishable by death. Mr. Robertson goes on, and I quote, "Yet still people listen because he could provide that one thing that tortured populations needed more than anything else, hope. Hope, optimism, courage, a will to stand up and take on the odds. It grieves me to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that for many months the good people of this country, whether they live in England, Scotland, Wales or Northern Ireland, have been force-fed an hourly depressant that has left them compliant and mute. Outside the home, we are watched, warned, fined and arrested, and not just by the police who, to be fair, are applying the law. Do get me wrong, our political jailers are well-intended, but as is so often the case, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Ministers, browbeaten by statistics, an apprehensive NHS, and an acquiescent Europe feel obliged to tag along. As we end this second lockdown, it is not surprising that the infection rate has dropped. It did last time, and then it rose again. No doubt our 5-day Christmas reprieve will see another spike. But we know this virus well enough to learn to live with it. Under pressure from the MPs, the government has chosen to soften its stance with future votes and sunset clauses. While these are welcome, I cannot vote to see more of my hard-pressed constituents move from independence to universal credit and all the other appalling consequences that befall those who lose not just their businesses and their jobs, but their pride, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are being lured into tears like a child to the dentist with the promise of better things to come. Of course, I welcome the news that we might soon have not one but 3 vaccines that will combat the virus. But until one or all 3 are proven to work, we must simply stop digging a hole that we're going to find it hard to get out of. There is no loss of face, honour or shame in having a rethink. For while we pontificate in here, the country drowns under wave after wave of economic ruin, sadness and desperation. It shocks me how easily this dark mantle has alighted on our shoulders. There should be choices, but not the states, Madam Deputy Speaker. Ask yourself this question: has our Pride Island ever surrendered to the Grim Reaper before? The answer is no.
Shadow Secretary of State, Jonathan Ashworth.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, and as we are debating this global pandemic, can I just at the start mention another global epidemic on today, World AIDS Day, and just recommit ourselves on this side of the House, a commitment I'm sure is shared by the Secretary of State to end HIV transmissions within this decade. And can I pay tribute to my honourable friend from Ilford and the honourable gentleman from Winchester who spoke earlier into the debate on the launch of their commission today, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, members across the House have spoken with insight, with eloquence, with sincerity. And a number of members, I think the Right Honourable Member for Forest of Dean, I recall making this point, said that we should avoid caricaturing one another's position. Now, I entirely agree with that. I entirely accept that honourable members who feel they cannot support restrictions in any form, do not want to see this virus rip. They have alternative proposals. And this has been a good debate. It's been a full day's debate. But there has been frustration on both sides of the House about the nature of this debate. And I think part of that frustration is born from the way in which the government has brought its proposals to the House in a statutory instrument. It is a straight up and down vote, a binary choice. We could have brought, or the government could have chosen to bring legislation. I'm sure the House would have worked together to improve that legislation, because there have been issues within the detail of the instrument that have caused problems. We've had the ministerial muddle of the last 24 hours around Scotch eggs. If you look at the details of the instrument, I'm told that a wake is allowed today, but from tomorrow, wakes will not be allowed in Tier 3 areas. So the decisions around wakes will be more restrictive than what is allowed today. I'm sure these anomalies and issues could have been ironed out had the government chosen to bring forward some legislation where we could have worked together across the House and put down amendments to that legislation. Now, at root, this has been a debate about freedoms, and I commend the honourable gentleman from Altrincham for his speech early on in the debate about freedoms, but also about how we balance risk. And I think this is what the honourable lady from Bishop Auckland a moment ago was alluding to. And all of us want to see these freedoms returned for our constituents. The question is, at what point is it safe to start restoring freedoms to our constituents and our communities? And the second question is, if we accept that freedoms have to be restricted in order to bring prevalence of this virus down, what is the economic support in place? Because this House wants to save lives. This House wants to save lives. But in saving lives, we're asking many of our constituents to potentially sacrifice their livelihoods. In those circumstances, our constituents, families and small businesses in our constituencies, deserve some recompense for that as well. Now, one theme that has been coming out throughout the debate is how will an area move between tiers, and whether the government is using the correct geographical footprint for tiers. But throughout this, we've had different approaches. The Prime Minister's approach has ricocheted throughout this. I remember when we were told that we would have a whack-a-mole approach. Then on Saturday, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, in his Times essay, was saying that you need to cast the widest net possible for these measures to be effective. Now, in response to questions from backbenchers on both sides of the House, the Prime Minister was saying we're going to use granular detail to make very specific, localised decisions. So are we back to whack-a-mole or not? And I just say to honourable members that I have some experience of these matters. Leicester never effectively came out of the national lockdown. We went from national lockdown to local lockdown. We've bounced between versions of what today would be known as tiers 2 and 3. Our pubs were shut, our restaurants were closed. My constituents were banned from going on holiday for parts of July. Using PCR tests, we did mass testing. We went door to door with PCR tests. And we brought our infection rates down to 25 per 100,000. We were kept in restrictions. I've heard honourable members stand up with sincerity and argue that their area should not be in tier 3 or tier 2 because their infection rates are 40 per 100,000, and that's lower to what it is down the road where it's 50 per 100,000. These are entirely legitimate points to make. Leicester remained in restrictions with infection rates at 25 per 100,000. So I suppose my question to the Secretary of State when he comes to respond to the debate is, I know he has published 5 criteria by which judgments will be made about the future of tiers. But will he publish specific scorecards for each area? And can he tell us at what level now should we be alarmed by? Is it 40 per 100,000? Is it 35 per 100,000? That was the nationwide level when the Prime Minister introduced the rule of 6 on the 15th of September. It's around 160 odd per 100,000 today. Now, the Secretary of State will also tell us that his answer is mass testing. And I, of course, pay tribute to Joe Anderson and Liverpool City Council for what they have done with the mass testing pilot. Indeed, for months we've called for targeted mass testing. But as my honourable friend from Garston and Liverpool Walton were pointing out, a community testing programme, if it is to succeed, needs a community isolation programme alongside it. Because people who are not ill, who don't think they have the virus, but are in low-paid jobs, are unlikely to take a test if they are not going to get adequate sick pay and support for isolation. And we say again to the government, bring forward a sick pay package and ensure wider access to the £500 payment. I've also heard concerns about mass testing, that the tests are not allowed to go door to door. Could the Secretary of State tell us whether that is correct or not? But fundamentally, we support public health restrictions, but you cannot impose public health restrictions without giving our businesses the support to survive. And that is our difference here tonight. Give our pubs, give our restaurants, give our hospitality sector the grants that they need. Yes, we need to save lives, but we also need to save livelihoods, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Secretary of State Matt Hancock.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And this debate this afternoon and into this evening has been on one of the great challenges of our time, how to respond as a country to this unprecedented pandemic. And our response to coronavirus has forced us, each and every one of us in this House, to wrestle with fundamental questions of life and of liberty, and to take measures and support measures that nobody would ever want in our liberal democracy. Like every other like-minded nation across the world, we're striving to take targeted action like the measures before the House today. And it is striking that the measures that we take in this country and the measures in these regulations before the House are similar in kind and seek to strike the same balance as measures in similar countries the world over. Like every like-minded nation, we face the same challenges because this is a global challenge of this global pandemic. We seek the balance between our historic rights and our moral duty to keep one another safe. And it's not just about keeping ourselves safe. Because of the nature of this virus, it's about the importance of keeping others safe by our own actions too. And Madam Deputy Speaker, nobody wants to go into another national lockdown. As a lover of freedom, these restrictions bring me no joy. But nor can we throw away all the work that we've done together to get this virus under control. With the winter ahead, with the problems that always brings, and with the virus still at large, we must maintain our vigilance. Now, thanks to the incredible hard work and the sacrifices that people have made over the past 4 weeks, we can see that this virus is coming under control, the rates of infection are coming down, and in some parts of the country are coming down sharply.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I will give way.
I thank the Secretary of State very much indeed, and he will know that tomorrow Warrington moves from Tier 3 to Tier 2. At the start of the lockdown, we had case rates of more than 450 per 100,000. We're now at 147 per 100,000. And I'm sure he'll join with me in thanking the efforts of everybody in Warrington who've worked so hard to bring it down. But can he assure me that mass testing will be made available to Warrington, as Liverpool was just down the road, so that we can keep Warrington in Tier 2 and not bounce back up to Tier 3?
Secretary of State.
Yes, I was going to say he need just ask, but I think he did, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I will ensure that the national team and his local team at Warrington Council are put in touch right away if they're not in touch already, because we're extending the availability of mass testing throughout Tier 3 and throughout the wider area close to Liverpool, which Warrington has been in Tier 3 restrictions with until we went into national lockdown. And I'm sure that he'll agree with me, and the experience of Warrington as well as Liverpool shows, that we can afford to let up a little. We just can't afford to let up a lot. And let that be the message that goes out from this House. We know through repeat experience what happens if this virus gets out of control. If it gets out of control, it grows exponentially, hospitals come under pressure, and people die. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this isn't just speculation. It's a fact that has affected thousands of families, including my own. We talk a lot of the outbreak in Liverpool and how that great city has had a terrible outbreak and got it under control. This means more to me than I can say, because last month my step-grandfather, Derek, caught COVID there, and on the 18th of November, he died. In my family, as in so many others, We've lost a loving husband, a father, a grandfather to this awful disease. So from the bottom of my heart, I want to say thank you to everyone in Liverpool for getting this awful virus under control. It's down by 4/5 in Liverpool. That's what we can do if we work together in a spirit of common humanity. We've got to beat this, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've got to beat it together. And I know that there are costs to the actions that we take. Of course I know that. But let's not forget the impact of COVID itself. The health impacts. People don't live with COVID. We can't learn to live with COVID. People die with COVID. But also the economic impact directly from COVID. If you have to self-isolate, if your contacts have to self-isolate, that itself has an adverse impact on services in the economy. And I understand why people are frustrated that it's impossible to put figures on the economic impacts, but they are uncertain, and we are dealing with a pandemic that leads to so much uncertainty. The tiered system, in a moment, the tiered system is designed specifically to be the best proportionate response that we can bring together with a minimum measures necessary to get the virus under control when it's too high, yet the fewer measures where prevalence is too low. The only alternative is a national set of measures where measures would have to be calibrated to bring the virus under control where it is high and rising, like it is in Kent right now. And that is the principle behind the tiered system and why it's the best way forward this winter. I'll give way.
Can I thank the Secretary of State for giving way? And can I offer my condolence and say how sorry I am to hear of the loss in his family? But can I ask him also, what about the people who die as the unintended consequences of COVID, maybe through cancer or heart disease, and people have not been seen quickly enough or have not come forward? What is he doing to put that right?
Absolutely. And the honourable member, also from Merseyside, makes an important point, and it's absolutely clear, that it's absolutely undoubtedly clear that the best way to preserve life of those who suffer from diseases that are not COVID is to keep COVID under control. Everybody will confirm that if they work in an NHS hospital, because the pressures on the NHS from COVID make it harder to treat cancer. And in this second outbreak, we have successfully managed to keep cancer services going at over 100% of their normal last year in many areas, thanks to the hard work of the NHS. We've put in, and I'll give way.
I'm extremely grateful to my honourable friend. He's right, of course, that measured controls and restrictions are necessary to defeat this disease. But will he confirm that these tiers are not set in stone? The review in December will, in the words of a letter he sent to me today, be considered, areas will be considered within counties on their merits, and action will be taken accordingly to ease those restrictions where possible.
Secretary of State.
Yes, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, set out earlier, if an area meets the 5 criteria, and we've set out those 5 criteria, the pressures on the NHS that we were just discussing, the case rates in the over 60s because of the direct impact that has on hospital admissions, the direction of travel of those case rates, because if it's rising fast, that's more dangerous, and the positivity. If an area meets the 5 criteria, then of course we will seek to reduce the tier on that basis, and we'll do that on the basis of the most localised geography that it is epidemiologically relevant to act in, and this is about the human geographies that the Prime Minister spoke about with such eloquence earlier. Turning to some of the speeches that have been made, I want to highlight a few. There were many, but a few I'll highlight. Firstly, the Right Honourable Member, the member for Harwich, gave a wise speech talking about how there is no alternative. This phrase that there's no alternative came up again. For instance, my honourable friend from Hastings and Rye, the member for Leeds Central talked of the uncertainty in decision-making. And that wasn't meant as a criticism, it was meant as a description. And it's something that I and those of us with the burden of decision-making in this pandemic know only too well. But there are facts, he said, including the power of vaccination, and on that he is absolutely right. There are a number of excellent speeches from across the House, both in favour and against this action. I understand that reasonable people are having different views on what are very difficult decisions. My right honourable friend from South Northamptonshire talked about the lesser of evils, and many talked about the challenges of the decisions ahead of us not being easy because none are straightforward. As my honourable friend from Bexhill and Battle said, it is about choosing the least damaging course to take. I want to pay particular tribute to some of the newer members of this House, including my honourable friends from the Don Valley and Hyndburn, who made impassioned pleas in support of the government, but saying that it is not about doing what will win short-term popularity, but doing what is right. And that is the approach that we seek to take. Others asked about publication of more data in real time. The challenge is that we publish data on the day that it comes to us. However, it takes a few days to get all of the results in, and therefore to know the true trajectory of the disease. So there is a natural and unavoidable gap between getting the full data and the time that we're in now. That's why we look at the data from up to 4 days ago, because after that date it can increase. I want to turn and just spend a minute on hospitality and the hospitality sector, because many honourable and right honourable colleagues made points about the hospitality sector. My heart goes out to those in the hospitality sector. The Prime Minister has set out more support for wet pubs, and rightly so. The hospitality sector has benefited from more support from this government in this pandemic than any other sector. And overall, the economic support provided by this government has been set out by the IMF as one of the most generous packages in the world, because we cannot support and protect all jobs, but we seek to protect as many jobs as we can, because we can protect jobs as well as protecting lives. That is the goal. We cannot protect all lives, we cannot protect all jobs, but we seek to protect them both. If I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, before I come to a close, I just want to say something about something that my honourable friend for Bishop Auckland said. She said, we do what is right. We have the right not to do what we please, but what is right. And in a pandemic, that is true of us all. It's true of every individual who has to choose how we act. For the restrictions in these measures are not what everybody should push the boundaries of, but are the limits up to which we should go, because everybody has within ourselves the ability to stop the passing on of this virus to others. And she made this point clearly struggling with the restrictions on liberty on which we vote tonight, but clearly coming to the view that these are a lesser restriction than those we live under today, and they are a necessary restriction in order to protect life, because the consequences of inaction would be far worse than the consequences of these actions. And voting against these restrictions tonight is, in fact, a vote to allow the entire system to lapse tomorrow. And I know every member of this House wants to control the virus, and no one wants to see the NHS overwhelmed. So support the motion to protect the NHS. Support the motion to back the nurses that we all clapped in the spring. Support the motion to back the doctors working on our wards every night. Support the motion to back the teachers who are working so hard to keep our schools open, and to back the care workers looking after the most vulnerable. And support this motion to back the businesses that don't want another national lockdown, because that would be the only alternative. By voting for this motion, you are supporting all these people and the public who want to see us act together. And I can honestly tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, from all my experience this terrible year, this proposal draws on all the lessons and all the learnings from our experience. We've come so far in our fight against this virus. We're on the cusp of the scientific breakthroughs and the vaccines and the community testing that will let us cast aside the curbs that it demands. The end is in sight. The measures are temporary, time-limited, but they're no less necessary for that The return of our freedoms is on the horizon. The virus is back under control. The NHS has been protected. Let's not throw it all away now. We must have resolve, not to do what's easy, but what is right. And I commend this motion to the House.
The question is motion number 3 as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby, and could backbenchers please leave the chamber in the doors behind me. Front benchers can go that way. This way, backbenchers. The question is number 3 as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Maggie Throop and Michael Tomlinson. Tellers for the noes, Sir Robert Sims and Steve Baker. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 291. The noes to the left, 78.
The ayes to the right, 291. The noes to the left, 78. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Order. Under the order of the House today, I must now dispose of motion number 4. Minister to move motion number 4 formally. The question is motion number 4 as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. With the leave of the House, I will take motions 5, 6 and 7 together. That is exiting, for number 5, exiting the European Union animals. Number 6, exiting the European Union agriculture. Number 7, exiting the European Union family law. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 8, exiting the European Union food. Minister to move.
To move. Yeah.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. No. The division is deferred until tomorrow. Thank you. We now come to petition Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To the House of Commons, the petition of residents of the constituency of North Ayrshire and Arran declares that there is urgent need for around 3 million people who have been completely overlooked by the UK Government support package for the COVID-19 pandemic. Further declares that it is alarming that despite the Chancellor's recent response to changing circumstances, his winter economic plan continues to exclude people who already could not access the Government's financial support schemes. Further, that it is an injustice to the millions of workers who have been thrown into hardship that the Government promised that no one would be left behind. Further, that the Government's commitment that it would not stop trying to find ways to support people and businesses now sounds hollow in the ears of 3 million people, the self-employed, freelance workers, the newly employed as of March this year, and limited company directors, who are excluded from any and all support and are now in their 8th month with no financial assistance. And further, that there is deep concern that despite repeated arguments about the gaps in support that they should be addressed, the UK Government has still failed to address this injustice. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the Government to bring forward additional measures to support the 3 million who have been unfairly excluded from UK Government support. And the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition, support for people excluded from COVID-19 measures.
Thank you.
I beg to move that House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Steve Brown.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you through you to Mr Speaker himself for granting what is a very special adjournment debate on the launch of the HIV Commission, falling as it does on this World AIDS Day. I'm very grateful. World AIDS Day is a campaigning moment. You know, it's a day when we wear a red ribbon, and on this World AIDS Day when we launch the final report from the HIV Commission. And that's very much how I viewed it when I was the Public Health Minister. But actually, World AIDS Day is a day of remembrance and reflection. Terry Higgins, who obviously gave his name to the Terence Higgins Trust, was of course one of the first people in the UK to die of an AIDS-related illness. He was just 37 years of age in July 1982, just across the bridge from here in St Thomas's Hospital. And of course he was to be followed by many more. So we remember today not just someone whose name is well known and synonymous with the fight, not the rock star who made Live Aid what it was, but the dad, the mum, the son, the daughter, the brother, the sister, the partner, who we will never know, but those they left behind certainly did. And we pay tribute to the activists, the HIV activists, many who are still with us, too many who are not, that have never given up in their pursuit of better treatment for HIV, maybe one day a cure, an end to new transmissions, improved services, and the fight against the dreaded HIV stigma, which still persists. So I think the best way we can honour all of these people, Madam Deputy Speaker, is to refocus our efforts and end new cases of HIV by 2030. And it just so happens, Madam Deputy Speaker, that today we have a plan to do just that.
So, in 1986, I was 1 year into secondary school when AIDS touched down, and no one can forget seeing the tombstone advert, never mind the iceberg version, which was actually more scary, of the Don't Die of Ignorance campaign, and the raspy, menacing voiceover provided by the wonderful John Hurt. And I just want, if I may, to read out the opening words of that TV commercial. It said this, it said, "There is now a danger that has become a threat to us all. It is a deadly disease and there is no known cure. Anyone can get it, man or woman. So far, it's been confined to small groups, but it's spreading." Sound familiar? You know, back in 1986, AIDS seemed to be a threat which would overwhelm us. Also familiar. And those words of John Hurt that I read out, and those adverts, terrified a nation. And they were meant to. I would argue the most successful public health message in our history, until perhaps stay at home, protect the NHS, save lives. So fast forward 30 years, and I find myself, much to my surprise, the public health minister, with the opportunity to put what has become scientifically possible, ending new cases of HIV by 2030, into policy. And when we first proposed the idea to my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, who I am deeply touched is here himself to respond to this debate on today of all days, I have to say, when we proposed it to him, it was not a tough sell. We'd already done so much as a country, meeting the UN AIDS 90-90-90 targets on testing, treatment and suppression early. And, you know, the Secretary of State understands prevention is better than cure more than most. So it was terrific to watch him tell the AIDS-Free Cities Global Forum in London in January 2019 that this government would set itself the ambitious, but we think wholly achievable goal of today's Commission. And just as Lord Fowler in 1986, then Secretary of State for Health and Social Security, of course, rejected a moral crusade against the way of life in favour of a practical plan to fight a virus, so we, in creating the HIV Commission, turned the possible into policy and the policy into this practical plan. And I want to pay tribute to Damien Gabriel, who chaired the Commission with a firm hand and great style, as well as the Honourable Member for Ilford on the other benches, and the 8 other commissioners who put so much into producing what we launched this morning with the help, wearing a fabulous jacket, if I may say, of Sir Elton John. Also, the 3 CEOs that have made this possible, Ian Green of Terence Higgins Trust, Deborah Gold of the National AIDS Trust, and Anne Aslett of the Elton John AIDS Foundation. Thank you so much. And to many, including the chair of the all-party group I see here, and my honourable friend, the member for Finchley and Golders Green, who can't speak this evening, have done so much to assist us in this journey. And I would say that the prize is clear. England could be the first country to end new cases of HIV, and we can help the world do the same. Of course.
I'm really grateful to the honourable member for giving way. It has been such a privilege being a member of the Independent HIV Commission, not least because of the wide range of people that we've met and engaged with during the course of our work that have helped us to put together a concrete action plan that could help us, if we get this right, to end HIV transmissions by 2030. That is such an enormous prize, and I want to join my honourable friend on the government benches in thanking everyone who took part in the Commission and the Chair, Inga Beale in particular, for her wonderful leadership. But if I may also say from these benches, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the Secretary of State for Health for being here this evening, for responding to the debate. We've seen great cross-party leadership from him, from the Leader of the Opposition, the Leader of my party, and therein lies the hope that with joined up political leadership locally and nationally, we will turn this report not just into a worthy piece of work, but a concrete plan of action that changes people's lives and changes the course of history.
I bless my honourable friend for that. I mean, it has been a pleasure to work with him on the Commission. And, you know, when you're asked to do something like that, and he has had a front bench responsibilities himself, you know, it's a big commitment, actually. And I think we had to we had to be sure that it was a commitment that was going to lead to something proper and something realistic and something deliverable. And I don't think we could have asked for better in the plan that has been produced. And the cross-party element of this is so important. There's no room for an inch of partisanship in the all-party group for HIV and AIDS in this particular fight, because whatever happens at the 2024 general election, we need this. We can't reset after the next general election if there should be a change of administration. We need to keep up the focus and keep working across this House. I give way to the chair of the all-party group.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and can I absolutely commend his work and leadership on this, not only as a minister but as a member of the Commission, indeed my honourable friend, and also to the Secretary of State, and indeed to the health ministers and the devolved administrations as well, my own colleague Vaughan Gethin, the health minister in Wales, because it's only with leadership on this issue and cross-party working and cross-UK working that we're going to get to that crucial target of zero infections by 2030. But would you agree with me that, as on so many public health issues, this is a global fight as well, and that our continued support as a country for things like the UN Global Fund are crucial to getting to that 2030 target globally as well as in this country?
I most certainly would. And actually, you know, when I travelled around the world as a health minister to G7, G20 meetings, the NHS, as the health secretary has said many times, and what we do within it is so well respected around the world, and we often set the tone and set the lead. And so yes, this is a plan for England, but I hope that it will work across the devolved nations for the UK, and I hope that we will set the standard around the world, as we have in so many areas of public health policy, that others will then follow us from. So I take his point exactly, and I will give way to my humble friend from Strangford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, can I congratulate the honourable gentleman for Winchester bringing this forward. I just want to add my support for the project of the HIV Commission, which has been brought forward. And I just also want to say, I spoke to him beforehand, and I think it's important, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we put in record the hard work that has went in. But there are many people in my constituency of Strangford. One of the churches at the Enum Church, they have a missions, and one of the things they've done is the helping to address the HIV in Swaziland. And the wonderful thing out of that was, over the period of years that I know them and what they've done, they've been instrumental in assisting the Swazi government to reduce down to 27% the number of adults who have HIV from 50%. So a programme of education, a programme of medical support has helped. And would the honourable gentleman agree that perhaps what they have done in Swaziland could enable us through the House of Commons here to deliver that for the rest of the world as well? Thank you.
Yes, I mean, the faith element of this is very important, because we have done very well on driving down the numbers, but we've got to do even better, and it's going to get harder as we get closer to the goal. I mean, Reverend Steve Chalk, who is a Baptist minister and a founder of something called the Oasis Charitable Trust, was one of our commissioners, and he gave a very important element to this, and I think that the point the honourable gentleman makes is very valid. So let me just carry on and conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker. So why do I say that this is scientifically possible? So obviously, while an HIV diagnosis is notification of a serious condition, these days it is not the death sentence. It once was, thank goodness, and many understand it to be. An end is therefore in sight. I mean, treatment has come such a long way. So people on the right treatment have their viral load suppressed, meaning someone cannot pass on HIV. This, frankly, was a game changer. Overwhelmingly, people in England and the UK now know their HIV status. Of the 106,000 people with HIV in our country today, 94% know they are HIV positive. 98% are on treatment, and nearly all of those are virally suppressed and therefore cannot pass it on. In addition, we have a wonder drug, PrEP, taken by people who are HIV negative, and it stops transmission during sexual intercourse. So the PrEP impact trial data comes out in the new year, but we know already it is a massive success, and I hope I'm proved right with that assertion. My right honourable friend on the front bench made the drug readily available, free on the NHS. That was important, and while that took a little longer than it might, and legal challenges notwithstanding, let's not dwell on old ground. Just let's ensure that all communities that can benefit from it know about its virtues and know about its availability. If we're to get the benefits of PrEP to all who need it, HIV testing is needed in GP surgeries, in pharmacies, and even mentioning such, I refer the House to my register of interests, termination clinics and gender clinics, and much more besides. And then PrEP prescribing powers need to be given to each of these bodies. Again, it can be done, we just need the will to do it. I commend the PrEP Protects campaign, focused on black African women and men. If we can get take up in other communities, as there have been in the gay and bisexual men, we are changing lives and we are saving money. So thank you to the Terence Higgins Trust, the National AIDS, I Want PrEP Now, who lobbied me heavily as a minister, and Prepster for their amazing campaigns on the issue. And then very briefly, Owen will just give way.
Thank him very much for giving way. Does he commend the efforts of community groups who are going out and selling that message to their own communities as well, such as those who work for Waverley Care in Glasgow and the Hoop and Winu Health and Wellbeing Project, who are making sure that that message gets out into the community?
Absolutely. The big society groups have been so important to the work of this commission. We've heard from many of them, and I know they're very important north of the border, so I thank her for putting them on the record. So with the cavalry, that's the science in place. With the policy agreed, we needed this practical plan. So for 18 months, the Commission has met, it's listened, it's learned, it's deliberated, and our recommendations are clear. So I'll just close with a few of them. One, let's get new instances and the number of people undiagnosed down by 80% by 2025. This is the first benchmark. While most of these will be in communities we already work with to reduce HIV transmissions, the last 20% most likely do not, and they will be hard to find, but the rewards will be great. Secondly, we want ministers to report to Parliament annually on the 2025 target and the 2030 goal. This will focus minds and track progress. To make these kinds of advances, we need the promised HIV action plan in very short order. And thirdly, HIV testing, this is the crucial bit. HIV testing must become normalised in the system. No longer should 250,000 people go to a sexual health clinic and not be offered a test. But we must go so much further. When you present at A&E, when you register with a GP, the NHS or otherwise is taking blood, and an HIV test must be carried out. So not opt-in, but opt-out. The default assumption is that it will happen. And we know that that can happen. Maternity services have shown it's possible. Midwives test in non-judgmental settings pregnant women for HIV, and there's a 99% take-up and therefore near zero vertical transmissions to newborn babies. And this could be the same elsewhere if we get this right, but there are many challenges to do that. The funding is with local government, the testing needs to happen in primary care, as well as secondary, but it's all possible with political will. In short, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a policy of test, test, test. And if ever there was a time when we can successfully land that message, it is surely at the end of this ghastly 2020. So underneath these recommendations lies a 20-point action plan to bring all of this to life. I think rarely has a commission been presented with such an implementation-friendly set of actions. If the government is minded, and it has one or two other things on its plate right now, it could do a lot worse than copy and paste our findings into the first draft of this aforementioned HIV action plan. Each action is assessed for its impact on health inequalities and its contribution to fighting stigma. It looks to everyone who is and could be affected by HIV, and that was important to us. And we're not denying that some of this will require investment, but I think it's investment worth making because, bluntly, it will change and save lives, and we've shown how to do that after the government asked us to. And if the moral case doesn't persuade people listening to this debate, hard cash might. Modelling by the Elton John AIDS Foundation found over £200,000 in future healthcare costs was saved per person who was diagnosed and linked into the right treatment and care. So, not unlike the dynamic we face in cancer care, early diagnosis is the magic key in HIV as well. And finally, to the wider sector, I say this. I hope we've done you proud in our work with the HIV Commission. You got us here. We now need to come together to get this done. And to my colleagues who are in the House tonight and listening elsewhere, who will join us in campaigning for exactly what we're asking, I say many thanks in advance. We will be in contact. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we could end HIV transmission on our watch. How amazing would that be to that 12-year-old schoolboy and many others who saw that advert in 1986? Let's not pass up the opportunity, and with this man as Secretary of State, I don't think we will. Thank you very much.
Secretary of State, Matt Hancock.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And just a few minutes ago at this dispatch box, I was here to update the House on the national effort to fight the new pandemic of our times. And as we grapple with this one pandemic of coronavirus, so too today we need to look at both the progress we've made and the progress still needed, and mourn the loss of those who've been taken from us, and redouble our efforts in our fight against another killer pandemic of HIV. Just like coronavirus, HIV was a challenge for humanity that at times, and especially early on, seemed almost impossible to surmount. But thanks to the ingenuity of scientists and the compassion of healthcare professionals and the determination of people living with HIV and their loved ones, we've made so much progress against this disease. So today on World AIDS Day, let us all commit across this House and in all parts of our country to standing firm against the disease that threatens us, and commit that we will give it no ground. I'd like to thank my honourable friend, for the member for Winchester, for securing this debate. He worked tirelessly on this issue when he was a ministerial colleague, brilliant public health minister. And I want to tell you, in all honesty, he was absolutely pivotal to so many of the achievements and aspirations that we're discussing today. Without him, I wonder if the 2030 commitment could have been made. We should all be grateful for his dedicated work in office and his continued powerful advocacy. He mentioned the Don't Die of Ignorance campaign. And I can tell him that, and I can tell the House, that the early messaging in the coronavirus pandemic and stay at home was explicitly inspired by that campaign, which was so successful and so brave. Every day when I walk into my department, I walk past a list of my predecessors on the wall, and I feel honoured to follow in the footsteps of Lord Fowler, who did so much to tackle this pernicious virus, and in particular, who took a view and a judgment that we must face it on the basis of compassion and science, and that was central to the decision this country took all those years ago, and I'm glad to say we've followed it ever since. And we've made significant progress since those dark days when, as my honourable friend said, HIV was a death sentence for so many. Now, if diagnosed early and with access to appropriate treatments, the majority of people with HIV in this country can have a life expectancy that's close to normal. And I'm so proud that here the overall number of people with a new HIV diagnosis has fallen by over a third over the past 5 years, and that the number of gay and bisexual men with a newly diagnosed HIV has fallen to the lowest point in 20 years. And I'm also really proud that through the efforts of so many people, we've met our UNAIDS 90-90-90 target for the third consecutive year, and that we were one of the first countries in the world to do so. This means over 90% of people who live with HIV being diagnosed, over 90% of those diagnosed getting treatment, and over 90% of those who are treated having quantities of HIV that are so small that it is undetectable. Of course I'll give way.
He's talking about the excellent progress that has been made, and I would acknowledge that that is true. But one of the areas where there's still significant difficulty is among intravenous drug users, and particularly in the city of Glasgow, where we want the public health intervention of a supervised drug injection facility, but the Home Office is blocking this. Would he agree that there needs to be a public health approach to this? Otherwise, we will not be able to treat those remaining percentages of people who still have the virus.
Well, I was immediately going to turn to say that despite the successes, there is further to go, and I think we'd all agree on that. We need to follow the evidence in terms of what works, and we need to, crucially, to work together. And I know that the Home Secretary has been working with the administration in Scotland on the approach to be taken. But the attitude we should have is that every new case of HIV is one case too many, Madam Deputy Speaker. And this brings me to the commitment that we were able to make 2 years ago, that at my honourable friend's suggestion, I announced the commitment to ending new HIV transmissions by 2030. Now, I remember being told at the time that this was an ambitious target, but I know that we can get there. This year, we've been making PrEP routinely available across England to those who need it, and back that with funding for local authorities. But it's really this report from the HIV Commission that shows us the way. I want to thank all those who've been involved. The Terence Higgins Trust, of course, the National AIDS Trust and the Elton John AIDS Foundation, Public Health England, and work across the devolved administrations. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank Sir Elton for his exceptional personal advocacy for people living with HIV and the sterling work he's done to raise money for HIV prevention and treatment across the world, and to thank all those who have played their part in getting to where we are. Now, turning to the work specifically of the Commission itself, I know that colleagues across the House have played an active role in the Commission. And the report that the Commission has published today makes many important recommendations for how we can progress on our path to zero. I want to pay tribute to all the Commissioners for their hard work and thank each and every one. And I'd like to put on the record my thanks and praise for Dame Inga Veal for her expert leadership. My honourable friends set out the core recommendations. And these include the interim milestone of an 80% reduction in new HIV transmissions by 2025, with early diagnosis at the core of the approach that we should take, and the default assumption of test, test, test. This sounds familiar, and we know that it works. As well, of course, as that expansion of testing. The reason I wanted to come to the House personally tonight is to say this, that we will use the excellent report of the HIV Commission as the basis of our upcoming HIV action plan, which I commit to publishing next year. I want that to be as early next year as is feasible to ensure that the work is high quality, can be delivered, and can set us fair on a credible path to zero new transmissions in 2030, and I look forward to working with members right across the House in making that happen. Of course.
Can I, on behalf of the all-party group, thank the Secretary of State for that commitment? It's absolutely crucial, and I know it'll be welcomed by myself and my predecessor who can't speak. Would the Secretary of State also commit to doing all we can as a country and working with his colleagues at the FCDO and elsewhere, not only to ensure our commitments globally are met in terms of the UN Global Fund, but also the world-beating research that goes on places like IAVI at Imperial College, which is not only leading the way towards treatments and vaccines for HIV, but also for so many other infectious diseases, including COVID?
The cross-party nature of the support for this work couldn't be better demonstrated than the fact that when our colleague from the SNP intervened, she anticipated my very next sentence, and so did the honourable gentleman, because I wanted immediately then to turn to the global matters, because of course no one is safe until everyone is safe. And if we learned anything this year, we've learned that. It's also that we need to work on shared solutions together and across the world, and we as a country will lean into the global efforts to tackle HIV and AIDS, as we have done under governments of all persuasions over the last 2.5 decades.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. In the intervention to the Honourable Jennifer Winchester, I referred to the good work that's been done in Swaziland. And from a global point of view, I'm just wondering, would that be something that the Secretary of State would be able to make contact with them and see how they reduce the numbers as well?
Well, I'd be very happy to ensure that that happens and to work with the honourable gentleman on a subject that I know that is close to his heart. And I want to just reiterate that over the last, as I say, 3.5 decades, we have here in the UK played our part in supporting efforts right around the world. I'm proud that we're the world's second largest donor to the Global Fund, which is reallocating up to $1 billion to support prevention and treatment of HIV and other threats to global public health during the pandemic. And we've got to make sure that this work goes on even in the clutches of another public health emergency. It is absolutely critical that we don't let up, because we can't let one virus undo the progress that we're making in fighting another. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, today is a day to look back and to remember those that we've lost to HIV. It's a day to look back and acknowledge the progress that we've made, but it is also a day to look forward, to together reaffirm our resolve to keep working towards that goal of 2030 of no new infections, because HIV is a virus that's taken too many people before their time, and we should all redouble our efforts to make it a thing of the past.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Order, order.